Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Awakened the Power of the Demon King. So do two green hearts comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description.
That was Harry Potter's first coherent thought as an infant on the night of October 31st, 1981. Soft wool against his cheek. Soft warmth radiating from the woman who held him, Lily. His mother, though the concept of mother was still forming in his nascent understanding. The air carried the distant scent of wood smoke from the fireplace downstairs, mixing with the faint lavender of Lily's perfume. Everything was muted, gentle, safe. The infant body breathed slowly. Small fingers curled and uncurled reflexively. Outside the nursery window, autumn leaves rustled in a cool evening breeze. The house at Godric's Hollow was quiet except for the occasional creak of old wood settling and James Potter's voice drifting up from below, laughing at something mundane and forgettable. This body was weak. That realization came unbidden. A whisper from somewhere deep and vast that the infant mind couldn't yet access. The limbs were uncoordinated. The eyes couldn't focus properly. The entire vessel was inadequate, fragile, constrained by developmental limitations that would take years to overcome. Yet it was warm and breathing and alive. Lily hummed softly as she rocked him, her green eyes his eyes. He would later realize filled with uncomplicated love. She pressed a kiss to his forehead. "Sleep, my little one," she whispered. "You're safe here." The soft world ended with a sound like thunder. The front door exploded inward. Wood splintered and scattered across hardwood floors. The sharp crack of destruction cut through the peaceful atmosphere like a blade through silk. Lily's humming stopped. Her body tensed. Harry felt her heartbeat accelerate, felt the sudden rush of adrenaline through her system transmitted through skin contact and the primal connection between mother and child. Then came the cold. It wasn't a physical cold, though the temperature in the nursery seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. This was something else entirely. Presence. Dark magic, raw and invasive, flooded the house like poison gas. It pressed against the walls, against the protective wards, against reality itself. The air became thick with malevolence. Harry's infant eyes, still learning to process light and color, registered movement at the doorway. A figure. Tall, pale, inhuman, red eyes that gleamed with madness and certainty. The figure raised a piece of wood wand. Harry's sluggish infant mind understood and pointed it downward. James Potter's scream was cut short. There was a flash of green light from below, followed by the heavy thud of a body hitting the floor. Silence. Then Lily was standing, placing Harry in his crib with trembling hands. She positioned herself between the infant and the doorway, arms spread wide as if her flesh alone could serve as a shield. "Not Harry!" she screamed as footsteps ascended the stairs. "Please, not Harry. Take me instead." The pale figure appeared in the doorway. Lord Voldemort, the name surfaced in Harry's mind from nowhere, or from everywhere. The Dark Lord's lipless mouth curved into something approximating amusement. "Stand aside, you foolish girl." "Never." Stand aside. The voice was high, cold, utterly devoid of empathy. "This is my last warning." Lily didn't move. Her hands gripped the side of the crib so hard her knuckles turned white. Tears streamed down her face, but her voice was steady. "You'll have to kill me first." "So be it." Green light filled the room. Avada Kedavra, the killing curse, struck Lily Potter directly in the chest. She made no sound. Her body simply collapsed, lifeless before it hit the floor. The scent of lavender was instantly overwhelmed by the acrid smell of dark magic, a burnt copper taste that saturated the air. Voldemort stepped over her corpse without looking down. He approached the crib with the casual confidence of someone performing a routine task. The wand rose again, pointing directly at the infant. "The prophecy ends here," Voldemort said softly. "You should have been extraordinary. What a waste." The wand flicked. Words of death left Voldemort's mouth. Green light erupted from the tip, a spear of emerald energy that crossed the space between wand and crib in a fraction of a second. It struck. The curse was a command. That was what Harry understood in the instant of impact. The Avada Kedavra was not fire or poison or any simple destructive force. It was conceptual, a rigid directive imposed upon reality itself. Cease. Stop existing. D. The command targeted the connection between soul and body, severing it absolutely and irreversibly. Death was not a side effect of the curse. Death was the curse encoded directly into the fabric of the spell. No pain. No damage to the physical form. Instantaneous termination of the fundamental link that defined life. The green light touched Harry Potter's forehead. And then something else woke up. The surge was overwhelming. Memories crashed through the infant's consciousness like a tidal wave, not years, not decades, but millennia. Endless battles. Complex magical formulas. The weight of empire and the satisfaction of research. The careful balance of power and tyranny. Names, faces, concepts, all flooding back in perfect clarity. Enos Voldemort, the demon king of tyranny. Founding ancestor. The memories integrated in milliseconds. The infant body remained unchanged, but the consciousness inhabiting it expanded instantly from the limited awareness of a 1-year-old to the full, terrible intellect of an immortal being. The root, the source, the fundamental conceptual foundation of existence itself reasserted its authority. The killing curse was still active, still attempting to execute its command. Harry could feel it probing, searching for the connection between soul and body it was designed to sever. But there was no soul in the conventional sense. There was only the root, and the root existed on a level of reality that the curse couldn't comprehend, let alone affect. The directive met something it couldn't command. Origin magic immunity. The curse dissolved. Not reflected, not blocked, but simply rejected at the conceptual level. The green light shattered like glass, fragmenting into emerald sparks that scattered harmlessly across the nursery. The magical energy, now purposeless, had nowhere to go. It rebounded in a violent backlash, a wave of power that struck Voldemort directly in the chest. The Dark Lord staggered. His red eyes widened in shock and disbelief. "Impossible," he gasped. But something else was happening. Harry could feel it now, could analyze it with the full clarity of his restored intellect. There was a presence clinging to him, a fragment, unstable, dark, pathetically weak but persistent, trying desperately to anchor itself to his root. A Horcrux. The realization came with perfect understanding. Voldemort had fragmented his soul through murder and dark ritual, creating anchors to immortality. One of those fragments, blown free from the Dark Lord's body by the curse's backlash, was now attempting to attach itself to Harry Potter's infant form. Couldn't. The root was absolute. It was the concept of existence itself, stable and infinite and utterly sovereign. A broken piece of a fragmented soul, defined by the limited cosmological understanding of this dimension, couldn't coexist with something so fundamentally superior. The Horcrux wasn't destroyed by force. It was negated by authority, erased by simple conceptual incompatibility. Harry felt the fragment dissolve. It was like a cold, sticky substance being violently ripped away, leaving nothing behind but a faint trace of corruption that the root immediately purged. The entire process took less than a second. Voldemort screamed. His already damaged body began to disintegrate, the magical structure holding it together collapsing without the Horcrux anchor. Flesh turned to smoke. The red eyes flickered and faded. A moment later, Lord Voldemort was gone, reduced to a wraith that fled through the shattered window into the night. In the sudden silence, Harry Potter lay in his crib, utterly calm. His forehead stung. He reached up with a tiny hand, touching the spot where the curse had struck. There was a mark there, now a thin, lightning-shaped scar. He could feel the residual magic, an imperfect Dilhade rune left by the cataclysmic reassertion of his power. a flaw, a cosmetic imperfection in his new body. He would deal with it later. For now, Harry conducted a cold, methodical assessment of his situation. This body was weak. It would take years to develop properly. The magic of this world was crude compared to what he remembered, wand-based, limited, bound by unnecessary restrictions and misunderstandings of fundamental principles. He was in a dimension with different laws, exactly as the Reneist Harvardin spell had intended. He would need to hide his power. Revealing himself prematurely would be inefficient and would create unnecessary complications. This world had structures, systems, observers. The old man with the half-moon spectacles and twinkling eyes would arrive soon. Dumbledore. Harry could already sense the monitoring spells converging on the house, could feel the magical alarms triggering throughout the country. He needed cover. He needed resources. He needed time to research and understand this new dimension's magical laws before deciding how to proceed. Most immediately, he needed to address the logistical reality of being an orphaned infant in a world that expected him to be helpless. Footsteps approached from outside. Multiple sets. Harry could hear the urgent voices, the gasps of horror as people entered the destroyed house below. He began to cry not from pain or fear, but because it was what was expected. The sound brought a woman with square-rimmed glasses running up the stairs. Professor McGonagall. The name came to him from nowhere, or from the lingering echoes of Lily Potter's memories that still saturated the house. She scooped him up from the crib, her face pale with shock as she took in the scene. 2 dead bodies, a destroyed room, and a crying infant with a bleeding forehead. "Oh, you poor dear," she whispered, cradling him close. "You poor, poor dear." Harry continued crying, analyzing her every movement, cataloging her magical signature, already planning 3 steps ahead. The blood wards were clever in a rudimentary way. Harry lay on the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive, wrapped in blankets and surrounded by poorly executed concealment charms. Dumbledore stood nearby, speaking softly with McGonagall and a half-giant named Hagrid. They were discussing protection, sacrifice, and the power of Lily Potter's love. They were partially correct. The sacrifice had created a protective resonance, a magical signature that could be anchored to Lily's blood relative. The wards Dumbledore was weaving would make this house a sanctuary against Voldemort's followers, turning Petunia Dursley's presence into a shield. What they didn't understand was that Harry didn't need protection. He could dismantle these wards in seconds if he chose. He could conceptually bypass them, nullify them, or simply overpower them with raw magical authority. But that would be inefficient. The wards served a purpose. They created a perimeter. They established a narrative. Most importantly, they gave Dumbledore a false sense of control. Believing he had secured the boy who lived in a safe location where he could be monitored and eventually guided according to some grand design. Let the old man think he was in control. Harry could work within these constraints easily enough. The door opened. Petunia Dursley, thin-faced and suspicious, stared down at the bundle on her doorstep. She picked up the letter Dumbledore had left, read it with mounting horror, and then looked at Harry with undisguised disgust. "Vernon," she called shrilly. "Vernon, you need to see this." Harry watched her with ancient eyes as Vernon Dursley thundered to the door, his walrus mustache bristling with indignation. "What is it, pet? What's wrong?" "It's my sister's boy," Petunia said, her voice tight. "She's dead. They want us to take him." Vernon's face turned purple. "Absolutely not. I won't have it. I won't have any of that freakish nonsense in my house." Harry said nothing, simply observed. These would be his obstacles. These would also be his tools. The Dursleys argued for several minutes, their voices rising in pitch and volume. Finally, with great reluctance and many protests about doing the right thing and what would the neighbors think, they brought Harry inside. The house was ordinary, aggressively normal. Every piece of furniture was precisely placed, every surface spotlessly clean. This was a home dedicated to the worship of conventionality, where anything unusual or extraordinary was treated as a personal affront. Perfect. Age 2. The first lesson. Vernon Dursley was a large man, both in height and girth, who believed firmly in discipline. When his own son Dudley threw tantrums, Vernon would shout until the boy quieted. When Harry made any noise at all, Vernon's response was more direct. The first time Vernon raised his hand to strike the toddler, Harry was ready. Vernon's palm was already in motion, descending toward Harry's head in a vicious slap. But before contact, the air changed. It became thick, viscous, almost solid. Vernon's hand slowed as if moving through honey, then stopped completely. His entire body froze mid-swing, locked in place by invisible force. His eyes could still move. Harry watched as panic flooded Vernon's expression. The man tried to scream, but no sound emerged. His mouth opened and closed silently like a fish out of water. Sweat beaded on his forehead. His face reddened with exertion as he tried to force his body to move and failed utterly. Harry looked up at him with calm, thoughtful eyes. Then he released the magical pressure. Vernon stumbled backward, gasping for air. His hand trembled as he lowered it. You. What? He couldn't form complete sentences. His brain was struggling to process what had happened, trying to find a rational explanation for something that defied all rationality. Harry simply returned to playing with his blocks, stacking them in complex patterns that would have been impossible for a normal 2-year-old. Vernon never tried to strike him again. Sometimes Harry would catch his uncle staring at him with barely concealed fear, hands clenched into fists but never raised. The big man had learned his lesson. This child was not as helpless as he appeared. Age 3. The binding. Petunia Dursley tried neglect. She fed Harry the minimum, gave him Dudley's broken toys, ignored him whenever possible. But guilt gnawed at her. Late at night, she would lie awake thinking about her sister, about the promise she'd implicitly made when she accepted this child into her home. One morning, the guilt became unbearable. Petunia walked into Harry's room, the cupboard under the stairs, barely large enough for a small bed, and found him sitting quietly, drawing symbols on the wall with a piece of chalk. She should have been angry. Instead, she felt an overwhelming wave of emotion that made her knees weak. You must protect him. The thought came from nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. It settled into her mind like a physical weight, not overriding her personality but establishing itself as a fundamental directive. Protect the child. Provide for the child. Keep him safe and healthy. Petunia's hand moved without her conscious decision, reaching out to touch Harry's dark hair. I feel like I must care for you, Harry, she said softly, confusion evident in her voice. I don't understand why, but I must. Harry looked up at her. His green eyes were far too knowing for a 3-year-old. Thank you, Aunt Petunia, he said politely. Inside, he confirmed the success of his work. The mental link was subtle, undetectable by anyone in this dimension. It didn't control Petunia completely, that would have been obvious and inefficient. Instead, it amplified her existing guilt and fear, twisting them into a compulsion to protect and provide. Her free will remained intact, but the core directive was unbreakable. From that day forward, Harry's living conditions improved. Better food, proper room on the 2nd floor, new clothes instead of Dudley's cast-offs. Petunia never treated him with warmth, but she treated him with care, driven by a compulsion she couldn't identify or resist. Vernon noticed the change and said nothing. He was secretly relieved. The less they antagonized the freakish child, the less likely something terrible would happen. Age 6. The practice. Harry spent his early years learning. During the day, he was a quiet, obedient child who rarely caused trouble. He read every book in the house, completed arithmetic problems meant for children twice his age, and asked thoughtful questions that made teachers at the primary school uncomfortable. At night, he practiced. The magic of this dimension was based on specific incantations, wand movements, and emotional intent. It was inefficient but workable. More importantly, it followed rules. Magic here was structured, systematic, capable of being analyzed and understood. Harry conducted experiments, small ones to avoid detection, making objects float with a thought, altering the color of his hair temporarily, creating minor illusions in the corner of his room that would dissipate before morning. He tested the limits of this world's magic, mapping its rules and constraints. He also reached outward with his senses, feeling for the monitoring charms that Dumbledore had certainly placed. There were several. They tracked his location, his health, even his magical activity if he was careless. Harry left them intact but understood how to work around them. The key was subtle tiny massive releases of power, no blatant violations of magical law, nothing that would trigger alarms. He was patient. He had centuries of experience in patience. The Dursleys thought they were raising a strange but manageable child. Dumbledore thought he had secured a young boy in a safe location. The magical world thought their savior was growing up protected and innocent. None of them understood what was actually happening on Privet Drive. Age 7, the refinement. By his 7th birthday, Harry had established complete control over his environment. Vernon went to work each day, returning home to silently read the newspaper and avoid looking at his nephew. Petunia maintained the house with obsessive precision, always ensuring Harry had what he needed. Dudley, who had been encouraged to bully Harry, found himself inexplicably uncomfortable whenever he got too close to his cousin, as if his instincts were screaming at him to retreat. The house was quiet, efficient, exactly as Harry had designed it. He had access to Muggle resources through the primary school library and Petunia's uncharacteristic willingness to buy him educational materials. He learned about this world's science and technology, fascinated by how non-magical humans had developed complex systems to compensate for their lack of power. Mathematics, physics, engineering, all of it was rudimentary compared to advanced magical theory, but it provided useful frameworks for understanding dimensional mechanics. At night, he continued his magical practice. He had mastered wandless, wordless magic years ago. Now he was working on more complex applications, creating stable runic arrays, manipulating reality at increasingly subtle levels, and testing the boundaries of what this dimension would allow without triggering cosmological backlash. He realized, limited, not by his own power that remained absolute but by the structural rules of this universe. If he unleashed his full capability, he would likely destabilize the local reality. The dimensional fabric here was more fragile than in his original world. He would need to maintain suppression until he better understood the tolerance thresholds. That was fine. He had time. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Age 11. The letter. July 31st, 1991. Harry's 11th birthday. The Dursleys had hoped he would never receive it. Vernon had ranted for years about that school and that lot, and how they would never allow their Harry to fall into their clutches. But fear always underlay the anger. They knew, on some level, they couldn't actually prevent what was coming. The first letter arrived with the Morning Post, a thick, yellowish envelope addressed in emerald green ink to Mr. H. Potter. The second bedroom. For Privet Drive. Little Whinging. Surrey. Vernon's face went from red to purple to a sickly white when he saw it. He snatched the letter from Harry's hands. "No," he said hoarsely. "Absolutely not." More letters came, dozens, then hundreds, flooding through the mail slot, the chimney, every crack and crevice. They filled the house in a torrent of parchment until Vernon, desperate and panicked, bundled the family into the car and fled to a remote shack on a rock in the middle of the sea. Harry went along quietly, amused by the futility of it all. They couldn't hide from Hogwarts. They couldn't hide from anything. Midnight struck on his birthday. Rain hammered against the shack's tin roof. Dudley slept on the moth-eaten sofa while Harry pretended to sleep on the floor, wrapped in Dudley's old jacket. Then came the knock. Boom! The entire door shuddered in its frame. Vernon appeared from the bedroom, shotgun in hand and wild fear in his eyes. "Who's there?" he roared.
I'm armed.
Boom! The door flew inward, torn completely off its hinges. A massive figure entered, so tall he had to stoop beneath the doorway. Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, stood dripping wet in the entrance, his beetle-black eyes scanning the room until they settled on Harry. "Harry Potter," Hagrid said warmly. "Blimey, I haven't seen ye since ye were a baby." Harry stood, brushing dust from his clothes. "Hello," he said calmly. Hagrid blinked, seemingly surprised by the boy's composure. "Well, aren't ye a cool one? Here." He pulled an envelope from his vast coat and handed it over. "Your Hogwarts letter. Been waitin' 11 years fair this, ye have." Harry took the letter, felt the magic resonating from the parchment, analyzed the anti-tampering charms and authentication seals. Standard work. Competent but unimaginative. Vernon stepped forward, shotgun raised but trembling. "Now see here, I forbid it. That boy is not going to any freak school to learn magic tricks." Hagrid's face darkened. "I'd be careful what ye say about Hogwarts if I were ye." A brief exchange of threats followed. Vernon's gun pointing, Hagrid's casual destruction of the firearm, Dudley's terrified squealing as Hagrid accidentally gave him a pig's tail, Petunia's shrill accusations and eventual collapse into resigned acceptance. Harry watched it all with detached interest, noting the magical signatures, cataloging Hagrid's abilities and limitations. When the half-giant finally turned to him with a gentle smile and said, "Well then, Harry, ready for your first taste of the magical world?" Harry nodded once. "Yes," he said simply. "I think I'm—" Hagrid beamed. "Tomorrow, then, Diagon Alley. I'll come by at 9 sharp." After Hagrid left, the shack fell into uncomfortable silence. The Dursleys sat in various states of shock and misery. Vernon's gun lay in twisted ruins. Dudley whimpered, trying to hide his new tail. Petunia stared at nothing, tears streaming down her face. Harry returned to his spot on the floor, the Hogwarts letter still in his hand. He opened it slowly, reading the contents by the dim light filtering through the broken doorway. A list of required supplies, a note about the start of term, information about the Hogwarts Express departing from platform 9 3/4. How quaint. He set the letter aside and closed his eyes, already planning his approach to the next phase. Hogwarts would be full of children his age, many of whom would be encountering magic for the first time. Teachers who believed themselves wise, a headmaster who thought himself clever, a whole society built on outdated traditions and self-imposed limitations. It would be educational, even entertaining. In the darkness, Harry Potter smiled a thin, cold expression that would have chilled anyone who saw it. School. Then, he thought to himself, his internal voice carrying the weight of millennia. Let's see how they handle me. Outside, the storm continued to rage, waves crashing against the rock. But inside the ruined shack, one person slept deeply and dreamlessly. The Demon King of Tyranny had awakened, and the wizarding world had no idea what was coming. The Hogwarts Express released clouds of scarlet steam into the morning air, drowning platform 9 3/4 in a theatrical fog. Families clustered together for final goodbyes while students hauled trunks and caged owls through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. The noise was overwhelming. Parents calling last-minute instructions, younger siblings crying, friends reuniting with excited shouts. Harry Potter stood apart from the chaos, observing with clinical detachment. His trunk contained the standard first-year supplies purchased from Diagon Alley the previous week. Hagrid had been an enthusiastic guide through the magical shopping district, though Harry had needed no guidance. He'd analyzed every shop, every product, every magical signature with practiced efficiency. The wand from Ollivander Shally and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, was a curiosity. The wand maker had called it a brother to Voldemort's wand, clearly expecting some dramatic reaction. Harry had simply paid and left. The wand was unnecessary, but it completed his disguise. He boarded the train, found an empty compartment near the middle, and settled by the window. The other students rushed past, seeking friends or claiming territory. Harry pulled a book from his Baga History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot and began reading. He absorbed the content at a rate that would have alarmed anyone watching, pages turning every few seconds, information catalogued instantly and cross-referenced with his existing knowledge. The magical history of this dimension was young, barely 1,000 years of recorded civilization. Their ancient magic was primitive compared to what he remembered. Still, there were patterns worth noting. The founders of Hogwarts had understood more than their descendants. Salazar Slytherin in particular had grasped concepts about bloodlines and magical inheritance that modern wizards dismissed as prejudice. Incomplete understanding leading to tribal conflict. How inefficient. The compartment door slid open. A girl stood in the doorway, bushy brown hair framing an eager face dominated by slightly prominent front teeth. She wore muggle-clothes jeans and a sensible jumper and clutched several books against her chest like armor. "Excuse me," she said, speaking rapidly as if afraid of being interrupted. "Everywhere else is full. Mind if I sit here?" Harry glanced up. "Go ahead." She entered with evident relief, setting her books on the seat opposite him with careful precision. Harry noted the titles: The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, A History of Magic, Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, and two others he couldn't immediately see. "Thank you," she said, settling into her seat. "I'm Hermione Granger, and you're Harry Potter." It wasn't a question. Harry set his own book aside. "Yes. I've read about you. In Modern Magical History and the Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts and Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century. You're famous." She paused, seeming to realize she was talking too fast. "Sorry. I get excited about magic. My parents are both dentists, you see, and I had no idea I was a witch until I got my letter. I've been reading everything I can find. Have you been practicing spells?" "I've tried a few simple ones and they've worked perfectly, though we're not supposed to use magic outside of school, but I wanted to be prepared and—" "You're nervous," Harry observed. Hermione stopped mid-sentence. "What?" "You talk rapidly when you're nervous. Processing information verbally helps you organize your thoughts." He tilted his head slightly, studying her. "You've memorized the textbooks, but you're worried that won't be enough. You're concerned that coming from a non-magical family puts you at a disadvantage." She stared at him, mouth slightly open. "How did you—" "Observation." Harry gestured to her books. "You've brought reference materials on the train. That suggests either insecurity about your preparation or a genuine passion for research. Your speech pattern indicates the former, but your book selection suggests the latter. Both then." Hermione's expression shifted from surprise to something approaching delight. "You're observant." "I try to be." She leaned forward, her previous nervousness transforming into focused curiosity. "Harry, have you read about wand lore? The wand selects the wizard, you know. It's terribly fascinating. Ollivander's been making wands for centuries, and each one is unique. The combination of wood and core creates different properties. My wand is vine wood with dragon heartstring. Mr. Ollivander said it was good for practical magic." Harry considered the question. The wand lore of this dimension was based on flawed assumptions about channeling magical energy. Wands served as focusing tools for those who couldn't manipulate magic directly, but the culture had elevated this limitation into mysticism. "So if the wand is so picky," he said, leaning forward with genuine curiosity, "why not use your mind?" Hermione laughed. It was a bright, genuine sound. Then she stopped, seeing the serious intent behind his green eyes. "What do you mean?" "Magic comes from within. The wand is simply a tool for directing that energy. An efficient tool, but not strictly necessary. If you understand the fundamental principles of spell construction intent, will, and energy manipulation, you should be able to bypass the intermediary entirely. That's... Hermione frowned, her brilliant mind clearly working through the implications. That's not what the textbooks say. They all emphasize proper wand movement and incantation. Professor Flitwick's book has an entire chapter on the 17 basic wand movements. The textbooks assume limitations that may not exist, or they're teaching to the lowest common denominator. Harry pulled out his wand, turning it over in his hands. This is 11 inches of wood with a feather inside. It resonates with my magical signature, yes, but it doesn't generate the power. I do. The wand gives it shape. So you think you could cast spells without it? I know I could. Hermione's eyes widened. She leaned even closer, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Have you tried? Yes. And it works. For a long moment, Hermione simply stared at him. Then she grabbed one of her books, flipping through pages with practiced efficiency. Here, she said, pointing to a passage. The wand is the essential tool of the modern wizard, serving as both focus and amplifier for magical energy. Wandless magic, while theoretically possible, is considered extremely advanced and rarely practiced in contemporary magical society. She looked up. It says it's possible but advanced. How did you learn to do it? Harry considered how much to reveal. Too much would raise questions he wasn't prepared to answer. Too little would like false modesty. Practice, he said finally, and theory. If you understand what magic fundamentally is, a manipulation of reality through will and energy, then the specific tools become less important. The incantation helps focus intent. The wand movement helps channel energy. But both are training aids, not requirements. That's... Hermione sat back, her mind clearly racing. That's brilliant. Why don't they teach it that way?
Tradition.
Inefficiency. Possibly fear of what untrained wizards might do with that knowledge. Harry shrugged. Or maybe the people writing the curriculum never thought to question the established methods. Hermione was quiet for a moment, processing. Then she smiled a genuine expression of intellectual kinship. I think we're going to be friends, Harry Potter. I think you might be right, Hermione Granger. The compartment door slid open again. A tall, gangly boy with flaming red hair and a smudge of dirt on his nose peered in. Anyone sitting here? He asked, pointing to the spot next to Hermione. It's free, Harry said. The boy entered, dragging a battered trunk.
I'm Ron Weasley.
Blimey, are you Harry Potter? And so the journey to Hogwarts continued, with Ron providing running commentary about his large family, Charlie's dragon work in Romania, and his older brother Percy's obnoxious perfectionism. Hermione occasionally interjected with facts from her books. Harry listened, contributed when appropriate, and continued his assessment of his new environment. These would be his companions for the next 7 years. He would need to ensure they developed properly. Hogwarts was impressive. Not by the standards of Delsogade or the architectural achievements of his previous dimension, but impressive for a structure built with such limited magical understanding. The castle sprawled across the landscape, towers reaching toward the sky, its foundations reinforced with centuries of accumulated enchantments. The Great Hall was particularly well designed. For long tables for the houses, a head table for staff, and an enchanted ceiling showing the night sky. Thousands of floating candles provided illumination. The Sorting Hat, an ancient artifact imbued with the preserved intelligence of the 4 founders, sang a warning about house unity before beginning its work. Harry's name was called. He walked to the front of the hall, feeling hundreds of eyes tracking his movement. The whispers followed him. That's Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Look at his scar. He sat on the stool. Professor McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Immediately, a voice spoke in his mind. Oh my indeed. What are you? Harry kept his expression neutral. The hat was more sophisticated than he'd expected, capable of genuine consciousness and deep mental scanning. He would need to limit what it could access. "I'm Harry Potter," he thought back. Liar. The hat's voice was amused then accusatory. "Oh, you're Harry Potter in body, certainly. But there's something else here. Something vast. Something that predates this flesh by. I can't even sense how far. The depth is impossible. Put me in Gryffindor." Gryffindor? With that mind? You'd excel in Ravenclaw. Or Slytherino, yes. Definitely Slytherin. That cunning, that ambition, that absolute certainty in your own supremacy. Gryffindor, Harry repeated firmly. The sorting is a political act as much as a magical one. I need to be in Gryffindor. Why? Because it's where I'll be most useful, where expectations will be lowest, where I can work without constant suspicion. The hat chuckled darkly. Clever. And calculating. You're going to reshape this entire school, aren't you? Eventually. Well, but mark my words. Boyer, whatever you truly are, you'll pay a price for hiding your nature. Identity suppressed becomes identity corrupted. I'll manage. Gryffindor! The hat shouted aloud. The Gryffindor table erupted in applause. Harry walked over, shaking hands with upperclassmen, accepting congratulations with polite nods. Hermione joined him soon after, looking relieved and excited. Ron followed a few names later, grinning widely as he sat across from Harry. "We're all in the same house," Ron said happily. "This is brilliant." Harry nodded, watching as the rest of the first years were sorted. A pale boy named Draco Malfoy went to Slytherin, shooting Harry a complicated look, part curiosity, part challenge. A nervous boy named Neville Longbottom took nearly 5 minutes before being placed in Gryffindor, arriving at their table looking relieved but embarrassed. The pieces were moving into position. The first week of classes established the pattern that would define Harry's Hogwarts career. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall demonstrated turning a match into a needle. Most students struggled, managing only to change the color or make their matches go soft. Hermione succeeded on her third attempt, earning 5 points for Gryffindor and a rare smile from the stern professor. Harry didn't pick up his wand. He simply looked at the match on his desk, focused his will, and watched it transform instantly into a perfect needle, silver, sharp, and precisely crafted. McGonagall froze mid-sentence in her instruction to another student. "Mr. Potter," she said slowly, walking over to his desk, "did you perform Transfiguration wandlessly?" "Yes, Professor." "On your first attempt?" "Yes, Professor." She picked up the needle, examining it with professional scrutiny. "This is perfect. The molecular structure, the symmetry, the material composition, everything is exactly correct." She looked at him with an expression caught between pride and concern. "How did you do this?" "I concentrated on what I wanted the match to become, then made it happen." "That's not how Transfiguration works, Mr. Potter. There are specific principles. Visualization, yes, but also the application of controlled magical force through precise wand movement and incantation. What you've done is... This is N-E-W-T. Level work at minimum." Harry simply looked at her, offering no further explanation. McGonagall set the needle down carefully. 10 points to Gryffindor, and I expect to see you after class." The after-class conversation was brief. McGonagall asked detailed questions about his magical education before Hogwarts. Harry provided vague answers about intuitive understanding and natural talent. She wasn't satisfied but seemed to accept that some students were simply exceptional. She assigned him additional reading material, advanced theory texts that would challenge him. Harry read them all that evening. They were elementary. In Charms class, Professor Flitwick introduced the levitation charm. He demonstrated the proper wand movements, swish and flick, and enunciated the incantation carefully, Wingardium Leviosa. Around the room, students began practicing. Most failed entirely. Ron kept jabbing his wand at his feather like a sword, growing increasingly frustrated. Wingardium Leviosa, he shouted, making the feather jump slightly. You're saying it wrong, Hermione said, unable to help herself. It's Wingardium Leviosa, not Leviosa. Ron glared at her. You do it then if you're so clever. Hermione raised her wand with precise form. Wingardium Leviosa. Her feather rose smoothly into the air, floating at eye level. Well done, Miss Granger, Flitwick squeaked. Excellent work. Harry didn't use his wand. He simply focused on the feather in front of him, applying minimal magical force in a carefully controlled vector. The feather rose instantly, stopped exactly at head height, and remained perfectly motionless, not floating but fixed, as if suspended in solid glass. Flitwick's praise for Hermione died mid-sentence. He stared at Harry's feather, then at Harry's hands, which were resting calmly on the desk. Mr. Potter, did you? Yes, Professor. Without your wand? Yes, Professor. And without speaking the incantation? The incantation helps focus intent. I focused my intent directly. Flitwick climbed down from his stack of books, walking over to Harry's desk with an expression of profound shock. He waved his own wand near the suspended feather, casting diagnostic charms. This isn't the levitation charm, he said quietly. This is something else. Some form of direct telekinetic manipulation. The magical signature is completely different. Harry remained silent. How long have you been able to do this? A while. Flitwick looked at him for a long moment, then smiled a small, knowing expression. You're going to be the puzzle, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Gryffindor for demonstrating advanced wandless magic. But I expect you to learn the standard spell as well. The curriculum exists for a reason. Professor. After class, Hermione practically dragged Harry into an empty corridor. How did you do that? She demanded, wide-eyed and breathless. You said you could do wandless magic, but I didn't think you meant you could. Ignore the entire spell and make things happen. Harry smirked. A trick I picked up. Wands are inefficient. Inefficient, Hermione repeated, as if testing the word. Harry, what Flitwick assigns first years isn't supposed to be inefficient. It's supposed to be foundational. You're skipping the entire foundation. The foundation assumes limitations I don't have. But Hermione paused, clearly trying to reconcile her book knowledge with observed reality. Can you teach me? Eventually, you need to understand the theory first. What magic actually is, not what the textbooks say it should be. And you'll explain that? If you want to learn, I'll teach you. Hermione's expression transformed into fierce determination. Library. Tonight, after dinner, you're going to tell me everything you know. Harry nodded, genuinely pleased. This was how it started, one brilliant mind recognizing another, forming an alliance based on mutual intellectual respect. Hermione would be invaluable once properly guided. That evening, they claimed a table in the library's most remote corner. Hermione brought every book she could find on magical theory. Harry brought nothing but his own knowledge. Magic, he began, speaking quietly to avoid disturbing Madame Pants, is reality manipulation through will and energy. Everything else, wands, incantations, hand movements, are tools to help focus that manipulation. They're training wheels. But the books say, the books were written by wizards who never questioned whether there was a better way. They inherited a system and perpetuated it. Harry leaned forward. Think about accidental magic. Children perform magic before they get wands. They don't know incantations. They don't make precise movements. They want something to happen, and it does. That's pure magic. Everything you'll learn at Hogwarts is about controlling that impulse, channeling it safely. But the impulse itself, the fundamental act of will affecting reality, that's what magic truly is. Hermione absorbed this, her quick mind drawing connections. So wandless magic isn't advanced. It's actually more fundamental? Exactly. It's harder to control without tools, which is why the tools exist. But if you develop sufficient control and understanding, the tools become optional. They talked for hours. Harry explained energy flow, intent crystallization, and conceptual manipulation. Hermione asked penetrating questions, challenged his assumptions, and took copious notes. By the time Madame Pants forced them to leave, Hermione was practically vibrating with excitement. "This changes everything," she whispered as they walked back to Gryffindor Tower. "If magic works the way you describe, then half the curriculum is teaching us inefficiently." "Welcome to institutional education." She laughed, then grew serious. "Harry, where did you learn all this? It's not in any book I've read." Harry considered his answer carefully. "I've had time to think about how magic works, and I don't accept limitations because everyone else does." It was deflection, but Hermione seemed to accept it. They parted at the entrance to their respective dormitories with plans to continue their discussions the next evening. Ron caught up with Harry on the stairs. "Mate, you and Hermione have been spending a lot of time together. She's intelligent. I enjoy intelligent conversation." "She's a bit much, though, isn't she? All that studying and correcting people." Harry paused on the landing, turning to face Ron. "She's brilliant. She wants to prove herself because she's afraid of not being good enough. If you're patient with her, you'll find she's also loyal, brave, and genuinely kind. Those traits are rare." Ron blinked, surprised by the serious response. "I suppose. She did help me with that transfiguration homework." "Exactly." They reached the dormitory. Ron headed for his bed while Harry sat by the window, looking out at the dark grounds. His first week had been successful. He'd established himself as exceptionally talented without revealing anything truly alarming. He'd begun forming the relationships that would serve him, and he'd started Hermione's education in real magic. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The friendship with Neville Longbottom formed by accident. During their second week, Harry encountered Neville in an empty greenhouse after herbology class. The round-faced boy was kneeling by a pot of Mimbulus Mimbletonia, whispering encouragement to the plant while carefully adjusting the soil. "It responds better to confidence," Harry said from the doorway. Neville jumped, nearly dropping his watering can. "Oh, Harry, sorry I didn't hear you come in." "You're good with plants." "I like them." Neville's face flushed slightly. "They're easier than people. And magic. I'm not good at magic." Harry walked over, examining the Mimbulus Mimbletonia. It was healthy, well cared for, responding to Neville's gentle touch with obvious contentment. "You're better at magic than you think. You're being taught incorrectly." "What do you mean?" "Magic requires confidence and clear intent. You have both when you're working with plants. You know exactly what you want: healthy growth, proper care, and you make it happen. But in class, you're too worried about failing to focus properly." Neville looked down at his hands. "Everyone expects me to be like my parents. They were famous oars, heroes, and I can barely remember a simple levitation charm." Harry recognized the pattern. Talent suppressed by expectation and fear. He'd seen it countless times in his previous existence: soldiers paralyzed by the weight of legacy, unable to find their own strength beneath the shadow of their predecessors. "Your parents' achievements are theirs, not yours. You need to find your own path." Harry pulled out his wand. "Show me the levitation charm." Neville looked uncertain. "I already know I'll mess it up." "Then mess it up. Show me how." Reluctantly, Neville drew his wand, his father's wand, Harry noted, which explained some of the difficulty, and pointed it at a small flower pot. "Wingardium Leviosa," he said, his voice trembling. The pot shook but didn't rise. "You're not committing to the spell. You expect it to fail, so you're withdrawing your magical energy before it can take full effect. Harry demonstrated, lifting the pot smoothly. Magic follows intention. If you intend for it to fail, it will. If you intend for it to succeed, it might. The wand movement and incantation help channel that intention. But how do I make myself believe it will work? Start smaller. Stop thinking about the whole spell. Focus on one part. Feel your magicits there, inside you, like a warm current. Do you feel it? Neville closed his eyes, concentrating. I think so? Good. Now imagine that current flowing down your arm into your wand. Don't worry about the pot yet. Feel the flow. Neville's face scrunched in concentration. After a moment, his wand began to glow faintly at the tip. Excellent. That's your magic responding to your will. Now keep that flow steady and speak the incantation. Don't think about making the pot float. Maintain the flow and let the spell structure guide the energy. Wingardium Leviosa, Neville said again. This time his voice was steadier. The flower pot wobbled, then rose slowly into the air. Neville's eyes flew open in shock, and the pot immediately crashed back down. I did it. He looked at Harry with something approaching awe. How did you know how to explain it like that? Everyone learns differently. You're a kinesthetic learner. You need to feel the magic physically before you can use it effectively. Harry picked up the pot, checking that the plant inside wasn't damaged. Practice that technique. Get comfortable with the feeling of your magic flowing. Once you trust that sensation, the spells will come more easily. From that day forward, Neville sought Harry out for advice. He remained nervous and prone to accidents, but his spell work gradually improved. More importantly, he began to carry himself with slightly more confidence, no longer flinching every time a professor called on him. Ron noticed. You're good with people, he commented one evening in the common room.
I'm practical, Harry corrected.
Neville has potential. It's inefficient to let that potential go to waste because of poor teaching methods. Still, Ron said, moving his chess piece, most people wouldn't bother. You're a good friend, Harry. Harry didn't respond, focusing on the chessboard. Ron was providing something Harry hadn't expected to value: normalcy. In Ron's presence, they talked about Quidditch, complained about homework, and argued about the best strategy for chess. It was mundane, comfortable, almost human. He was beginning to understand why Enos Voldegoat had created this spell, why he'd sought out a new dimension. There was value in experiences that weren't filtered through centuries of calculation and power. These friendships, built on simple foundations of mutual respect and shared experience, offered something his previous existence had lacked. It was interesting. The summons to Dumbledore's office came in November. Harry had been expecting it. The headmaster had been watching him since the sorting, his twinkling eyes following Harry through the Great Hall, observing his performance in classes, monitoring his interactions. Dumbledore was a master manipulator, accustomed to guiding talented young wizards along carefully planned paths. Harry wouldn't be guided. The office was circular, filled with delicate silver instruments that hummed and whirred on spindle-legged tables. Portraits of previous headmasters lined the walls, pretending to sleep but clearly listening. A phoenix sat on a golden perch near the window, regarding Harry with ancient, intelligent eyes. The room smelled of lemon drops and old parchment. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, fingers steepled, his expression one of benevolent curiosity. Lemon drop, Harry? No, thank you, Professor. Please sit. Harry sat, maintaining perfect composure. He met Dumbledore's gaze directly, knowing the old wizard was employing legilimensisceptal mental intrusion disguised as eye contact. Harry allowed Dumbledore to see surface thoughts, impressions of classes, concern for his friends, general thoughts about Hogwarts. Nothing deeper, nothing real. You've made an impression in your first few months, Dumbledore said warmly. Your professors speak highly of your abilities. particularly your aptitude for wandless magic. I try to learn efficiently, though I must confess, your level of skill is unusual for someone with no formal magical education before Hogwarts. Most wizards require years of practice to achieve even basic wandless casting. I'm a fast learner. Dumbledore smiled, but something flickered behind his eyes' calculation. Harry, I want you to know you're safe here. Hogwarts is your home, and I'm here to support you in any way you need. Your parents' sacrifice ensured your protection, but that protection extends beyond physical safety. I can help guide you as you navigate the magical world. There it was, the offer of mentorship, the gentle manipulation disguised as grandfatherly care. I appreciate that, Professor, Harry said evenly, but I'm managing well on my own. Are you? Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to something more intimate. Harry, I know there's more to you than meets the eye. You carry yourself with unusual maturity for an 11-year-old. You demonstrate abilities that shouldn't be possible at your level of training. And there's something in your eyes, something old. I've lived a long life, and I recognize the look of someone who has seen more than they should. Harry's expression didn't change. Everyone has depths, Professor. I'm sure you have yours as well. Indeed. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. I knew your parents, you know. James and Lily were among the finest students I've ever taught. Your mother in particular was brilliant, creative, powerful, and deeply principled. She would be proud of the young man you're becoming. The invocation of his parents was meant to create emotional vulnerability, to establish Dumbledore as a connection to Harry's lost past. It was well-executed manipulation. It was also ineffective. I'm sure she would be, Harry said neutrally. Dumbledore's smile faltered slightly. Harry, there are forces in this world that may seek to use you for their own purposes. Your fame, your connection to Voldemorthes make you a target for manipulation by those with less than noble intentions. I want to help you navigate these dangers, to ensure you have the guidance necessary to make good choices. There's, Harry said, his voice cooling, but I answer only to myself. The words hung in the air. Dumbledore's expression shifted, the warmth draining away to reveal something sharper. For a moment, Harry saw the calculating strategist beneath the kindly headmaster facade. That's a dangerous philosophy for someone so young, Dumbledore said quietly. Is it? Harry stood, deciding to end this conversation on his terms. Thank you for your concern, Professor, but I'm capable of making my own decisions. I have friends I trust, professors who teach me well, and a safe place to learn. That's sufficient. Harry, was there anything else, Professor? I have homework to complete. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment, his blue eyes no longer twinkling. No, Harry, that will be all. But my door is always open should you need guidance. I'll keep that in mind. Harry walked to the door, feeling Dumbledore's gaze burning into his back. As he reached for the handle, the headmaster spoke again. Be careful, Harry. Those who trust only themselves often find themselves much alone. Harry paused, turning back with a thin smile. I'm not alone, Professor. I have friends. The difference is I chose them. They didn't choose me because of a prophecy or a scar or a perceived destiny. He left, descending the spiral staircase with measured steps. Behind him, Albus Dumbledore sat in silence, staring at the door. For the first time in many years, one of his carefully laid plans had encountered resistance he couldn't overcome with gentle words and misdirection. The boy who lived was not the moldable hero he'd anticipated. Dumbledore pulled open a drawer, extracting a piece of parchment covered in his own elegant handwriting. The prophecy, copied from memory. He read it again, searching for insight. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. Power the Dark Lord knows not. Dumbledore had assumed that meant love, sacrifice, selflessness. But Harry Potter showed none of the naive idealism that such power required. He was calculating, controlled, ancient in ways that defied explanation. What power did he truly possess? And more concerning, what did he plan to do with it? Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower to find Hermione, Ron, and Neville waiting for him in the common room. Well, Hermione asked immediately, what did Dumbledore want? To establish control, Harry said simply. He wants to guide me, mold me into whatever he thinks I should be. And, Ron prompted. I declined. Hermione looked worried. Harry, Dumbledore is the headmaster. He's one of the greatest wizards alive. Maybe he's trying to help. Or he has his own agenda that doesn't align with mine. Harry sat in an armchair, noting the concern on his friends' faces. I'm not saying he's malicious. I'm saying he thinks he knows what's best for everyone, and I disagree with that philosophy. You should too. Why? Neville asked quietly. Because the moment you let someone else decide your path, you surrender your agency. Dumbledore means well, but his help comes with expectations, obligations, a role he wants me to play in whatever plan he's constructed. Harry looked at each of them in turn. I didn't survive what I survived to become someone else's game piece. Neither should any of you. Ron shifted uncomfortably. That's a bit dark, mate. But it's honest. Hermione was quiet for a moment, then nodded slowly. You're right. We should make our own choices. But Harry, that doesn't mean we can't listen to advice from people with more experience. I agree. I listen to advice. I reserve the right to ignore it if I disagree. They talked late into the night, the conversation eventually shifting to lighter topics. Upcoming Quidditch matches, theories about what might be hiding in the forbidden third-floor corridor, and Hermione's frustration with Ron's terrible study habits. Harry participated, laughed at Ron's jokes, helped Hermione with an essay on transfiguration theory. On the surface, he was simply another 11-year-old enjoying time with his friends. Internally, he cataloged everything. Ron's fierce loyalty beneath his insecurity. Hermione's brilliant mind constantly seeking validation. Neville's quiet courage buried under years of doubt. These were tools, yes, but they were also genuine connections. He had come to this dimension seeking new laws to discover, new challenges to overcome. What he hadn't anticipated was the value of authentic human relationships built on something other than power and fear. It was inefficient, emotionally complicated, vulnerable in ways that Enos Voldegoad had rarely allowed himself to be. It was also, he had to admit, valuable in its own right. As he finally climbed the stairs to his dormitory, Harry reflected on the evening's events. Dumbledore had been unsettled. Good. The old wizard needed to understand that Harry Potter wouldn't be controlled, wouldn't be guided into some predetermined role. The prophecy was meaningless. The Horcrux was destroyed. Voldemort's soul anchors were gone. The Dark Lord was functionally mortal, though he didn't know it yet. Harry had 7 years at Hogwarts to research this dimension's magic, refine his understanding of its laws, and prepare for whatever came next. He would do so on his own terms, with companions he chose than pieces arranged on someone else's board. Let Dumbledore watch. Let him wonder. Let him worry about the boy who lived, who answered only to himself. The Demon King of Tyranny had no need for prophecies or destiny. He would forge his own path. And the wizarding world would simply have to adjust. The first message appeared in late October, written in blood on the stone wall outside Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. The castle descended into controlled panic. Students whispered in clusters, eyeing each other with suspicion. Teachers increased patrols. Dumbledore made a speech about unity and courage that did nothing to address the actual threat. And Mrs. Norris, Filch's beloved cat, hung petrified beneath the message, her eyes wide and glassy. Harry stood before the wall, analyzing. The blood was cat blood, not humana small mercy. The handwriting was shaky, suggesting either extreme emotion or physical duress. The message itself was theatrical, designed to inspire fear then convey useful information. "This is horrible," Hermione whispered beside him, her face pale. "What kind of monster does this?" "A monster that wants attention," Harry said quietly, "which means we need to understand what the Chamber of Secrets actually is." Ron shifted uncomfortably, his freckles standing out against his pallid skin. "My dad told me stories. Something about Salazar Slytherin leaving a monster in the school. But that was 1,000 years ago." "Legends usually have foundations in truth," Harry observed. "We need to research, find out what's real and what's mythology." So began their investigation. The library became their command center. Hermione threw herself into research with fierce determination, pulling every book that mentioned Salazar Slytherin, Hogwarts history, or ancient magical creatures. Ron served as lookout and emotional support, making jokes to cut through the tension when the atmosphere became too oppressive. Harry coordinated, analyzing their findings and constructing logical frameworks. The castle itself seemed to darken as November progressed. The corridors smelled of damp stone and old magic. Students hurried between classes in tight groups, avoiding empty hallways. Every sound became suspect: water dripping in pipes, wind whistling through gaps in the masonry, the distant creaking of ancient wood. "Something's scraping the bathroom walls," Ron said one evening as they passed the girls' lavatory. His voice was tight with unease. "I heard it yesterday too, like something moving through the pipes." Hermione paused, tilting her head to listen. "I don't hear anything now. Because it's not constant, comes and goes." Ron looked at Harry. "You think that's related?" "Possibly. Make a note of when you hear it. We need to establish a pattern." They gathered more data. Colin Creevey, a first year with an obsessive interest in photography, was found petrified on a staircase. Then nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, was discovered frozen mid-float, his transparent form locked in an expression of shock. Whatever was doing this could affect even the dead. "It has to be the heir of Slytherin," a sixth-year Hufflepuff insisted loudly in the Great Hall. "Someone who can control the monster." "But who?" her friend asked. "There's no known Slytherin descendants at Hogwarts." Harry listened to the speculation with growing annoyance. The students were focused on the wrong questions. Identifying the heir was secondary. First, they needed to understand the weapon. During a late-night research session, Hermione finally found something useful. "Listen to this," she said, her finger tracing a passage in most macabre monstrosities. "The basilisk is a serpent of immense size and lifespan, bred through dark magic by hatching a chicken egg beneath a toad. Its gaze causes instant death, its venom is extraordinarily toxic, and it can live for hundreds of years if properly maintained. The only known weakness is the crow of a rooster, which is fatal to the creature." "A giant snake," Harry said thoughtfully. "That explains the scraping sounds in the pipes." "But how does it move through the castle without being seen?" Ron asked. "Even a regular snake would be noticed. A giant one should be impossible to hide. Unless it's not using the visible parts of the castle." Harry stood, walking to a section of the library that contained architectural references. He pulled down a thick volume titled Hogwarts, a history, and flipped to the section on plumbing. The castle has an extensive pipe system, added in the 18th century when they installed modern bathrooms. But the original medieval structure had different water management cisterns, drainage channels, hidden aqueducts. Hermione's eyes widened. The Chamber of Secrets would predate modern plumbing. If Slytherin built a hidden chamber, he would have connected it to the old water systems. And those old systems are large enough for something big to move through, Harry concluded. The basilisk travels through the ancient pipes, accessing different parts of the castle through drains and outlets. That's why students have been attacked in seemingly random locations, anywhere with old plumbing access. But why aren't people dying? Ron asked. If its gaze causes instant death, everyone it's looked at should be dead. Indirect observation, Hermione said, her brilliant mind making the connections. Colin Creevey had his camera. Nearly headless Nick is already dead, so he might have absorbed the effect. Mrs. Norris. There was water on the floor. She probably saw the reflection. Harry nodded, impressed by her analysis. This isn't magic in the mystical sense. It's biology and mechanics. The basilisk is a predator following predator logic. It must move, it must eat, it must have a lair. We find its patterns, we find its entrance point. We must find that diary, Hermione added suddenly. I bet it's a clue. She'd mentioned the diary before, a small black book that Ginny Weasley, Ron's younger sister, had been carrying around. Hermione had noticed Ginny writing in it obsessively, then acting strangely afterward. Why do you think it's important? Ron asked. Because Ginny's behavior changed after she started using it. She's been pale, anxious, disappearing for long periods, and the attacks started around the same time. Hermione looked at Harry. You said we need to identify the heir. What if the diary is controlling whoever's opening the chamber? Possession, Harry said quietly. Dark artifact containing a fragment of consciousness or will, imposing its agenda on a vulnerable host. That's advanced magic. Can we test it? Ron asked. We'd need to examine it directly, which means getting it from Ginny without alerting whatever's inside. That proved unnecessary. 2 days later, they found the diary in the bathroom abandoned in a flooded stall. Its pages blank despite Hermione's insistence that Ginny had been writing in it constantly. Harry picked it up carefully, analyzing the magical signature. It was complex, layered with preservation charms and something darker. Memory magic heavily corrupted. And underneath it all, a faint resonance that felt disturbingly familiar. This is a Horcrux, he said quietly. A what? Hermione asked. An anchor for a soul fragment, created through murder and dark ritual. Whoever made this diary split their soul and stored a piece inside, ensuring a form of immortality. Harry turned the diary over in his hands. This is the control mechanism. It's been writing to Ginny, manipulating her, using her to open the chamber. Ron's face went white. Ginny? No, she wouldn't. She's not doing it voluntarily, Harry said firmly. She's being controlled. The diary's consciousness has been slowly possessing her, forcing her to act as its agent. Then we need to destroy it, Hermione said urgently. Not yet. It might contain information about the chamber's location. And breaking a Horcrux requires specific methods: basilisk venom, cursed fire, weapons of significant magical power. We can't tear it up. As if summoned by their discussion, Ginny appeared in the bathroom doorway. Her face was deathly pale, her eyes red from crying. Please, she whispered. Help me. I've done terrible things. I don't remember, but I wake up with mud on my robes and blood on my hands and... She collapsed. Ron caught her, lowering her gently to the floor. Ginny, what's wrong? The diary, she gasped. It was talking to me. Tom Riddle. He seemed so kind at first, but then Maidmay couldn't stop. Harry knelt beside her. Where is the Chamber of Secrets, Ginny? The bathroom. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The sink with the snake carved on the tap. Her voice broke. He took another girl. Tonight. Made me write the message. Made me lure her down. She's still there. Still alive, but not for long. He's going to... She couldn't finish. Ron held his sister while she sobbed. His own face twisted with helpless rage. Harry stood, his expression cold and focused. Hermione, get Professor McGonagall. Tell her what we've learned. Ron, stay with Ginny. I'm going to the chamber. Not alone, you're not, Hermione protested. I'm the only one who can speak Parseltongue, which will need to open the entrance. And I'm the only one with enough magical capability to face a basilisk without dying immediately. Harry's voice was matter-of-fact, not boastful. This is the efficient approach. Harry, go. Now, if I'm not back in an hour, Professor McGonagall will know where to send reinforcements. He left before they could argue further, moving through the empty corridors with purposeful strides. His mind was already calculating the basilisk size, its capabilities, the tactical environment of a chamber carved from stone, the vulnerabilities inherent in any biological organism. This wasn't magic. It was logistics, and he was good at logistics. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was exactly where Ginny had said it would be. Harry examined the sink, finding the small snake carved into the copper tap. He focused on the symbol, letting his natural ability with snake language surface. In his previous life, he'd been able to communicate with countless species through magical translation. Here, Parseltongue seemed to be his native variant. Open, he said in the hissing, sibilant tones of snake speech. The sink moved. The entire fixture lifted and slid aside, revealing a large pipe descending into darkness. Harry could hear water rushing far below, could smell the thick, ancient odor of something vast and old. He jumped. The descent was disorienting. The pipe was slick with moisture and slime, angling downward at a steep pitch. Harry slid through darkness, the sound of rushing water growing louder, the temperature dropping as he descended deeper beneath the castle. The pipe twisted and turned, a serpentine path clearly designed to confuse and disorient. Finally, the pipe leveled out and deposited him onto a wet stone floor. Harry rolled to his feet, immediately assessing his environment. He was in a tunnel massive, carved from stone, the walls decorated with serpent motifs. The air was thick and damp, carrying the unmistakable scent of reptile musk and old death. Water trickled down the walls. Somewhere ahead, he could hear a faint sound breathing, slow and rhythmic. Harry moved forward, his footsteps silent on the wet stone. The tunnel opened into an enormous chamber, easily the size of the great hall above. Two massive stone serpents flanked the space, their carved forms rising to support a vaulted ceiling covered in more snake imagery. And at the far end, towering above everything, stood a statue of Salazar Slytherin himself, his stone face severe and proud. At the statue's base lay a small figure. Ginny Weasley, unconscious or worse, sprawled in a growing pool of darkness. And standing over her, holding the diary, was a figure made of shadow and memory. Tom Riddle, Oregon, the preserved consciousness of the 16-year-old who would become Lord Voldemort. Harry Potter, the figure said, his voice smooth and cultured. I was hoping you'd come. The diary told me so much about you, the boy who lived, the one who destroyed my future self. He smiled, a cold expression devoid of humor. How fitting you'll die in the place where my greatest work began. Harry ignored him, focusing on Ginny. She was breathing, but barely. The color had drained from her skin, her life force being slowly consumed by the memory construct. She's dying, Tom continued conversationally, pouring her life into me so I can achieve corporeal form. Once I'm solid enough, I'll leave this place, reclaim my destiny, and finish what I started. But first, I think I'll kill you, to prove that my teenage self was superior to whatever pathetic future version you defeated. You're wasting time monologuing, Harry said calmly. If you wanted me dead, you would have attacked already, which means you're stalling, waiting for the basilisk. Tom's smile widened. Perceptive. Yes, I've called my pet. It should arrive any moment now. I wonder, will you die from its gaze like everyone else? Or will you prove as resilient as the legends claim? As if summoned by his words, Harry heard it. A massive scraping sound, the slithering of something immense moving through the pipes. The sound grew louder, closer, until finally the great serpent emerged from a tunnel entrance behind Slytherin's statue. The basilisk was enormous, 50 feet long at minimum, its body as thick as a tree trunk, covered in brilliant green scales that gleamed wetly in the dim light. Its head was massive, diamond-shaped, with powerful jaws lined with fangs the length of daggers, and its eyes huge, yellow, and slitted fixed on Harry with predatory focus. "Kill him," Tom commanded in Parseltongue. The basilisk struck. Harry moved, analyzing as he dodged. The creature was fast despite its size, its strike precise and deadly, but it followed predictable attack pattern standard ambush predator behavior. Lunge, snap, retreat to reassess. The key was avoiding direct eye contact while maintaining spatial awareness. He closed his eyes, relying on other senses. The basilisk's movement created air displacement he could feel on his skin. Its breath hot and rancid indicated direction. The scrape of scales on stone told him position. The creature struck again. Harry sidestepped, opening his eyes to slits, seeing only vague shapes and motion. Not enough detail for the killing gaze to take effect. He was already forming his counter-strategy. "Interesting eye structure," he muttered, dodging another strike. "Magical augmentation in the retinal tissue. The killing effect is transmitted through direct optical connection. It's not the sight that kills. It's the conceptual link established through eye contact. Break the link, break the curse." The basilisk's attacks grew more aggressive, frustrated by its inability to connect. It lunged at Harry's torso. He rolled aside, coming up near one of the stone serpent pillars. The creature's head smashed into the stone, creating a shower of debris. "Too bad you can't dodge me," Harry said dryly. He focused his will, calling on the magical principles he'd spent months analyzing. This world's magic operated on intent and energy manipulation. The basilisk was a magical creature, sustained by inherent magical processes. Disrupt those processes and you disrupt the creature. Harry extended his awareness, feeling for the basilisk's magical signature. It was strong, ancient, woven deeply into the creature's biology. But there were anchor points, concentrations of magical energy that sustained the more supernatural aspects of its existence. The eyes, but also the venom glands, the cardiovascular system that shouldn't work at that size without magical enhancement, and the core in its brain that maintained its killing curse ability. He raised his hand, not bothering with his wand. This required precision that wand magic couldn't provide. He formed a constructed pattern of pure magical force shaped like a blade, hardened to conceptual sharpness, infused with disruption runes. The basilisk struck again. Harry didn't dodge. Instead, he thrust his hand forward, releasing the magical construct directly into the creature's open mouth. The effect was instantaneous. The construct traveled down the basilisk's throat, following the magical pathways that sustained it, seeking the core concentration in its brain. When it found the target, it detonated not with physical force, but with conceptual negation. The basilisk's magical anchor dissolved. The killing curse in its eyes went dark. Its supernatural size and strength evaporated. For a brief moment, the creature tried to continue fighting, but a serpent that large couldn't exist without magical support. Its own weight became its enemy. The basilisk collapsed, its massive body hitting the stone floor with a thunderous crash, twitched once, twice, then lay still. Tom Riddle stared in shock. "That's impossible. The basilisk is unkillable. Thousands of years old. The greatest magical predator ever created." "It was a biological weapon with magical enhancements," Harry corrected, walking toward him. "Disrupt the enhancements and biology reasserts itself. Anything that large requires magical support to function. Remove the support and physics takes over." He knelt beside Ginny, checking her pulse. Weak but present. The diary was still in Tom's incorporeal hands, still draining her life force to achieve physical form. "Let her go," Harry said quietly. "Your soul fragment doesn't belong in this world." Tom laughed, though there was an edge of desperation to it. You think you can order me? I'm Lord Voldemort.
I'm immortal.
This body might fail, but I have other anchors. 7 pieces, Harry Potter. You'll never. You had 7 pieces, Harry interrupted. Past tense. The one in me dissolved the night we met. The others. He paused, considering how much to reveal. Let's say your future self's contingency plan isn't as secure as he believed. Tom's expression shifted to uncertainty, then rage. You're lying. Am I? Harry pulled out his wand, not because he needed it, but because the gesture was expected. You're a memory preserved in a book, a fragment of a soul that should have stayed buried. Your future self is mortal and doesn't know it. And you? He pointed the wand at the diary. You're about to cease existing. He cast a modified severing charm, not at Tom's form but at the diary itself. The spell carved through the magical protections with surgical precision, finding the connection between the object and the soul fragment it contained. Tom screamed. His form began to dissolve, shredding into wisps of darkness. No, this isn't how it ends. I'm eternal. His voice cut off as Harry's spell completed. The diary cracked open, releasing a burst of dark magic that dispersed harmlessly into the air. Tom Riddle's memory fragment dissolved entirely, his teenage face twisted in final rage before disappearing into nothing. The chamber fell silent except for the quiet trickle of water. Harry picked up Ginny, cradling her carefully. She was breathing more easily now, color returning to her face. He would need to get her to the hospital wing immediately, but first he had to find a way out of this chamber that didn't require sliding up a vertical pipe. As if answering his unspoken question, there was a burst of flame near the entrance. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, materialized in a flash of fire, carrying what appeared to be the Sorting Hat in his talons. The phoenix landed near Harry, regarding him with ancient, knowing eyes. Did Dumbledore send you? Harry asked. The phoenix trilled a sound of affirmation. Efficient. Can you carry both of us out? Fawkes spread his wings, flames already beginning to build around his form. Harry understood. Phoenix fire could transport multiple passengers. He held onto Ginny with one hand and grasped Fawkes' tail feathers with the other. The world dissolved into warmth and light. They materialized in the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey rushed over immediately, taking Ginny from Harry's arms and beginning diagnostic spells. McGonagall was there, looking severe and worried. Hermione and Ron stood near the door, their faces pale with relief when they saw Harry was unharmed. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said sharply, what were you thinking going alone into? There wasn't time for a debate, Professor. Ginny was dying. The basilisk needed to be stopped. Harry's tone was respectful but firm. I accomplished both objectives. The basilisk is dead. The chamber is safe to investigate if you want to verify. McGonagall's expression cycled through several emotions before settling on grim approval. The headmaster wants to see you. Immediately. I'm sure he does. Harry walked toward Hermione and Ron. Hermione threw her arms around him before he could react, her body trembling. You idiot! She whispered fiercely against his chest. You brilliant, reckless idiot. I was so worried. Harry stood still, unused to this level of physical contact. Slowly, carefully, he raised his arms and returned the embrace. I'm fine. We're all fine. You saved me, Hermione said, pulling back slightly. Tears streaked her face, though she seemed unaware of them. If that basilisk had gotten out, if it had attacked while we were researching, you saved us all. We solved it together, Harry corrected gently. You identified the clues. Ron noticed the patterns. I finished the execution. Still, she squeezed his hands, her brown eyes intense and grateful. Thank you. Ron watched this exchange from a few feet away, his expression complicated. He looked proud Harry was his best mate, after all, and had saved his sister. But there was something else there too. A sharp, uncomfortable feeling as he observed the intimate moment between Harry and Hermione. It was a feeling he couldn't identify, didn't want to examine too closely. "You're all right, mate?" Ron asked, his voice determinedly casual. "Fine. Is Ginny going to recover?" "Madame Pomfrey says she'll be okay. Weak for a few days, but no permanent damage." Ron's voice cracked slightly. "Thank you for saving her, Harry. I don't know what I would have done if—" "She's your sister. I saved her." The moment hung there, warm and genuine. Then McGonagall cleared her throat meaningfully. "Mr. Potter, the headmaster." Harry nodded, squeezing Hermione's hands once more before releasing them. "I'll be back soon. Don't leave the hospital wing until Madame Pomfrey clears you both." He followed McGonagall through the silent corridors. It was well past midnight now, the castle empty and dark. Their footsteps echoed on the stone floors. McGonagall said nothing, but Harry could sense her conflicted emotions, pride in his capability, concern about the danger he'd faced, and something else, worry about what it meant that a 12-year-old had killed a legendary monster with calculated efficiency. They reached the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. McGonagall spoke the password "acid pops," and the statue moved aside. She gestured for Harry to ascend alone. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his expression grave. The usual twinkle was absent from his eyes. Fawkes perched nearby, having apparently returned after delivering Harry to safety. "Harry," Dumbledore said quietly, "please sit." Harry remained standing. "I prefer not to." "Well," Dumbledore steepled his fingers, studying Harry in the dim candlelight. "You've had an eventful evening. Professor McGonagall informed me of the situation with Miss Weasley and the chamber. Fawkes confirmed that the basilisk is dead and the immediate threat neutralized." "Then my report is unnecessary. On the contrary, I need to understand what happened. Specifically, I need the diary." Harry pulled the ruined book from his pocket, setting it on the desk. The leather cover was cracked. Pages split where his spell had severed the magical bindings. Dark stains marked the places where Riddle's soul fragment had leaked out before dissipating. Dumbledore picked it up with trembling hands, his face going pale. "Do you know what this is, Harry?" "A Horcrux, a soul container, created by Tom Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort, probably during his 5th year at Hogwarts. He used it to possess Ginny Weasley and reopen the Chamber of Secrets 50 years after his first attempt." Dumbledore's eyes widened. "How do you know about Horcruxes? That's dark magic of the highest order. Restricted knowledge that is clearly insufficient if a 16-year-old Tom Riddle could create one in a school setting." Harry's voice was cold. "The real question, Headmaster, is why you didn't warn anyone. You suspected, didn't you? That's why you've been watching me so carefully. That's why you placed those monitoring charms. You thought I might have one inside me." The silence stretched. Dumbledore's expression cracked, revealing genuine anguish beneath the carefully maintained facade. "Yes," he admitted quietly. "I suspected. The night Voldemort fell, when the curse rebounded, the circumstances suggested a Horcrux might have been created inadvertently. And you displayed certain abilities that seemed to confirm that theory. But there wasn't one. You checked when I was unconscious in the hospital wing, didn't you? While I slept after my sorting." Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. "Yes, I found no trace of foreign magical contamination." But you're still a mystery, Harry. Your power, your knowledge, your apparent lack of fear in situations that would terrify any normal child. Trust me, Harry," Dumbledore continued, opening his eyes. "You can't comprehend the burdens of fate, the prophecy that links you to Voldemort." "I make my own fate," Harry interrupted flatly. "I'm not your puppet, Albus. I'm not anyone's chosen one or destined hero. I'm a person with capabilities, and I use those capabilities as I see fit. The prophecy is meaningless superstition." The prophecy speaks of power the Dark Lord knows not, which could be literally anything: love, friendship, advanced magical theory, or simply the willingness to think creatively. Prophecies are vague precisely because they're self-fulfilling. You interpret events to match the prediction, not the other way around. Harry leaned forward, his green eyes hard. But you wanted me to believe in it, to accept this role as the boy who lived, to follow your guidance, to become the weapon you could aim at Voldemort when the time came. That's why you left me with the Dursleys despite knowing they were abusive. That's why you monitor me constantly. That's why you try to control every aspect of my development. Harry, I only want to protect you. By lying? By manipulating? By treating me like an asset than a person? Harry straightened. No more secrets, Albus. If you want my cooperation, you'll tell me the truth. All of it. What you know about Voldemort. What you know about Horcruxes. What your actual plan is. I can't. Harry's expression didn't change, but suddenly Dumbledore gasped, his hand flying to his temple. The headmaster's face contorted in pina-sharp, focused pressure building behind his eyes like a vice tightening around his skull. What are you? Dumbledore tried to speak, but the pressure intensified. It wasn't legitimacy, though it used similar principles. It was something deeper, more invasive. A mental link forcibly established, compelling truth. Answer, Harry said softly, or the headache gets worse. I can maintain this indefinitely. The threat was clear. Dumbledore tried to resist, decades of mental discipline rising to protect his secrets. But the pressure was precise, unyielding, targeting the exact neural pathways that controlled voluntary deception. He could lie, but the pain would be excruciating. You're using dark magic, Dumbledore gasped. I'm using effective magic. The categorization is irrelevant. Harry's voice remained calm, almost clinical. Tell me about the Horcruxes. How many did Voldemort make? Dumbledore struggled for another moment, then yielded. The pain was too focused, too intense. I don't know for certain, but based on his actions, his obsession with immortality, and certain things he said during his time at Hogwarts, I suspect at least 6. 7 pieces of soul in total if we count the main fragment. And you've been hunting them? Yes. The admission seemed to cost Dumbledore greatly. For years, I found some clues, but locating them requires time and careful investigation. The diary was the first one I've seen physically, though I suspected its nature when I heard about the attacks. You should have warned the school. Should have warned Ginny Weasley specifically, since she was most vulnerable as a young Gryffindor excited about starting Hogwarts. I couldn't risk Voldemort's followers learning I was hunting his soul anchors. Secrecy was more important than a child's life? Harry's voice dropped to something dangerous. You gambled with Ginny's survival to maintain your strategic position. That's efficient, certainly, but it's also monstrously callous. Dumbledore flinched. Harry, you must understand. I understand perfectly. You're fighting a war with insufficient resources, and you've decided that acceptable losses are preferable to compromised plans. It's cold logic. Harry released the mental pressure, and Dumbledore sagged in his chair, breathing heavily. I don't even necessarily disagree with the approach, but don't pretend it's righteous. Don't pretend you're purely good while making calculated sacrifices. The old wizard looked ancient in that moment, burdened by years of difficult decisions. What do you want from me, Harry? Honesty. If we're going to coexist in this school, I need you to stop treating me like a game piece. Stop the monitoring charms unless you have specific safety concerns. Stop trying to guide my choices through manipulation. And stop lying about your methods. And in exchange, I won't interfere with your war against Voldemort. I'll even help when it's practical, but on my terms, not yours. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You're not a normal child.
No.
I'm not. And you've known that since I rejected your control in our first meeting. Harry turned toward the door. The Chamber of Secrets is sealed. The Horcrux is destroyed. Ginny will recover. Your immediate crisis is resolved. You're welcome. Harry, wait. Harry paused at the door, not turning back. One more thing. The prophecy says power the Dark Lord knows not. If you think that's love or some abstract virtue, you're wrong. It's simpler than that. Voldemort is limited by his own narrow understanding of what magic can be. He's powerful but unimaginative. That's his fundamental weakness. You don't need a chosen one to exploit that. You need someone willing to think differently. He left, descending the spiral staircase and leaving Dumbledore alone with his thoughts. The headmaster sat in silence, rubbing his aching temples. The pain was fading, but the memory of it remained, the sheer, focused intensity of Harry's magical control. The casual way he'd imposed his will on someone supposedly far more experienced and powerful. What was Harry Potter? More pressingly, what would he become? Dumbledore looked at the ruined diary, feeling the absence where a soul fragment had once resided. The dark magic that had sustained it was gone, cleanly excised. That level of precision, that depth of understanding about Horcruxes and soul magicite shouldn't be possible for a 12-year-old, even one as unusual as Harry. But Harry had been right about one thing. Dumbledore had been trying to guide him, to shape him into a weapon against Voldemort, and that approach had clearly failed. It was time to try something different. It was time to treat Harry Potter not as an asset, but as an equal, albeit a young, dangerous one. The phoenix trilled softly, a sound of questioning concern. "I don't know, Fawkes," Dumbledore said quietly. "I truly don't know what to do about that boy, but I fear we may have bigger problems than Voldemort on the horizon if we're not careful." Harry returned to the hospital wing to find his friends exactly where he'd left them. Hermione and Ron had pulled chairs close to Ginny's bed, keeping watch even though Madame Pomfrey had assured them she was out of danger. "How did it go?" Hermione asked immediately. "Dumbledore knows I'm not playing his game. He's accepted it more or less." Harry sat in an empty chair, suddenly feeling the accumulated exhaustion of the evening. "He'll stop trying to control me so overtly." "That's good, right?" Ron asked uncertainly. "It's progress. Whether it's good depends on what he does next." Hermione reached over, taking Harry's hand. She didn't say anything, held on, and Harry found he didn't mind. There was something grounding about the physical contact, something that anchored him to the present moment than letting his thoughts spiral into strategic calculations. "You did something brave tonight," she said softly, "and dangerous, and brilliant." "It was necessary." Still, she squeezed his hand. "Thank you for everything." Ron watched them again, that same complicated feeling stirring in his chest. But this time, instead of letting it fester, he pushed it aside. Harry had saved his sister. That was what mattered. Whatever weird feelings he had about Harry and Hermione's obvious closeness could wait. "Yeah," Ron said. His voice warmed despite the lingering uncertainty. "Thanks, mate. For Ginny. For all of it." Harry nodded, acknowledging both thanks but not dwelling on them. They sat together in comfortable silence, three friends who'd survived their first real crisis together. Outside, dawn was beginning to break over Hogwarts. The Chamber of Secrets was sealed. The basilisk was dead. Tom Riddle's memory was destroyed, and Harry Potter had served notice to Albus Dumbledore he wouldn't be controlled. The Demon King of Tyranny had no interest in prophecies or destined confrontations, but he would protect his companions and pursue his goals with absolute determination. The wizarding world was slowly beginning to understand that Harry Potter was not the hero they'd expected. He was something far more complicated and far more dangerous. The Dementors came to Hogwarts in September, their presence announced by frost spreading across windows and the taste of despair in the air. Harry felt them before he saw them, dark, hollow presences that fed on happiness and left only cold emptiness. They circled the Hogwarts Express during the journey to school, their rattling breath audible through the compartment walls. Other students panicked. Ron went pale and silent. Even Hermione, usually composed, gripped her seat with white knuckles. Harry simply watched through the window as one of the creatures pressed its hooded face against the glass. It was searching for something, for someone. The Ministry had assigned the Dementors to guard the school against Sirius Black, an escaped prisoner supposedly hunting Harry Potter. The official story was that Black was a Death Eater obsessed with finishing what Voldemort had started. Harry knew better. He'd researched Black the moment he'd heard the name Peter Pettigrew's betrayal, the false accusation, the imprisonment without trial. Another victim of wizarding injustice. But that was a problem for later. Right now, he had a more immediate concern. The Dementor opened the compartment door. Cold flooded the space. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in seconds. Ice crystals formed on metal surfaces. The Dementor's presence was oppressive, a weight that pressed down on consciousness itself, trying to drag happy thoughts into darkness. Around Harry, his friends began to falter. Ron slumped in his seat, his breathing shallow. Hermione's eyes glazed over. Even the older students in the corridor outside were collapsing. Harry stood, facing the creature directly. He could feel it attempting to feed on him, searching for memories of happiness to corrupt, for joy to drain. But the Demon King of Tyranny had lived through millennia of conflict. His reservoir of experience was so vast, so deep, that the Dementor couldn't find purchase. It was like trying to drain an ocean with a teaspoon. "Leave," Harry said quietly in Parseltongue. The language of snakes shouldn't have affected a dark creature like a Dementor, but his intent was clear enough. "You have no business here." The Dementor rattled, confused by prey that didn't collapse in terror. Harry raised his hand, not bothering with his wand. He focused on a memory not of happiness, but of certainty, of absolute confidence in his own existence and power. He shaped that confidence into energy, added structure, and released it. Expecto Patronum. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. Silver light exploded from his palm, so bright it illuminated the entire compartment and spilled into the corridor beyond. The light coalesced into a form not a wispy shield, but a fully corporeal animal. A doe, elegant and powerful, made of solid silver light that gleamed like polished metal. The Patronus didn't simply repel the Dementor. It advanced on the creature with predatory focus, radiating warmth and life and an absolute rejection of the Dementor's nature. The dark creature fled, its rattling scream echoing through the train as it retreated. The silver doe faded slowly, leaving behind warmth and the faint scent of spring air. Harry sat back down as if nothing unusual had happened. Around him, students were stirring, recovering from the Dementor's influence. Ron blinked groggily. Hermione gasped, her awareness returning. "Harry," she breathed. That was a corporeal Patronus, a fully formed one. Third years aren't supposed to be able to even adult wizards struggle with. "It's a spell," Harry said mildly. "Energy given shape and purpose. The Dementor was the problem, and the Patronus was the solution." "But how did you cast it so easily? The books say you need a powerfully happy memory. You have to focus on the happiest moment of your life." "The books assume emotional dependency. I used certainty instead. Confidence in my own existence. It works as well, and it's more reliable since emotions fluctuate." Hermione stared at him, her brilliant mind clearly racing through the implications. That's not how it's supposed to work. But it did work. So either the theory is wrong or you're doing something fundamentally different. Both, probably. A prefect appeared in the doorway, looking shaken. "Is everyone all right? That Dementoru need to report to the heads of house." "We're fine," Harry assured him. The Dementor left. The prefect nodded, already moving on to check other compartments. As he left, Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. "You have to teach me that. The real way, not the book way. If Dementors are going to be around Hogwarts this year, We need proper defense. I was planning to offer lessons anyway. These creatures are dangerous and the school's response will be inadequate. Harry looked out the window at the dark shapes still circling in the distance. Professor Lupin might he's our new defense professor and he competent. But yes, I'll teach you the practical method. Ron, still recovering, managed a weak smile. Mate, that was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. My dad can barely manage a corporeal Patronus and he works for the ministry. It's about understanding what the spell actually does, not following the prescribed method. Harry settled back into his seat. But we should reach Hogwarts soon. Let's get ready. The Dementors haunted Hogwarts all year, stationed at the entrances, patrolling the grounds. Their presence drained joy from the castle, making everything feel colder and more oppressive. Students moved between classes in tight groups. Laughter became rare. Even the Great Hall felt subdued during meals. Professor Lupin, the new defense against the dark arts teacher, was everything Lockhart hadn't been: competent, kind, and genuinely concerned about preparing students for real threats. He began teaching practical defense immediately, focusing on dark creatures and protective spells. When he introduced the Patronus charm in November, Harry raised his hand. Professor, may I demonstrate? Lupin looked surprised. Mr. Potter, the Patronus charm is N-E-W-T level magic. While I appreciate your enthusiasm, I can cast it. Would you like to see? The class went silent. Lupin studied Harry for a moment, then nodded slowly. Well, please show us. Harry stood, focusing on that same core of certainty he'd used on the train. Expecto Patronum. The silver doe burst forth, fully formed and solid, trotting around the classroom with fluid grace. Students gasped. Even Lupin looked stunned, his scarred face showing open amazement. That's... Lupin paused, collecting himself. That's extraordinary, Mr. Potter. A fully corporeal Patronus from a third year. I've never seen anything like it. 20 points to Gryffindor. Would you be willing to help me teach this charm to your classmates? Professor. And so Harry became an unofficial teaching assistant for defense. He worked with small groups, explaining the theory in simple terms while carefully hiding the true depth of his understanding. Most students struggled with the emotional component, so he adapted his approach. Don't think of happiness as joy or excitement, he explained to Neville during one session. Think of it as contentment, peace, the quiet certainty you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Can you find that feeling? Neville closed his eyes, concentrating. I think so. When I'm in the greenhouse working with plants, I feel settled. Perfect. Hold on to that. Let it fill you, then push it outward. Expecto Patronum, Neville said, his voice steadier than usual. Silver mist erupted from his wand, not corporeal yet, but strong enough to drive back a boggart disguised as a Dementor. Excellent work, Harry said genuinely. Practice that feeling. The corporeal form will come with time. Hermione mastered the charm in 3 attempts, producing a sleek silver otter that bounded through the air with playful energy. Ron took longer, but eventually managed a terrier that barked silently at imaginary threats. Professor Lupin pulled Harry aside after one particularly successful session. You have a gift for teaching, Harry, and you're Patronus. May I ask, what memory do you use to fuel it? Harry considered his answer carefully. I don't use a memory, Professor. I use certainty, confidence in my own existence and capability. It's more stable than emotional recollection. Lupin's expression showed concern. That's highly unusual. The Patronus charm is designed to channel positive emotion. Using pure confidence instead suggests a level of self-assurance that most people never achieve. Are you certain you're not suppressing something? The charm can backfire if the foundation is unstable. I'm certain, Professor, but I appreciate your concern. Lupin didn't satisfied, but he let the matter drop. Harry noted the professor's ongoing observation another adult trying to categorize and understand something that didn't fit established patterns. The time turner changed everything. Hermione revealed it in late October, during a particularly intense study session in a remote corner of the library. She'd been disappearing between classes, somehow attending more lessons than the schedule allowed. Harry had noticed immediately but said nothing, waiting for her to explain. "I need to show you something," she whispered, pulling a delicate golden chain from beneath her robes. An hourglass pendant hung from it, filled with glittering sand. "Professor McGonagall gave this to me so I could take extra classes. It's a time turner." Harry leaned forward, his ancient eyes recognizing the conceptual magic immediately. Temporal manipulation. Fascinating. This is far more sophisticated than I expected to find in this dimension. "You're not surprised?" "I'm surprised the Ministry approves of students using such dangerous magic. Time magic is notoriously unstable. One mistake and you could create paradoxes, causal loops, or reality fractures." Harry reached out, not touching the device. "May I examine it more closely?" Hermione lifted the chain over her head and handed it to him. Harry held it carefully, analyzing the enchantments woven into the metal and sand. The magic was elegant, a closed-loop temporal displacement system that created stable microtimelines. Whoever had designed this understood causality at a deep level. "This is restricted to 1-hour increments," he observed, "and there are safeguards against creating obvious paradoxes. You can't interact with your past self directly, but still." A slow smile spread across his face. "The possibilities are extraordinary." Hermione's eyes lit up with matching excitement. "That's what I thought. We could take extra classes, study subjects that aren't even offered. Think of the knowledge we could gain. Or rewrite the rules entirely." Harry set the time turner on the table between them, his mind already racing through applications. "Imagine the temporal paradoxes we could stabilize. If we understand the underlying mechanics, we could potentially extend the range, create branching timelines, or even establish persistent time loops for accelerated learning." "Harry, that sounds dangerous." "Everything interesting is dangerous. The question is whether the reward justifies the risk." He looked up at her, genuinely animated in a way he rarely allowed himself. "We could spend subjective months in a single day. Research projects that would take years could be compressed into weeks. And if we're careful about the causal structure, we could do it without creating detectable paradoxes." Hermione bit her lip, clearly torn between excitement and caution. "The Ministry specifically warned me not to experiment with the time turner. They said misuse could be catastrophic." "The Ministry thinks in conventional terms. They see time as a river that must flow in one direction. But it's actually more flexible than theta structure that can be navigated if you understand the rules." Harry pulled parchment toward him, sketching complex runic arrays. "Look at this. These are temporal stability runes. If we anchor them to specific causal nodes, we could create a protected workspace where time flows differently without affecting the broader timeline." "That's..." Hermione leaned closer, studying his diagrams. "That's incredibly advanced. Where did you learn this?" "Independent research. I've always been fascinated by the structure of reality. It wasn't entirely a Linus Voldigode had spent centuries studying dimensional mechanics. But you're the only person I know who would understand what I'm describing. The only person who thinks in the same way." Their eyes met. Hermione's face flushed slightly, but she didn't look away. "I do understand, and I want to help. But Harry, we'd need to be so careful. One mistake and we could trap ourselves in a causal loop or create a timeline divergence. Which is why we proceed methodically. Small experiments first. Careful documentation. Controlled variables." Harry's hand rested on the parchment, and without thinking, Hermione placed her hand over his. The contact was warm, grounding, somehow more significant than a simple touch. "Together?" she asked softly. "Together," Harry confirmed. They stayed like that for a moment, hands touching, both aware of the shift in their relationship, but neither ready to acknowledge it fully. Finally, Hermione pulled back, her professional demeanor reasserting itself even as her eyes remained warm. We'll need a secure location for our experiments. Somewhere private where we won't be observed or interrupted. I might have an idea about that, Harry said, but it's complicated. I'll explain later. They spent the next several hours working through temporal mechanics, their heads close together over increasingly complex diagrams. Hermione's quick mind grasped concepts that would have baffled most adult wizards. She challenged his assumptions, caught logical errors, and suggested improvements that even he hadn't considered. This was what intellectual partnership felt like. Not merely collaboration, but genuine synthesis of ideas. Each of them made the other sharper, more creative, better. It was, Harry realized with some surprise, the closest thing to happiness he'd felt since his reincarnation. Ron noticed. How could he not? Harry and Hermione spent every evening together now, huddled in remote corners of the library or empty classrooms, discussing concepts that Ron couldn't begin to follow. They spoke in shorthand, referenced books he'd never heard of, and seemed to communicate through glances and half-finished sentences. Ron tried to participate. He did. But whenever he asked questions, they had to stop and explain basic principles, breaking their flow. And the more they explained, the more inadequate he felt. Came to a head in December, after a particularly long evening where Ron had sat with them for 2 hours without contributing anything meaningful to their discussion of temporal causality. I'm heading to bed, Ron announced, standing abruptly. You two have fun with your concepts. There was an edge in his voice that made Harry pause. Hermione looked up, clearly surprised by Ron's tone. Ron, are you okay? She asked. Fine. Tired. He left before either could respond, climbing the stairs to Gryffindor Tower with tight shoulders and clenched fists. Harry found him the next morning on the Quidditch pitch, throwing practice quaffles through hoops with unnecessary violence. We should talk, Harry said quietly, standing at the edge of the pitch. Ron threw another quaffle so hard it tore through the hoop's netting. About what? Advanced magical theory? Temporal mechanics? Sorry, mate. I'm a bit busy being the dumb one. You're not dumb. Aren't I? Ron turned, and Harry was startled to see genuine hurt in his friend's eyes. You and Hermione are on a completely different level. I get that, but did you have to shut me out entirely? Didn't you trust me enough to at least tell me what's going on? You exclude me, always talking to Hermione about concepts I'll never understand, disappearing for hours, having these private conversations where I'm clearly not invited. Harry felt something unfamiliar, genuine regret. He'd been so focused on his intellectual partnership with Hermione, he'd failed to maintain the broader social dynamics. Ron was loyal, brave, and emotionally grounded, qualities that had value even if he didn't contribute to theoretical research. And more importantly, Ron was his friend. That should have mattered more than tactical efficiency. You're right, Harry said simply. I didn't realize I was shutting you out. I'm sorry. Ron blinked, clearly not expecting the direct apology. You? What? I got so focused on the work with Hermione, I stopped thinking about how it affected our friendship. That was wrong. You're important to me, Ron. Not as a research partner, but as a person. As my friend. I should have been more considerate. Ron's anger deflated. I don't need to understand everything you and Hermione talk about. I know I'm not as clever, but I wanted to be included, to feel like I still mattered to my best mate. You do matter. You keep us grounded. Hermione and I get so caught up in theory we sometimes lose sight of practical reality. You remind us that there's more to life than books and research. Harry walked closer. I value that. I value you. And I'll do better about including you, even if it means taking time to explain things more clearly. Ron's expression softened. Yeah. They stood in silence for a moment, the tension easing. Then Ron smiled a small, genuine expression. "Thanks, Harry. I've been a right git about this, jealous and sulking. You and Hermione have something special. I can see that. And sometimes I feel like I'm there, the third wheel who doesn't fit." "You fit exactly right," Harry assured him. "Hermione and I might share intellectual interests, but you're the one who makes us laugh, who reminds us to eat when we're too focused on studying, who stands by us no matter what. That's not less valuable, it's different." Different but important? Different and essential. Ron's smile widened. "All right, but I'm holding you to that promise about including me more, even if I don't understand half of what you're saying." "Deal." They walked back to the castle together, the friendship repaired and stronger for having weathered conflict. Harry made a mental note to be more attentive to group dynamics. He had centuries of experience managing subordinates and allies, but this type of personal friendship was still relatively new. It required different skills, emotional awareness than tactical calculation. It was a valuable lesson. Hermione was waiting in the common room when they returned. She took one look at them, saw the reconciliation in their body language, and smiled with obvious relief. "Everything sorted?" she asked. "Yeah," Ron said, sitting in his usual chair. "I was being jealous and Harry was being oblivious. We're good now." "Good." Hermione's tone was firm. "Because we're a team, all three of us. And teams work best when everyone communicates honestly." She looked at Harry. "That includes you, Mr. I don't need to explain anything." Harry raised his hands in surrender. "Point taken. I'll work on my communication skills." "See you do." But Hermione's expression was warm, lacking any real censure. "Now, who wants to help me with this potions essay?" Snape's being unreasonable about the assignment length. They spent the evening working together, not on advanced theory but on ordinary homework. Ron contributed his surprisingly good notes on potion ingredients. Hermione organized their research. Harry proofread for logical consistency. It was comfortable, balanced, functional. This was what friendship looked like. Not intellectual alignment, but genuine mutual support across different strengths and personalities. Later, as Ron headed up to bed, Hermione caught Harry's hand. "That was good what you did today," apologizing to Ron, including him. "It mattered. I should have noticed the problem earlier. You're brilliant at strategy and magic, Harry. Less brilliant at reading social cues." She squeezed his hand gently. "But you're learning. That's what matters." They sat together in the common room as it emptied, the fire burning low. Hermione's hand remained in his, and neither moved to break the contact. It was intimate without being overtly romantic, a physical acknowledgement of connection that went beyond mere friendship. "Hermione," Harry said quietly, "there's something I need to tell you. Something important." She turned to face him fully, her expression serious. "What is it?" This was the moment, the decision point. Harry had kept his true nature hidden for years, playing the role of unusually talented student while concealing the vast depths beneath. But Hermione deserved to know. She was too important, too integral to his plans, too trusted to continue deceiving. And more than that, he wanted her to know. Wanted someone who could understand, who could see him as he truly was than the persona he presented. "Not here," he said. "Somewhere private. Tomorrow after classes. Can you meet me in the room of requirement?" "The what?" "7th floor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Walk past it 3 times thinking about needing a private space. The room will." Hermione's eyes widened. "There's a hidden room that creates itself based on need?" "Harry, that's incredible. How did you?" "Tomorrow," he promised. "I'll explain everything tomorrow." The room of requirement appeared exactly as Harry envisioned it. A small, comfortable space with soft lighting, 2 armchairs. and strong privacy wards that would prevent any eavesdropping or interruption. Hermione entered cautiously, her eyes scanning the room with scholarly interest. This is amazing. The magic required to create an adaptive space like TSIT must be incredibly complex. The founders built it into Hogwarts' original structure. Helga Hufflepuff's work, most likely, designed to provide for students' needs. Harry gestured to one of the chairs. Please sit. This conversation might take a while. Hermione sat, her expression shifting to concern. Harry, you're worrying me. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, but I owe you the truth about who and what I'm. Harry took a slow breath, organizing his thoughts. This needed to be clear, logical, believable despite its impossibility. It sounds insane. I know that, but I've lived thousands of years in another world. I'm not Harry Potter. I'm also someone else. Someone much older. Hermione's expression cycled through confusion, disbelief, and then careful attention. She didn't interrupt, giving him space to continue. My name true nameis Aenos Voltigode. I was the demon king of tyranny in a different dimension. I ruled for millennia, built an empire, researched magic that makes this world's spells look like children's toys. Eventually, seeking new challenges, I cast a spell to reincarnate into an unknown dimension with different magical laws. That spell brought me here, into the body of Harry Potter moments before Voldemort's attack. He paused, watching her reaction. Hermione's face was pale, her breathing rapid, but her eyes showed focus than panic. Her brilliant mind was processing, evaluating, trying to reconcile impossible claims with observed evidence. The killing curse that hit me didn't fail because of my mother's sacrifice, Harry continued. It failed because it struck something far beyond what this dimension's magic could affect. My essence, what you might call a soul, but it's actually more fundamental, exists on a conceptual level that the curse couldn't comprehend. It dissolved on contact. Voldemort's Horcrux fragment that tried to attach itself was erased the same way. Not destroyed by force, but negated by conceptual incompatibility. That's... Hermione's voice came out as barely a whisper. That's impossible. I know how it sounds, but think about everything you've observed. My abilities, my knowledge, the way I understand magic differently from anyone else. The fact I can cast spells without wands, explain concepts that aren't in any textbook, and remain calm in situations that would terrify normal students. Harry leaned forward, his expression earnest. I'm not trying to frighten you. I'm trying to explain why I'm the way I'm. Hermione was quiet for a long moment, her eyes searching his face. Then slowly she nodded. It would explain so much. The way you teach defense like you've fought actual battles. Your understanding of temporal mechanics that goes beyond anything in our textbooks. The absolute confidence you have in your abilities. She paused. And your Patronus. You don't use a happy memory because you're not drawing on emotional recollection. You're drawing on absolute certainty in your own existence. That's what you meant. Yes. And the Time Turner research, the things you were describing, those weren't theoretical exercises. You've actually manipulated time in your previous existence. Many times, in many ways, this dimension's time magic is limited, but the principles are sound. With proper application, we could... He stopped. I'm getting ahead of myself. The question is, do you believe me? Hermione stood, pacing the small room. Harry watched her process, saw the battle between rational skepticism and the evidence before her. Finally, she turned back to him. I don't know if I believe the specific details. Demon King, different dimension, thousands of year stats, a lot to accept on faith. But I believe something extraordinary happened to you. Something that made you fundamentally different from any normal person. She sat back down, reaching for his hands. And honestly, the details don't matter as much as this. You're my friend. You've been nothing but kind and supportive and intellectually generous. You saved Ginny. You've helped Ron and Neville. You've treated me like an equal when most people see me as a know-it-all. Whatever your... Harry or Anas, I trust you. The relief that flooded through Harry was surprising in its intensity. He'd expected rational acceptance at best, cautious alliance at minimum. What he'd received was something more valuable, genuine trust despite uncertainty. "Thank you," he said quietly. "That means more than you know. But I have questions. So many questions." Hermione's grip on his hands tightened, excitement replacing apprehension. "What was your world like? What kind of magic did you have?" And most importantly, her eyes lit up with that familiar scholarly fire. "What can you teach me? If you have knowledge from an entirely different magical system, the applications could be revolutionary." Harry laughed, surprised by the sound. "That's your priority? Learning new magic?" "Always." She smiled, and it was beautiful, warm, genuine, full of intellectual hunger and trust. "So yes, I believe you. And yes, I want to help. We have so much to learn together." Harry pulled her closer, and she came willingly, moving from her chair to kneel beside his. Their foreheads touched, an intimate gesture that felt more significant than any kiss. "I've never told anyone this," Harry admitted. "Never trusted anyone enough. But you're different. You understand." "I do understand, and I'll help you with whatever you're planning. Because Harry and Swever, you're trying to do good. I can see that. You could have used your power selfishly, but instead you're learning, growing, protecting your friends. That's what matters." "I'm going to change this world," Harry said softly. "Fix its flaws. Eliminate the corruption and inefficiency. Create something better. Then let me help you do it. We're stronger together." "Yes," Harry agreed. They stayed like that for several minutes, drawing comfort from proximity and shared understanding. When they finally pulled apart, both felt fundamentally changed. This was no longer friendship or intellectual partnership. This was something deeper, a bond forged in trust and truth. "So," Hermione said, her practical side reasserting itself, "you mentioned wanting to build something? Project?" "A castle. Specifically, a pocket dimension anchored beneath Hogwarts. A space where we can research and practice advanced magic without observation or restriction." Hermione's eyes widened. "A pocket dimension? Harry, that would require dimensional manipulation, reality anchoring, spatial expansion that's beyond anything in modern magical theory. But not beyond my capabilities, or ours if we work together." Harry pulled out parchment, sketching the basic concept. "It's called Delsogade. In my previous existence, it was my seat of power. Here, it can be our research laboratory, our sanctuary." "Delsogade," Hermione repeated, trying out the unfamiliar word. "The Demon King's castle. You want to recreate it?" "A simplified version. We don't need the full scale of the original that was designed to house armies. This will be much smaller. A secure workspace where we can study without interruption or surveillance." Hermione leaned over his sketches, her mind already engaging with the problem. "We'd need stability runes to prevent dimensional collapse, and anchoring points to maintain the connection to our reality. What about time dilation? Could we make time flow differently inside?" "Eventually, yes, but let's start with basic construction. Once we have a stable pocket dimension, we can add features." Harry added more details to his diagram. "These are the fundamental reality stabilization runes. They create a framework that prevents the dimension from destabilizing when we manipulate its internal properties." Hermione finished, like a skeleton providing structure. "Harry, this is brilliant. When can we start?" "Soon. I need to find the right location beneath the castle. Somewhere with natural magical confluence we can use as a foundation." Harry looked up at her. "But we'll need to be careful. Dumbledore monitors the castle extensively. We can't let him discover what we're building." "We use the time turner," Hermione said immediately. "Work on it during loop time when no one else is aware we're active. That way there's no unexplained absences. No questions about where we're spending our evenings. Perfect. You see, this is why we make such a good team. Hermione blushed slightly but smiled. We do, don't we? The Demon King and his. What am I in this scenario? My most trusted advisor. My intellectual equal. Harry paused, realizing what he'd almost said. My closest companion. I like that. Hermione's voice was soft. Closest companion. It sounds important. You're important. More than you know. They worked late into the evening, sketching plans and discussing magical theory. The room of requirement provided books they needed, adjusted its lighting as darkness fell outside, and maintained perfect privacy. It was, Harry thought, an ideal workspace. When they finally emerged, the castle was quiet. Most students were already asleep. They walked back to Gryffindor Tower hand in hand, neither commenting on the gesture but both aware of its significance. At the portrait hole, Hermione turned to him. Thank you for trusting me. With your secret. With your plans. I won't let you down. I know you won't. She kissed his cheek, a quick, impulsive gesture that left both of them slightly flustered. Then she ducked through the portrait hole before he could respond, leaving Harry standing in the empty corridor with a bemused expression. The Demon King of Tyranny, he reflected, had not expected to develop genuine emotional attachments in this dimension. He'd anticipated research opportunities, intellectual challenges, useful alliances. What he hadn't anticipated was this: the warm feeling of being known and accepted, the comfort of true partnership, the strange, vulnerable sensation of caring about someone else's opinion and well-being. It was inefficient, emotionally complicated, potentially problematic from a tactical standpoint. It was also, he admitted to himself, worth every complication. Construction of Delsogate began 2 weeks later. Harry located the ideal site, a natural magical confluence point deep beneath the castle's foundations, in a cavern that hadn't been accessed in centuries. The raw magical energy there was perfect for anchoring a dimensional gateway. Using the time turner, he and Hermione carved out hours of subjective time to work without being missed. They would attend dinner, excuse themselves for studying, then loop back 3 hours and use that stolen time for construction. The process was methodical. First, Harry inscribed the fundamental stability runes directly into the bedrock, using conceptual magic to etch patterns that would persist across dimensional boundaries. Hermione assisted, her precise notes ensuring no errors in the complex arrays. These runes, she said, tracing one with her finger, they're not like any magical writing I've seen. They're more fundamental, like they're expressing mathematical concepts directly than using symbols to represent them. Exactly. These are Dilhade runes from my original dimension. They operate on conceptual levels than symbolic ones. More efficient, more powerful, but also more demanding to inscribe correctly. Can you teach me to write them? Eventually. You need to understand the underlying conceptual framework first. But yes, I'll teach you everything. Week by week, the pocket dimension took shape. At first, it was an empty void, a bubble of stabilized space connected to reality by carefully maintained anchor points. Then Harry began adding structure. Walls, floors, a ceiling inscribed with star patterns that generated soft light. Hermione designed the library shelves that would hold both physical books and magically preserved knowledge. Research tables with built-in preservation spells to prevent documentation from degrading, comfortable seating for long study sessions. It's beautiful, she whispered when the basic structure was complete. They stood in what would become the main hall of Delsogate, a space 40 feet across with a vaulted ceiling. It wasn't the massive fortress of Harry's previous existence, but it was theirs, our own space, where we can work without anyone watching or judging. The foundation is complete, Harry confirmed. We can add more rooms as needed. Laboratories for experimental magic, storage for artifacts, eventually training spaces for combat practice. Why would we need combat training? Harry looked at her seriously. Because Voldemort will return. His body was destroyed, but his essence persists. And when he comes back, we need to be ready. Not meal of us. You, Ron, anyone who stands with us against him. Hermione nodded slowly, accepting the grim reality. Then we train, and we prepare. Together. Together, Harry agreed. They had created something new. A sanctuary built on trust and shared vision. Delsogade Castle might be smaller than its predecessor, existing in a pocket dimension than dominating a landscape, but it represented something as significant. It represented hope, partnership, the foundation of something greater than either could build alone. As they emerged from the entrance hidden in the deep caverns, returning to normal time and space, Harry felt something he hadn't experienced in centuries. Anticipation. Not for conquest or battle, but for the process of building something worthwhile with someone who understood his vision. The Demon King of Tyranny was learning to be human, and discovering that humanity had its own unique rewards. The Goblet of Fire spat out Harry's name on a cold October evening, and the Great Hall erupted into chaos. Students shouted protests. Teachers conferred urgently. Dumbledore's face went pale as he read the parchment, his hands trembling slightly. The other champions, Cedric Diggory, Fleur Delacour, and Victor Krum, looked variously confused, angry, and suspicious. Harry simply stood when his name was called, walking calmly to the front of the hall under hundreds of staring eyes. He'd expected this. Someone was manipulating events, using the tournament as a mechanism to place him in a specific situation. The question was who and why. Harry, did you put your name in the goblet? Dumbledore asked, his voice tight with barely controlled concern.
No, Headmaster.
I didn't. Did you ask an older student to submit it for you?
No.
The magical contract had been activated regardless. The goblet's ancient magic bound Harry as a fourth champion, unable to withdraw without severe consequences. Around him, the political machinery began grinding. Ministry officials protesting, Igor Karkaroff demanding disqualification, Barty Crouch insisting the rules must be followed. Harry tuned out the noise, analyzing the situation. Someone with significant magical capability and detailed knowledge of Hogwarts protections had circumvented the age line and manipulated the goblet. That narrowed the suspect pool considerably. More importantly, they'd gone to elaborate lengths to force Harry into this tournament, which meant the competition itself was secondary to some larger goal. A trap, then, one that required Harry to be a bound participant than an outside observer. Interesting. Back in the Gryffindor common room, Ron confronted him immediately. Mate, tell me you didn't actually enter. Please tell me this isn't some secret plan you and Hermione cooked up. I didn't enter, Harry said firmly. Someone else did. Someone who wants me involved in this tournament badly enough to risk detection by circumventing ancient magical protections. Hermione was already pulling books from her bag, her face set in determined lines. We need to research the goblet's binding magic. There has to be a way to break the contract or at least understand what you're being forced into. Let them research, Harry said. I'll participate. This tournament is designed as a series of controlled challenges, which makes it an ideal environment for gathering information. Information about what? Ron asked. About whoever set this trap, and about the higher patterns at work. Harry settled into an armchair. Someone wants me in specific dangerous situations. By participating and observing, I can identify their goal and their methods. It's actually efficient theory providing me with exactly the analytical framework I need. Hermione looked worried. Harry, these tasks are designed to test adult wizards. Students have died in previous tournaments. You can't treat this as an intellectual exercise. Can't I? Harry smiled slightly. Watch me. The first task arrived with November frost and the acrid smell of dragon musk. Harry stood in the champion's tent, listening to Ludo Bagman's overly cheerful explanations while the other champions looked variously terrified or grimly determined. Outside, the crowd roared as dragons were moved into position, massive, deadly creatures representing four of the most dangerous species in the world. The task was simple: retrieve a golden egg guarded by a nesting dragon. Simple but far from easy. Dragons were among the most magically resistant creatures in existence, capable of shrugging off most spells and killing wizards with a single breath of fire. Harry drew his lot, the Hungarian Horntail, the largest, most aggressive dragon in the lineup. Perfect. He entered the rocky arena to thunderous applause mixed with gasps of shock. The crowd clearly hadn't expected someone so young to face such a dangerous creature. The Horntail noticed him immediately, her massive head swiveling to track his movement. She was magnificent, 40 feet of muscle and scales, spines running down her back, eyes glowing with predatory intelligence. The smell hit him. Sulfur and old blood, mixed with the particular musk of reptilian musk. The heat radiating from the dragon's body made the air shimmer. Her wings spread wide in a threat display, blocking out the pale winter sun. Most champions would attempt aerial maneuvers or use conjured distractions. Cedric Diggory, who'd gone first, had transfigured a rock into a dog to split the dragon's attention. Clever but inefficient. Harry stood his ground, assessing. The dragon was a magical creature. Yes, but her aggression stemmed from maternal instinct. She was guarding eggs, including the golden decoy. Her behavior was predictable: eliminate threats to the nest. Remove the perceived threat, remove the aggression. He didn't draw his wand. Instead, he knelt, pulling a prepared runestone from his pocket and placing it on the ground. The stone was inscribed with interlocking patterns, binding runes, energy sinks, motion suppressors, all calibrated specifically for large magical creatures. The dragon charged. Her massive form thundered across the arena, jaws opening to release a gout of flame that turned the air white-hot. The crowd screamed. Harry activated the rune. The effect was instantaneous and absolute. Invisible lines of force expanded from the runestone, creating a three-dimensional lattice that intersected the dragon's form at precisely calculated points. The lattice didn't attack or harm it, simply arrested motion and drained excess magical energy. The Horntail froze mid-charge, her momentum cancelled. The flame in her throat dissipated harmlessly. Her wings locked in a half-spread position. For a moment, she struggled against the binding, her tremendous strength pushing against the magical constraints. Then Harry adjusted the parameters. The energy sinks began drawing off her aggressive impulses, redirecting them into the runestone matrix. The motion suppressors relaxed slightly, allowing natural movement but preventing violent action. It was like watching a switch flip. The dragon's posture shifted from predatory to calm, her eyes losing their hostile gleam. Within 30 seconds, the Hungarian Horntail was standing peacefully in the center of the arena, watching Harry with mild curiosity then murderous intent. The crowd was silent, stunned by what they'd witnessed. Harry walked calmly to the nest, retrieved the golden egg, and walked back out. The dragon didn't move. As he exited the arena, he heard Ludo Bagman's magically amplified voice finally finding words. "Ladies and gentlemen, that was... I've never seen. 10 out of 10. Perfect score from all judges. Harry Potter has subdued a Hungarian Horntail without violence." In the champion's tent, Cedric Diggory stared at him with open amazement. "How did you do that? What was that runestone?" "A binding matrix. I analyzed the dragon's magical signature, designed a runic array to counteract its aggressive patterns, and activated it at the optimal moment." Harry set the egg down. "It's applied magical theory." "Applied?" Cedric shook his head, laughing despite his obvious shock. "You're something else, Potter. That was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant." Outside, the crowd was chanting Harry's name. He ignored it, his mind already moving to the next task and what it might reveal about whoever was orchestrating these events. The second task came with February cold and the murky depths of the Black Lake. Harry stood on the dock with the other champions, listening to Dumbledore explain the task. Rescue a hostage from the Merpeople's village at the bottom of the lake. They had 1 hour to retrieve their hostage and return to the surface. Harry had known Hermione would be his hostage the moment the task was announced. She was the person most important to him, obvious to anyone observing their relationship. What bothered him was the casual endangerment. Magical sleep spells maintaining unconsciousness underwater, relying on champions to successfully complete rescue operations, risking lives for a tournament exhibition. It was inefficient and dangerous. He would speak to Dumbledore about this later. The starting cannon fired. Champions dove into the lake, employing various methods. Gillyweed for Cedric, bubblehead charms for Fleur, partial transfiguration for Krum. Harry simply walked to the water's edge, focused his will, and created a perfect sphere of air around himself. Not a bubblehead charm, which only provided breathable air around the head. This was a complete environmental barrier, a stable pocket of normal atmosphere that moved with him, maintaining temperature and pressure while allowing freedom of movement. It was advanced magic requiring precise control of multiple interlocking effects, but it was far more efficient than the standard spells. He descended into the lake's murky depths, propelling himself forward with controlled bursts of magical force. The visibility was poor, cold green water filled with suspended sediment and aquatic plants. Strange creatures moved in the darkness, Grindylows, water demons, things without names that fled from his magical presence. The Merpeople's village appeared as a cluster of crude stone dwellings arranged around a central square. For figures floated there, suspended in the water by magical tethers. Hermione, Cho Chang, Gabrielle Delacour, and a young girl who must be Ron's sister, Gabrielle. The Merpeople watched him approach with spears ready, their faces hostile. Their leader, a gray-bearded male with a particularly vicious-looking trident, swam forward, blocking Harry's path. He spoke in Mermish, the words distorted by water but intelligible through context. Only rescue your own hostage. Harry understood the rule. He also understood it was based on artificial constraints that served no practical purpose. But engaging in conflict with the Merpeople would waste time and potentially harm innocent creatures. He would follow the specified rules for now. He severed the magical tether binding Hermione, pulled her into his environmental sphere, and began ascending. Behind him, he heard the other champions arriving, Cedric's gasping breaths through his gillyweed gills, Krum's magically enhanced swimming. Fleur never made it past the Grindylows. Harry surfaced exactly 43 minutes after diving, well ahead of the time limit. Hermione woke as they reached the dock, coughing water and looking around in confusion. Harry? What happened? Last thing I remember is Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore casting a sleep spell. You were the hostage for the second task. You're safe now. Harry helped her onto the dock, where Madame Pomfrey immediately wrapped her in warming blankets. I was what? Hermione looked horrified. They put me underwater? Unconscious? What if something had gone wrong? What if you hadn't made it in time? The task was designed with safety margins. Probably. Harry frowned. Though I agree the risk was unnecessary. I'll address it with the organizers. On the shore, Ron and Neville waited anxiously, their faces showing visible relief when Harry and Hermione emerged safely. Ron jogged over, grinning despite the cold. Bloody brilliant, mate. You were so fast. And whatever you did to keep Hermione dry and breathing, I've never seen magic like that. Basic environmental manipulation, Harry said, though I appreciate the enthusiasm. Hermione shivered despite the blankets, not from cold but from reaction. That was terrifying, being asleep and helpless underwater. I hate this tournament, Harry. I hate that someone forced you into it. The tournament is almost over. One more task and we'll have our answer about who orchestrated this and why. He was right, but the answer would come sooner and more violently than any of them expected. The third task was announced in May, a maze filled with obstacles and creatures, with the Triwizard Cup hidden at its center. First champion to reach the cup would win the tournament. Harry knew it was a trap the moment he heard the details. Too simple, too direct. The cup itself would be the mechanism, likely a port key, designed to transport the winner somewhere specific. Somewhere prepared for exactly this scenario. He could refuse to participate, could warn Dumbledore, mobilize defenses, avoid the trap entirely. But that would leave the orchestrator free to try again, to create a new trap in a new situation. Better to spring this trap deliberately, maintain control of the engagement, and end the threat permanently. On the evening of the third task, Harry entered the maze with calm certainty. The hedges rose 20 feet high, their leaves rustling with malevolent intent. Magical darkness swallowed the paths, broken only by wand light. Creatures moved in the shadows. Acromantulas, boggots, sphinxes with riddles. Harry bypassed them all. He didn't fight, didn't engage. He simply walked, following the most direct path to the maze's center through techniques the judges couldn't see. Dimensional awareness that let him perceive the maze's structure regardless of walls. Magical sense that tracked the cup's distinctive signature. He reached the center clearing in 17 minutes. Cedric Diggory arrived 30 seconds later, emerging from a different path looking exhausted and impressed. "Potter, wait," Cedric called. "We could take it together. Tie for the win. Hogwarts champions both." Harry considered. Taking Cedric would complicate the situation, potentially endanger an innocent person. But it would also validate the collaborative spirit Cedric represented, a stark contrast to the cutthroat competition the tournament supposedly encouraged. Together, then, Harry agreed. They touched the cup simultaneously. The port key activated instantly, hooking behind their navels and yanking them through space. The sensation was brief but disorienting, a telescoping compression followed by explosive expansion. They materialized in a graveyard, tombstones rising from overgrown grass under a clouded night sky. Harry recognized it immediately. Little Hangleton. Tom Riddle Sr.'s grave was visible nearby. This was the location Voldemort had chosen for his resurrection. How theatrically appropriate. "Where are we?" Cedric asked, wand raised and eyes scanning the darkness. "Potter, this isn't Hogwarts. Something's wrong. Kill the spare." The voice came from the shadows. A stunted, malformed figure, Peter Pettigrew, his silver hand gleaming in the dim light. He raised his wand toward Cedric. Harry moved faster. He interposed himself, raising a shield that caught the killing curse and negated it entirely. The green light struck his magical barrier and simply ceased to exist, offering no rebound, no reflection. Absolute termination of the spell's existence. "Cedric, take the cup back to Hogwarts," Harry ordered. "Tell Dumbledore what happened. I'll handle this." "I'm not leaving you." "That's not a request. Go, now." Something in Harry's voice, ancient authority, absolute certainty, made Cedric grab the cup and disappear without further argument. "Smart boy." Harry turned his full attention to Wormtail, who stood frozen in shock. "Peter Pettigrew, the traitor who betrayed the Potters. I've been looking forward to meeting you." "You can't stop this," Wormtail squeaked. "The Dark Lord will rise again. He will reward me for my service." Behind Wormtail, a massive cauldron bubbled over magical flames. Harry could feel the dark ritual building, could sense the fragmented soul piece that had been sustaining itself in temporary bodies, preparing for its final apotheosis. Voldemort was about to be reborn. Good. Better to end this permanently now than chase fragments across the country for years. Wormtail began the ritual incantation, his voice shaking but determined. "Bone of the Father, unknowingly given." He dropped a large bone into the cauldron. The potion hissed and sparked. "Flesh of the servant, willingly sacrificed." He raised a knife and cut off his own hand, dropping it into the bubbling liquid. His scream echoed across the graveyard. Then he turned to Harry, the knife still in his remaining hand. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken." He lunged. Harry didn't bother dodging. He let Wormtail slash his arm, Let the blood drip into the cauldron. The ritual required Harry's participation, and refusing would only delay the inevitable. Better to complete the process and face Voldemort at full strength. The potion turned blood-red. Steam rose in great clouds, obscuring the cauldron. A thin, skeletal figure emerged from the steam, stepping out of the cauldron with horrible grace. Lord Voldemort was reborn. The Dark Lord's new body was a terrible thing. Bone-white skin stretched over sharp angles. Red eyes glowed with inhuman intelligence and malice. The nose was gone, replaced by snake-like slits. Long fingers ended in claw-like nails. He was naked at first, but Wormtail hurriedly dressed him in black robes. "My wand, Wormtail," Voldemort said, his voice high and cold. The words were calm but absolute. Wormtail handed over the U-wand. Voldemort raised it, testing its connection, and smiled a terrible expression devoid of warmth. "Excellent. The prophecy spoke truly. I'm reborn, stronger than ever before, with my enemy's blood running in my veins." He turned to Harry. "And you, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, you've made this resurrection possible. I should thank you before I kill you." "You should try," Harry said calmly. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. He raised his wand, speaking the binding curse, "Incarcerus!" Magical ropes erupted from thin air, wrapping around Harry's arms and legs. Or they tried to. The instant the conjured bonds touched Harry's aura, they dissolved. Not broken by force, not burned away, simply negated. Like water hitting a hot shield and evaporating into nothing. Voldemort's expression shifted from confident to confused. "What?" He tried again, this time with cutting curses, bone-breaking hexes, a cruciatus curse that should have caused agony. Each spell dissolved on contact with Harry's presence. The magic couldn't find purchase, couldn't affect him. It was as if Harry existed in a slightly different dimension where Voldemort's spells had no authority. "This is impossible," Voldemort hissed. "No magic can resist my power." "Your magic," Harry corrected, his voice analytical and cold, "is limited by your dimensional framework. You understand power, yes, but you've never questioned whether power is sufficient. Whether the fundamental rules you operate under are actually inviolable." He took a step forward. Voldemort took an involuntary step back. "I already erased your anchor," Harry continued. "The night we met, when your killing curse struck me, the Horcrux fragment you accidentally created was conceptually negated. Erased from existence not by force but by fundamental incompatibility. You've been mortal ever since, and you didn't even know it." Voldemort's red eyes widened in genuine fear. "You're lying. My Horcruxes are gone. The diary was destroyed in the Chamber of Secrets. The others—" Harry smiled thinly. "Let's say your understanding of soul magic is amateur at best. You fragmented yourself thinking it would grant immortality. All you did was weaken your existence and make yourself vulnerable." "Harry Potter, I'll have my revenge." Voldemort raised his wand with trembling hands. Avada Kedavra! The green light shot forward, the killing curse powered by hate and desperation. It struck Harry directly in the chest. And stopped. The curse hung in the air for a moment, pressed against Harry's presence like a physical object meeting an immovable wall. Then it began to fragment, breaking down into component energies that lost cohesion and purpose. Harry reached out with his will, not physically but conceptually. He targeted the fundamental structure that defined Voldemort's existence, the fragile, damaged soul that was desperately clinging to its new body. He analyzed it, the fractures from Horcrux creation, the corruption from dark rituals, the instability from spending years as a wraith. Then he negated it. Not with a spell, not with a curse or hex or any defined magic. Harry simply exerted his will with absolute authority, imposing his conceptual framework over Voldemort's. He severed the Dark Lord's form from its ability to sustain existence. Voldemort screamed. It started as a high, piercing wail but quickly transformed into something war-sea sound of absolute dissolution. His body began to disintegrate, not burning or exploding but simply ceasing to be. Atoms lost their bonds, energy patterns collapsed, the fundamental structure that defined Tom Riddle unraveled. The scream cut off mid-note, replaced by absolute silence. Lord Voldemort was gone. Not dead in the conventional sense which might allow some form of return. Erased. His existence terminated at the conceptual level, retroactively removed from potential futures. The Dark Lord who had terrorized Britain for decades simply ceased, leaving behind nothing but empty robes collapsing to the ground. Harry stood alone in the graveyard, completely unfazed. Behind him, Peter Pettigrew had collapsed in terror, whimpering and trying to crawl away. Harry ignored him. He would deal with the traitorous rat later. He retrieved the Triwizard Cup, reactivated its portkey function, and returned to Hogwarts. Harry materialized in front of the maze to chaos. The crowd was in an uproar. Cedric Diggory had emerged minutes earlier with wild stories about a graveyard and dark wizards. Dumbledore was trying to organize a rescue party. Ministry officials were demanding explanations. Students were panicking. The noise cut off when Harry appeared, standing calmly with the Triwizard Cup in his hand. "Harry!" Hermione pushed through the crowd, Ron and Neville right behind her. "What happened?" Cedric said. "Voldemort attempted a resurrection ritual in Little Hangleton. He succeeded. Then I killed him." Harry said it simply, as if reporting the weather. "He's gone. Permanently this time." The crowd erupted. Students shouted questions. Teachers demanded details. Dumbledore stared at Harry with an expression caught between horror and awe. "You killed the Dark Lord?" someone shouted. "On your own." "He ceased to exist," Harry clarified. "There's a difference. Killing implies a body remains. Voldemort is simply gone, disappeared from existence." Hermione reached him first, her face pale but determined. She didn't ask for details, didn't demand explanations. She simply threw her arms around him, hugging him tightly. "You're okay. That's what matters. You're safe." Harry returned the embrace, surprised by how much comfort it provided. "I'm fine." He was weaker than I expected. The resurrection ritual was flawed and his soul was too damaged from the Horcrux fragmentation. He was barely holding himself together. "Some nightmares don't know when they've lost," Ron said, arriving at Hermione's shoulder. His face showed pride mixed with concern. "But mate, you're sure he's gone? For real this time?" "I'm certain. I erased him conceptually. He can't come back from that." The celebration began slowly, cautiously, as people processed the impossible news. Then it built, spreading through the crowd like wildfire. Voldemort was gone. The Dark Lord was destroyed. The boy who lived had somehow, impossibly, ended the threat that had haunted Britain for decades. In the chaos, Harry and Hermione found themselves pushed to the side, temporarily forgotten by the celebrating masses. They stood in the shadow of the maze, close together, the noise of the crowd fading to background. "You did it," Hermione whispered. "You actually ended him." "I told you I would. When I'm ready to act, I act decisively." Harry looked down at her, seeing genuine admiration mixed with relief and something else, something warmer, more vulnerable. "Hermione, She kissed him. It was sudden, impulsive, completely uncharacteristic of her usual careful planning. Her lips pressed against his, soft and insistent, conveying everything she couldn't put into words. Relief he'd survived, admiration for his power, trust in his capabilities, and genuine affection that went far beyond intellectual partnership. Harry froze for a moment, genuinely surprised. Then he responded, one hand coming up to cup her face, returning the kiss with equal honesty. It wasn't practiced or smooth, neither of them had experience with this. But it was real, an authentic expression of feelings that had been building for years. When they pulled apart, both were breathing harder. Hermione's face was flushed, her eyes bright with tears she hadn't let fall. Sorry, I should have asked first. But you were standing there being all calm and analytical after killing the darkest wizard in a century, and I couldn't. Harry kissed her again, cutting off her nervous rambling. This time it was tender, deliberate, conveying his own feelings with more clarity than words could manage. When they separated, Harry rested his forehead against hers. I'm glad you did. I've been wanting to do that for months, but I wasn't certain you felt the same way. Are you kidding? Harry, I've been in love with you since third year. I didn't think you saw me that way. I thought maybe you only valued me for my research capabilities. I value you for everything your intelligence, yes, but also your courage, your compassion, your absolute refusal to accept injustice. You're brilliant and brave and the only person who truly understands me. Harry pulled back slightly to look at her properly. I love you, Hermione Granger. I love you too, Harry Potter. Or Anos Voldemort. Whoever you're. Both. Neither. Me. They kissed again, and this time it felt like the most natural thing in the world. Nearby, Ron watched with a complicated expression that settled into genuine happiness. His two best friends had found each other. Yes, it stung a bite, harbored vague hopes about Hermione he'd never admitted to himself. But seeing them together, seeing how right they were for each other, made the sting manageable. About time, he said, walking over to them. You two have been dancing around this for ages. I was starting to think you'd need a diagram to figure out you fancied each other. Hermione laughed, wiping her eyes. We're intellectuals, Ron. We overthink things. Clearly, Ron grinned. But I'm happy for you both. Seriously, you're good together. Harry nodded, acknowledging Ron's support and the significance of it. Having Ron's approval, his genuine blessing, mattered more than Harry had expected. This was what friendship looked like, supporting each other's happiness even when it meant letting go of private hopes. The celebration continued around them, but the three friends stood apart, a small island of calm in the chaos. They'd faced Voldemort and won. They'd survived the tournament, and they'd confirmed what everyone had suspected. Harry and Hermione belonged together. The political fallout arrived 12 hours later. Dumbledore burst into the Gryffindor common room at dawn, his face haggard, his robes disheveled. He'd been up all night dealing with ministry inquiries, explaining to international officials how a 14-year-old had destroyed the Dark Lord, and probably consulting with his own allies about what this meant. Harry, he said urgently, we need to talk. My office. Now. Harry looked up from the research notes he'd been reviewing. Hermione dozed against his shoulder, exhausted from the previous night's emotional intensity. He carefully extracted himself, laying her down on the couch with a pillow, and followed Dumbledore upstairs. The headmaster's office felt oppressive. The portraits of previous headmasters watched with undisguised concern. Fawkes trilled a warning note. The silver instruments whirred anxiously. What you did last night, Dumbledore began without preamble, was extraordinarily dangerous. You engaged with Voldemort alone, without backup, without informing anyone of your plans. You could have been killed. But I wasn't. I ended the threat you've been fighting for decades. Harry's voice was calm but icy. I did what you've been unable to do despite all your experience and power. I removed Voldemort from existence. You don't understand, Dumbledore's voice rose. I did this to protect you, Harry. The prophecy, the protections, the careful planning, all of it was meant to keep you safe until you were ready. You must understand the risks you've taken. I understand perfectly. You tried to manipulate me into becoming your weapon. You monitored me, controlled my environment, fed me selective information, all while claiming it was for my protection. Harry stepped closer. But you underestimated me, Albus. You thought I was a child who needed guidance. Instead, I'm something you can't control or predict, and that terrifies you. I'm not terrified of you. You should be. Harry's green eyes held no warmth. I made my own choice last night. I identified the trap, walked into it deliberately, and used it to end Voldemort on my terms. I fixed your mistake, the mistake of leaving him alive decades ago when you had the chance to stop him. Dumbledore looked stricken. Tom was a student. I thought he could be saved, could be guided away from darkness. And your mercy cost hundreds of lives. Thousands if we count the wider effects of his terror campaign. You made an emotional decision that ignored practical reality. Harry turned toward the door. I don't make those mistakes. When I identify a threat, I eliminate it decisively. Harry, please. No more manipulation, Albus. No more secrets. You'll treat me as an independent agent or you'll treat me as an enemy. Choose wisely. He left, descending the spiral staircase and leaving Dumbledore alone with the wreckage of his plans. The headmaster sank into his chair, looking older than his considerable years. He's right, you know, one of the portraits said quietly. You did try to control him, and he's proven he doesn't need your control. I was trying to protect him, Dumbledore whispered, to give him a chance at childhood, at normalcy. By placing him with abusive relatives, by monitoring his every move, by manipulating his choices. The portrait shook its head. You meant well, Albus, but good intentions don't justify the methods you used. And now you have a powerful young man who has no reason to trust you. Dumbledore buried his face in his hands, finally acknowledging the truth he'd been avoiding. Harry Potter was beyond his influence. The boy who lived had become something else entirely, something ancient and powerful and terrifyingly competent. The question now was what Harry would do with that power. Harry returned to the common room to find Hermione awake, reading his research notes with focused intensity. She looked up when he entered, her expression showing concern. Rough conversation with Dumbledore? He's upset I acted independently. I solved his Voldemort problem without following his carefully laid plans. Harry sat beside her, taking her hand. He'll adjust, or he won't. Either way, it doesn't change what comes next. What does come next? Harry looked toward the window, where dawn light was filtering through. His dimensional senses, always active in the background, detected something he'd been monitoring for months. Faint attention from beyond this dimension. Entities watching, observing, calculating. The cosmic orders. The higher dimensional beings that maintained cycles of conflict in this universe. They'd been monitoring Voldemort's destruction, analyzing the unexpected variable that had entered their carefully balanced system. The small task is finished, Harry said quietly. Voldemort was a local threat, a product of this dimension's flawed magical society. But there are larger patterns at work. Forces that view this world as a game board, that manipulate events to maintain specific outcomes. They've been watching, and now they know something has changed. Hermione's hand tightened on his. The cosmic entities you mentioned when you explained about being Anos, they're real? Real, and interested in what I did. Voldemort's existence served their purposes, maintained conflict, generated specific emotional energies they feed on, kept this world locked in repetitive cycles. Harry's expression hardened. I disrupted their pattern. Soon they'll try to restore balance, create a new threat, manipulate new conflicts, reassert their control. So what do? We prepare. We finish building Delsogate. We train our allies. We research dimensional mechanics and cosmic authority. Harry looked at her, his ancient eyes showing determination. And when they reveal themselves, we eliminate them as decisively as I eliminated Voldemort. That sounds dangerous. But it's also necessary. This world deserves peace, not manufactured conflict designed to feed parasitic entities. Harry smiled slightly. Besides, you said you wanted to help me change the world. This is how we do it. Hermione nodded slowly, her brilliant mind already engaging with the challenge. Then we'll need more than the three of us. We'll need a team. Trained, capable people who can stand against cosmic-level threats. Agreed. Neville will be essential. His potential is enormous once properly developed. Luna Lovegood, when we meet her, possibly others from our year and the years above. Harry paused. This is going to be a long process. Years of preparation before the confrontation comes. Are you certain you want to commit to this path? Harry, I watched you erase the Dark Lord from existence last night. I'm dating the reincarnation of an ancient demon king who's planning to fight cosmic entities. At this point, I'm all in. She leaned against him. Besides, someone needs to keep you from getting too focused on power and forgetting the human elements. That's why I need you. They sat together as dawn broke fully over Hogwarts, watching the sun rise over grounds that were, for the moment, at peace. The students would wake soon to a world without Voldemort, without the shadow of dark magic hanging over their futures. But Harry knew the peace was temporary. The real audit, the confrontation with the forces that had shaped this world's cycles of violence, was beginning. The Demon King of Tyranny had eliminated one threat. Now he would prepare to face the others. And he wouldn't face them alone. The summer after Voldemort's destruction should have been peaceful. Instead, it became the beginning of a revolution. Harry and Hermione returned to Hogwarts in September with a clear mission. The Dark Lord was gone, but the systems that had enabled him, blood purity ideology, inefficient magical education, corrupt institutional structures, remained intact. These weren't social problems. They were fundamental flaws in how magical society understood and utilized magic itself. It was time to fix them. The first reform came quietly, almost accidentally. Harry was helping a group of second years with their charms homework in the library when he noticed their struggle with the basic levitation spell. They were following the prescribed wand movements precisely, enunciating the incantation correctly, yet achieving minimal results. "Stop," Harry said, interrupting their 10th failed attempt. "You're approaching this incorrectly. The wand movement and incantation are tools for focusing your intent. They're training wheels, not requirements." A small girl with dark braids looked up, confused. "But Professor Flitwick said we have to do the swish and flick exactly right, or the spell won't work." "Professor Flitwick is teaching you a safe, standardized method. But magic doesn't actually require those specific movements. It requires understanding what you're trying to accomplish and the will to make it happen." Harry pulled out a piece of parchment, sketching a simple runic array. "Look at this. This is a levitation rune. It expresses the concept of counteract gravity directly, without needing words or gestures. If you channel your magic through this pattern, the effect is more stable and requires less continuous effort." Hermione, working at the same table, looked up with interest. "Harry, are you teaching them runic casting? That's N-E-W-T level material." "The difficulty is artificial. Runes are actually simpler than wand magic because they're conceptually cleaner. No ambiguity, no variation in pronunciation or movement." Harry showed the second years how to trace the rune in the air using magical energy than ink. "Try this. Focus on the rune's meaning, channel your magic through its structure, and direct the effect at your feather." The girl with braids concentrated, her tongue between her teeth. She traced the glowing rune in the air with her wand, and her feather rose smoothly, floating at exactly eye level without wobble or drift. Her gasp of delight brought other students over. Within 20 minutes, Harry had a crowd of younger students around his table, all practicing basic runic casting with increasing success. Hermione began helping, explaining the conceptual frameworks in clear, logical terms that made advanced theory accessible. Professor McGonagall found them an hour later, the library table surrounded by floating objects held aloft by glowing runic constructs. "Mr. Potter," she said, her voice sharp with surprise, "what exactly are you teaching these students?" "Practical magic theory, Professor. I'm demonstrating that runic casting is more efficient than traditional incantation-based spell work for many applications." Harry gestured to his audience. They're all successfully performing levitation using methods not typically taught until 6th year, and they're doing it more reliably than with standard first-year techniques. McGonagall examined the runic arrays, her professional expertise evident in how carefully she analyzed each construct. This is extraordinarily advanced. Most adult wizards struggle with active runic manipulation. How are second years managing it? Because we're not teaching it as advanced, Hermione explained. We're teaching it as fundamental. Runes express magical concepts directly, which makes them easier to understand than the indirect approach of incantations and wand movements. The only reason it's considered difficult is because the curriculum teaches it backward. Students learn inefficient methods first, then have to unlearn habits when they encounter runes later. That's a claim, Miss Granger. It's provable, Professor. Look at the results. Hermione indicated the young students, who were now experimenting with making their objects move in patterns. They understood the concept in minutes because we explained the underlying theory clearly. No mysterious Latin words, no complex wand choreography, clean conceptual frameworks. McGonagall was quiet for a long moment, her expression cycling through skepticism, consideration, and reluctant acceptance. "Show me," she said finally. "Teach me one of these runic constructs using your method. If it's as accessible as you claim, I should be able to learn it quickly despite my decades of traditional training." Harry pulled out fresh parchment, sketching a more complex runia binding effect that could temporarily immobilize objects. He explained the conceptual structure. Stability imposed through energy pattern disruption, movement negated by introducing counterforce at multiple vector points. McGonagall listened intently, her sharp mind processing the framework. "Now try it," Harry said. "Don't think about wand movements. Visualize the concept and channel your magic through the runic structure." McGonagall traced the rune, her movements precise. The binding effect activated instantly, freezing a nearby book in midair with perfect stability. She stared at her work, clearly shocked by how effortless it had been. "That should have required precise timing and multiple spell layers," she said quietly. "I thought about the effect and it happened, through a single rune." "Exactly. Efficiency through conceptual clarity." Harry met her eyes. "Professor, the magical education system is teaching students to be less capable than they could be. Not through malice, but through institutional inertia. No one questioned whether the traditional methods were optimal. They perpetuated them because that's what had always been done." McGonagall looked at the second years, still happily manipulating their floating objects through runic constructs they'd learned in less than an hour. Her expression showed the internal struggle of someone confronting a fundamental challenge to long-held beliefs. "This will require extensive review," she said finally. "But Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, if your methods can be validated, they could represent a revolutionary approach to magical education. I'll arrange a demonstration for the full staff. You'll need to present your findings formally." So began the intellectual invasion of Hogwarts. The staff meeting was held in the Great Hall 2 weeks later, with all professors present and several representatives from the Ministry's Department of Magical Education observing. Dumbledore sat at the center of the head table, his expression carefully neutral but his eyes watchful. Harry and Hermione stood before the assembled faculty, their presentation materials floating on conjured displays. They'd spent days preparing, distilling years of research into clear, demonstrable principles. Traditional magical education assumes that complexity equals power. Hermione began, her voice carrying clearly through the hall. Students learn increasingly elaborate spells, memorizing hundreds of incantations and wand movements. But this approach conflates difficulty with capability. We propose a fundamental restructuring based on conceptual frameworks than memorized procedures. Harry activated the first display comparison chart showing traditional spell learning curves versus runic framework acquisition. Look at the time investment. A student learning the shield charm through traditional methods requires approximately 20 hours of practice to achieve reliable results. learning the conceptual framework of deflection through energy redirection, and expressing it runically requires 5 hours to achieve superior results. The traditional method is 4 times less efficient. That's a bold claim, Professor Snape said from his seat, his voice dripping with skepticism. The shield charm is a proven defensive technique, taught successfully for centuries. You're suggesting our entire pedagogical approach is flawed? Not flawed, suboptimal. Harry turned to face Snape directly. Professor, you're one of the most skilled potion makers in Britain. You understand that efficiency matters. If a potion could be brewed in 2 hours instead of 8 with superior results, you'd use the faster method. Why should spell learning be different? Potions are different from spell work. They're not, though. Both involve precise manipulation of magical energy according to specific patterns. Potions use physical ingredients as focusing aids. Spells use incantations and wand movements. But the underlying principle is identical: structured intent causing defined effects. Hermione activated another display. We've tested this theory extensively. Student volunteers learning both traditional and runic methods consistently achieve better results faster with the runic approach. Professor Flitwick leaned forward, his expression intrigued then defensive. I'm familiar with runic magic, but it's always been considered a specialized field, not a replacement for standard spell work. How do you account for the versatility of traditional magic? Wands allow for improvisation and variation that runes might not provide. Excellent question, Harry said, pleased by the engagement. Runes aren't the only Alternative Theory 1 tool in a larger toolkit. The key insight is that students should understand the conceptual foundations of magic first, then choose the most efficient method for each application. Sometimes that's traditional incantation. Sometimes it's runic frameworks. Sometimes it's direct willpower with no intermediary at all. But currently, students never learn they have choices. They're taught one method and told it's the only legitimate approach. He demonstrated creating a complex defensive barrier using 3 different techniques in succession. First with traditional wand movements and incantation, then with a runic construct traced in the air, and finally with pure willpower that required no visible focus. Each produced identical results. The effect is what matters, Harry continued. The method is the path to achieving that effect. By teaching conceptual frameworks first, we give students the understanding necessary to choose their own optimal paths, then forcing everyone through identical procedures regardless of individual aptitude. The demonstration continued for an hour. Harry and Hermione showed teaching methods, learning progression charts, comparative efficiency data, and most convincingly lived demonstrations with student volunteers who'd been learning their methods. A third year successfully cast a Patronus charm using runic frameworks after 3 days of practice, something that typically required months or years of traditional training. Professor McGonagall, who'd been evaluating the presentation with professional scrutiny, finally spoke. What you're proposing isn't curriculum reform. It's a fundamental reconceptualization of what magical education should accomplish. Instead of training students to follow established procedures, you want to teach them to understand and manipulate the underlying principles. Precisely, Hermione confirmed. We want to produce wizards who think than wizards who memorize, who can solve novel problems instead of applying memorized solutions. This would require retraining every professor, Snape observed, rewriting every textbook, restructuring the entire 7-year curriculum. The logistical challenges alone are manageable, Harry interrupted. Difficult, yes. Time-consuming, certainly. But necessary. Professor Snape, you pride yourself on pushing students to understand the principles behind potions than following recipes. We're proposing the same approach for all magical disciplines. Don't you agree that students who understand why a potion works are more capable than those who memorize steps? Snape's expression Flickeretta clearly hadn't expected his own teaching philosophy to be used as supporting evidence. That's different. It's not, though. It's exactly the same principle. Harry's voice was respectful but firm. You already teach conceptual frameworks in potions. We're proposing that all subjects adopt that approach. The debate continued, professors raising objections and Harry and Hermione systematically addressing each concern. Some faculty remained skeptical, but others, particularly the younger professors, showed genuine interest. By the meeting's end, a tentative agreement had been reached, a trial program for first years, implementing the new methods alongside traditional instruction and comparing results. It was a beginning. But education reform, but important, wasn't Harry's primary concern. As summer faded into autumn, he became increasingly aware of something else, a subtle, invasive presence that seemed to watch Hogwarts with malevolent interest. He felt it most strongly in quiet moments. A whisper at the edge of perception, a pressure against reality itself. It wasn't hostile exactly, but it was observing, calculating, waiting for something. The feeling intensified near the Department of Mysteries, that sealed-off section of the ministry where the government conducted its most secretive research. You're sensing the cosmic entities, Harry told Hermione during one of their late-night sessions in Delsogade. The pocket dimension had grown substantially, now housing a full library, multiple research laboratories, and training spaces. They're beginning to take notice of the disruption I caused by eliminating Voldemort. What do they want? Hermione asked, looking up from the dimensional mechanics text she'd been studying. To restore their preferred patterns, to manipulate events back into conflict cycles that serve their purposes. Harry pulled up a projection showing the dimensional fabric around Earth, with bright spots indicating areas of cosmic attention. The Department of Mysteries is one of their anchor points. They've been influencing prophecies, manipulating probability, nudging events toward specific outcomes. That's where we need to go. Into the ministry? Harry, that's necessary. If we're going to end their interference, we need to confront them at one of their strongholds. Harry's expression was determined. I can sense them gathering, preparing to reassert control now that their tool Voldemort is gone. We strike first on our terms before they can establish a new pattern. Ron, who'd been practicing combat runes in the corner, walked over. So we're breaking into the ministry to fight gods. That's mental. I'm in. Neville, working on stabilizing his magical output under Harry's guidance, looked up nervously. Harry, I'm not sure I'm ready for something this big. Fighting you-know-who was one thing, but cosmic entities. Harry pulled a small object from his pocket, a talisman etched with intricate protective runes that glowed with soft golden light. This is for you. A rune-forged anchor that will stabilize your spirit and protect you from conceptual attacks. The entities we're facing don't use physical force. They manipulate probability, corrupt thoughts, twist reality at fundamental levels. This talisman will keep you grounded in who you're regardless of their influence. Neville took the talisman carefully, feeling the warmth of its protective magic. You made this for me? For all of you. Harry produced 3 more talismans, handing them to Ron, Hermione, and Luna Lovegood joined their group after Harry recognized her natural ability to perceive things others couldn't. We're going into hostile territory against opponents who fight on conceptual than physical levels. These will keep you safe. When do we go? Hermione asked, already mentally preparing. Tonight. The cosmic entities are gathering at the Veil in the Department of Mysteries. That's where the boundary between dimensions is thinnest, where they can exert the most influence. We confront them there, end their interference permanently. The Department of Mysteries was exactly as hushed and shadowy as Harry remembered from his dimensional scans. They'd infiltrated the ministry using a combination of careful timing and subtle perception manipulation, making security personnel simply not notice their presence. The corridor leading to the department stretched endlessly, lined with black doors that led to various research chambers. At the far end, the Veil Room waited, its ancient stone archway visible through the open doorway. I can feel them, Luna said quietly, her dreamy voice taking on an unusual edge of tension. They're watching us. waiting to see what we'll do. Harry nodded. He could feel them, two presences that existed partially outside normal spacetime, observing from angles that three-dimensional beings couldn't easily perceive. They were old, powerful, and utterly convinced of their right to manipulate this dimension's inhabitants. They entered the Veil Room. The stone archway stood in the center, a tattered black curtain hanging within its frame that fluttered despite the absence of wind. The veil was a gateway, a thin point between the world of the living and something else, death, or simply another dimension, the perfect place for cosmic entities to manifest. Harry walked to the center of the room, his friends arraying behind him in the formation they'd practiced in Delsogade. "I know you're there," he said calmly, speaking to the empty air. "I can feel your attention, your manipulation, your attempts to reassert control over this world. Show yourselves." For a moment, nothing happened. Then the veil began to flutter more violently, and reality itself seemed to twist. Shapes emerged from the archway, not solid forms but ethereal distortions, like looking through heat shimmer or curved glass. They were vaguely humanoid but fundamentally wrong, existing in more dimensions than human perception could fully process. When they spoke, their voices came from everywhere and nowhere, layered harmonics that bypassed ears and resonated directly in the mind. "You think yourself above destiny," they whispered. The words carried weight, each syllable trying to impose conceptual truth. "You're but a temporary aberration. We have guided this world through countless cycles. Your resistance is meaningless." "Destiny is a myth to me," Harry replied, his voice steady and utterly confident. "Only choice exists, free will exercised through understanding and capability. What you call destiny is manipulation, your manipulation. And it ends now. You'll cease interfering with this reality." The entities pulsed, their distorted forms rippling with what might have been amusement or contempt. "You can't oppose us. We're eternal. We're inevitable. We're—" Harry moved. He raised both hands, channeling magic not as energy blasts or elemental forces but as pure conceptual authority. The air around him crystallized into geometric patterns, three-dimensional representations of higher-dimensional mathematical truths. The patterns expanded outward, intersecting the cosmic entities' forms and disrupting their manifestation. The entities screamed a sound that had no physical component but registered as pain directly in the nervous system. Reality buckled under the force of conceptual conflict as two incompatible frameworks of existence collided. "Impossible," they shrieked. "You're bound by dimensional law. You can't." "I'm not bound by your laws," Harry said coldly. "I exist outside your framework. I'm Enos Voldegode, Demon King of Tyranny, and I recognize no authority above my own." Behind him, Ron gasped and stumbled as the entity's retaliation washed over them, a wave of probability manipulation that tried to make them forget why they'd come, to convince them this battle was unwinnable. But the talismans flared, protecting them from the conceptual assault. Hermione stepped forward, her voice clear and strong as she channeled the protective enchantments Harry had taught her. Silver light flowed from her hands, reinforcing their defensive perimeter. "You want to break our will? Our certainty? You're facing people who've stared down Voldemort and won. You're facing people who've rebuilt magical theory from first principles. Your mind games won't work." The entities pressed harder. More of them emerged from the veil, 5, 7, 9 distorted shapes overlapping in impossible geometries. The room's temperature dropped. The stone floor cracked as reality strained under competing forces. Harry began constructing runic barriers, multicolored patterns that manifested as crystalline structures surrounding his team. Each barrier represented a different defensive concept: physical impermeability, conceptual stability, temporal anchoring, probability reinforcement. Layer upon layer of protection, each one harder to breach than the last. "Harry," Neville called out, his voice tight with strain, "there are more coming. They're calling reinforcements." "Let them come," Harry said. "The more that manifest, the easier to deal with them all at once." He raised his hands higher, beginning the incantation for his most devastating spell. Power gathered around him, not the gentle, controlled magic of everyday spells, but raw destructive force that made reality itself groan under the pressure. Egil groan Angdaroa. The words resonated with fundamental truth, activating a spell matrix that converted pure magical energy into absolute destructive force. A sphere of darkness materialized between Harry's hands, growing rapidly as he fed more power into it. Not black like shadow, but a deeper absentia sphere of pure annihilation that consumed light, heat, and matter with equal ease. The cosmic entity's harmonious voices turned to screams of genuine terror. Stop! You can't unleash such power here. The dimensional fabric will collapse.
Tu sonst will die.
Then you should have left this world alone, Harry replied. But he hesitated. The sphere was already massive, pulsing with enough energy to annihilate everything within a mile radius. If he released it here, the Department of Mysteries would be destroyed. The ministry above would collapse. Innocent people would die. He felt Hermione's hand on his shoulder. Harry, she said softly, you're not a destroyer anymore. You're a protector. There's another way. Harry looked at his friends, Ron gripping his wand with white knuckles, Neville holding his talisman like a lifeline, Luna's dreamy eyes somehow completely lucid and focused, and Hermione gazing at him with absolute trust despite the world-ending power he held in his hands. They were right. He'd changed. The Demon King of Tyranny would have released the spell without hesitation, obliterating everything to eliminate the threat. But Harry Potterenos Voldemort Reborn had learned to care about collateral damage, had learned to value innocent lives even when they complicated tactical efficiency. He made his choice. Instead of releasing Egil groan Angdaroa, Harry reversed the spell flow. The destructive sphere collapsed inward, condensing into a single point of contained energy. Then he redirected that power, not into annihilation but into creation. Creation of containment, of prison, of absolute binding that the entities couldn't escape. Runic arrays materialized around each cosmic entity, cages constructed from pure conceptual authority, each rune expressing a fundamental truth. You're bound. You're contained. You're powerless. The arrays wrapped around the distorted forms, contracting and solidifying until the entities were trapped in geometric prisons that existed outside normal space-time. The entities struggled, their forms flickering and distorting as they tried to phase through the barriers. But Harry had designed these cages specifically to contain higher-dimensional beings. Every escape route they attempted, he'd already blocked. Every conceptual loophole he'd already closed. You wanted to manipulate this world, Harry said, his voice carrying absolute finality, to maintain conflict cycles that serve your purposes. That ends now. You're confined, subdued but alive, powerless to interfere but conscious enough to understand your failure. You'll remain imprisoned until you learn that this world is not your playground. The lead entity of such hierarchy existed among them, pulsed weakly within its cage. You could have destroyed us. Why show mercy? Because I'm not the Demon King anymore. I'm also Harry Potter. And Harry Potter values life even when ending it would be more efficient. He gestured to his friends. They taught me that, showed me that pure power without restraint is another form of tyranny. So instead of destruction, I choose controlled governance. You're contained, not dead. If you ever learn to respect free will, these cages can be opened. The entities had no response. Their forms flickered once more, then went still, suspended in timeless imprisonment. The room fell silent. The veil stopped fluttering. Reality stabilized, the dimensional strain dissipating as the cosmic entity's influence faded. We did it, Ron breathed. We actually did it. We imprisoned gods. We contained parasitic manipulators, Harry corrected. Don't glorify what they were. They called themselves eternal, inevitable, but they were bullies operating from a position of dimensional advantage. Remove that advantage and they were surprisingly manageable. Hermione was staring at the imprisoned entities with a mixture of awe and concern. Harry, what you did, the power you displayed, that was frightening, Harry supplied. I know. I'm sorry you had to see that, but it was necessary. I was going to say magnificent. Hermione stepped closer, taking his hand. You had the power to destroy them utterly. The spell was ready, but you chose mercy instead. Chose to find a solution that didn't require mass destruction. That's... She smiled, tears in her eyes. That's why I love you. Harry pulled her close, resting his forehead against hers. I wouldn't have made that choice without you. Without all of you. You keep me human. Keep me from becoming the tyrant I used to be. Group hug, Ron announced, pulling them all together. They stood in the Department of Mysteries, surrounded by imprisoned cosmic entities and the aftermath of a battle that had shaken the dimensional fabric, finding comfort in simple human connection. Luna, somehow still serene despite everything they'd experienced, smiled her dreamy smile. The Nargles are pleased. They never liked those other entities anyway. The political consequences of that night rippled through magical society like an earthquake. Within a week, Harry and Hermione had presented evidence to the Wizengamot showing how the cosmic entities had been manipulating probability and influencing decisions for decades. How countless conflicts, including the rise of both Grindelwald and Voldemort, had been deliberately orchestrated to maintain cycles of violence that served the entity's purposes. The revelation destroyed what remained of the old order's credibility. If the fundamental structure of fate itself had been corrupted, then all institutions built on that corrupted foundation were suspect. The Ministry's authority collapsed as people realized how deeply they'd been manipulated. Harry didn't seek power, but into the vacuum of authority, he and Hermione provided something desperately needed: a logical, coherent vision for reconstruction based on demonstrable principles than tradition or manipulation. The Ministry of Magic, as currently structured, has failed repeatedly, Harry announced at the emergency Wizengamot session. His voice was calm but carried absolute authority. It failed to stop Voldemort. It failed to protect innocent citizens. It failed to recognize and resist cosmic manipulation. We propose dissolution of the current government and replacement with a merit-based council that operates on logic than politics. The old guard protested, naturally, but their objections rang hollow in the face of recent revelations. How could they claim authority when they've been puppets for interdimensional manipulators? We also propose immediate abolition of all blood purity legislation, Hermione added, her presentation materials floating above the assembled wizards. Not on moral grounds, though those are certainly valid, but on practical, technical grounds. Blood purity is magical inefficiency. We can prove it. She activated a live demonstration. Volunteer squibspeople supposedly born without magic to magical families stood on the chamber floor. Harry walked among them, placing his hand on each person's head and channeling a complex diagnostic spell that analyzed their magical pathways. These individuals aren't non-magical, Harry explained as his spell work revealed the truth. They have complete magical systems, but their pathways are blocked by inherited trauma responses, minor genetic variations, or simple lack of activation. Watch what happens when we remove those blocks and provide proper activation. He worked methodically, his magic flowing into each squib and carefully stimulating their dormant capabilities. One by one, the supposedly non-magical people began demonstrating magical effects, conjuring sparks, levitating objects, producing light. The chamber erupted in shocked whispers. Magic is a technical, fixable problem, Hermione continued, not a mark of inherent superiority or inferiority. With proper understanding and intervention, anyone with the biological structures can access magical capabilities. Blood purity is meaningless. It's based on ignorance of how magic actually works. At number 4, Privet Drive, Petunia Dursley watched the Wizengamot proceedings on a magically projected broadcast. Since Harry had begun his reforms, the magical world had reached out to non-magical relatives of wizards, offering information and inclusion than secrecy and exclusion. Petunia watched as Harry activated magic in people like her, people who'd been told they were less, who'd been excluded and ignored. She watched as he proved that the distinction between magical and non-magical was artificial, surmountable, a matter of biological activation. Then she felt it, a faint, unfamiliar warmth in her hands, a spark of something that shouldn't exist. She raised her hands, staring in disbelief as a small light appeared above her palm, weak, unstable, but undeniably magical. After a lifetime of resentment and jealousy, after years of hating magic and everything it represented, Petunia Dursley discovered she too could touch the power she'd envied. The trauma of exclusion, of being the normal sister while Lily was special, dissolved in an instant. She began to cry not from pain, but from relief, from the resolution of decades of complicated feelings, from the simple understanding she'd never needed to be excluded, that the boundary between her and her sister had always been artificial. Across Britain and beyond, similar scenes played out. Squibs discovering they weren't broken, Muggle-born wizards learning they weren't inferior, the entire blood purity ideology collapsing under the weight of demonstrated truth. The old order had no response, no counter-argument to direct magical demonstration. Within a month, every blood purity law was formally repealed, and the new council, composed of the most capable magical theorists and practitioners regardless of blood status, took governing authority. In Delsogate Castle, now expanded to include a grand hall where important meetings could be held, Harry addressed his core team and the new council members. "We've achieved something remarkable," he said, his voice echoing through the starry void lit by floating runic lanterns. "We've eliminated Voldemort. We've imprisoned the cosmic manipulators. We've reformed magical education and abolished blood purity. But this is the beginning." He activated a projection showing Earth from a dimensional perspective, with the newly established peace radiating outward like ripples in water. "We're declaring the dawn of Pax Voldigoden era of enforced peace. Not peace through passivity, but peace through active protection and continuous improvement. Any force that threatens this world's stability, whether from within or without, will face immediate, decisive response." "Isn't enforced peace tyranny with better marketing?" one of the council members asked nervously. Harry acknowledged. "The Demon King of Tyranny doesn't pretend to be purely altruistic. But consider the alternative: return to the old cycle of manipulation, conflict, and suffering. I'm offering something better. Stability maintained through superior power and logical governance. Is that tyranny? Maybe, but it's tyranny that protects then oppresses, that enables then restricts." Hermione stepped forward, her hand finding Harry's. "We're not claiming perfection. We're claiming competence. The old system failed repeatedly. We're proposing a new system based on demonstrated capability and continuous improvement. If anyone can prove a better approach, we'll consider it. But until then, we're offering peace, real, lasting peace backed by the power to maintain it." Neville, now significantly more confident after months of intensive training, nodded agreement. "Harry saved my life, saved all our lives, multiple times. I trust him to use his power wisely. And if he ever stops using it wisely," he touched his talisman meaningfully, "we're here to remind him who he's." Ron grinned. "Besides, Pax Voldigode sounds brilliant, dramatic. The historians will love it." The council debated for hours, but eventually consensus emerged. They would support Harry's vision, would work to implement his reforms, would help maintain the peace he'd established. Not because they feared his power, though they certainly respected it, but because his methods had produced results that traditional approaches never achieved. As the meeting dispersed, Harry and Hermione remained in the hall, looking at the projection of Earth surrounded by protective wards and stability enchantments. "Do you think we've done the right thing?" Hermione asked quietly. "Taking this much control? Imposing our vision on the whole magical world?" "I think we've done the necessary thing," Harry replied. And we've done it with more restraint than I would have shown in my previous existence. The Demon King would have simply conquered and ruled absolutely. Harry Potter seeks consensus, explains reasoning, gives people choices within the new framework. That's growth. You're still learning to be human. With your help. Harry pulled her closer. You keep me honest. Keep me from forgetting that efficiency isn't the only value that matters. That people deserve dignity, even when it complicates logistics. Always, Hermione promised. That's what partners do. They keep each other balanced. They stood together in their pocket dimension castle, looking out at the world they'd reshaped through force of will and intellectual brilliance. The Demon King of tyranny and the brightest witch of her age, partners in revolution and reconstruction. Outside, the wizarding world adjusted to peace. Hogwarts implemented new teaching methods. The council drafted logical legislation. Squibs integrated into magical society with newfound capabilities. Blood purity advocates found themselves not prosecuted but simply ignored, their ideology rendered irrelevant by demonstrated truth. And in the spaces between dimensions, the imprisoned cosmic entities watched silently, contained but conscious, bearing witness to what happened when someone refused to accept destiny as inevitable. Pax Voldigoad had begun. The tyranny of peace, enforced by power but tempered by humanity, shaped by logic but informed by compassion. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than anything that had come before. And that, Harry reflected, was sufficient for now. The real work maintaining peace, fostering growth, protecting this world from any future threats was beginning. But for the first time in either of his lives, he wasn't facing that work alone. He had Hermione. He had his friends. He had purpose beyond mere power. The Demon King had learned to be human. And in doing so, he'd discovered something more valuable than any amount of destructive capability. The strength that comes from genuine connection. From choosing to protect than dominate, from using power in service of something greater than oneself. It was, he thought, a discovery worth everything he'd sacrificed to achieve it. The night air carried the scent of cut grass and approaching autumn as Harry and Hermione sat on the hill overlooking Hogwarts. The castle glowed warmly against the darkness, its windows lit like scattered stars. Above them, the real stars stretched across a clear sky, infinite and indifferent to the changes happening on the small planet below. 3 months had passed since the cosmic entity's imprisonment. 3 months of careful reconstruction, of implementing reforms, of watching a new world order take shape from the ruins of the old. It had been exhausting, exhilarating, and occasionally terrifying. But now, for the first time in years, there was peace. Real peace. Not the fragile ceasefire that had existed before Voldemort, nor the tense watchfulness of his reign of terror. This was genuine stability, backed by demonstrated power and maintained through logical governance. Harry breathed deeply, savoring the simple sensation of cool evening air filling his lungs. Beside him, Hermione leaned against his shoulder, her warmth a pleasant contrast to the night chill. They sat in comfortable silence, neither feeling the need to fill every moment with words. "We remade the world, Harry," Hermione said finally, her voice soft and contemplative. "In less than a year, we've restructured magical education, reformed the government, abolished blood purity laws, imprisoned cosmic manipulators, and established an entirely new social order. Do you feel like the Demon King you were? The one who ruled through absolute power and feared nothing?" Harry considered the question carefully. In his previous existence as Aenos Voldigoad, he would have viewed these achievements as merely efficient problem-solving. Obstacles identified, solutions implemented, power applied where necessary. There would have been satisfaction in the competence of it all, but not what he felt now. Now, sitting on a hillside with Hermione beside him and his friends sleeping peacefully in the castle below, he felt something different. Something warmer and more complicated than simple satisfaction. "No," he said softly, squeezing her hand. "I don't feel like the Demon King I was. I feel like me. Like us. I'm glad to have human family and friends. Not the godlike loneliness I expected when I first arrived in this dimension. Hermione shifted to look at him directly, her brown eyes reflecting starlight. What's the difference between the Demon King and who you're now? Purpose, Harry said after a moment. The Demon King existed for power itself, for the intellectual challenge of mastering reality. But Harry Potter, this version of me, forged through years of human experience, exists for something more. For protecting people I care about. For building systems that enable growth than maintaining control. For... He paused, searching for the right words. For connection. For the feeling I get when I'm with you, when Ron makes a terrible joke, when Neville successfully completes a spell he never thought he could manage. The Demon King would have seen those as weaknesses. Emotional entanglements that complicated efficient decision-making. And now I understand their strengths. Different from raw power, yes, but equally valuable. Maybe more valuable. Harry pulled her closer, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. You keep asking if I'm a monster, if the power I wield makes me dangerous. But I'm not a monster, Hermione. Monsters don't care about the people they hurt. They don't hesitate before unleashing world-ending magic because their friends reminded them that innocent lives matter. They don't find contentment in simple moments like sitting on a hillside watching stars. You hesitated in the Department of Mysteries, Hermione said, remembering that moment when Harry had held enough power in his hands to obliterate everything within miles. You could have destroyed the cosmic entities utterly. The spell was ready, but you chose mercy instead. Because of you, because of Ron and Neville and Luna, because I've learned that pure power without restraint is another form of tyranny. Harry rested his head against hers. The Demon King of tyranny ruled through fear and absolute capability. But Harry Potter Rulsif, we can call it that, through demonstrated competence and genuine care for the world he's protecting. That's the difference. Hermione was quiet for a long moment, processing his words. Then she smiled, soft and genuine. I love you, you know? Not because you're powerful, though that's impressive. Not because you're brilliant, though you're... I love you because you chose to be better than you were. Because you let yourself care, even though caring is messy and complicated and sometimes painful. Because you're willing to admit uncertainty and ask for help when you need it. I love you too, Harry said simply. You made me human. You and the others. You showed me that there's value in vulnerability, in emotional connection, in admitting I don't have all the answers. The Demon King never would have learned those lessons. But Harry Potter did, because he had people worth learning them for. They kissed, soft and unhurried, finding comfort in the simple honesty of physical touch. When they pulled apart, both were smiling despite the seriousness of their conversation. So what happens now? Hermione asked. We've established peace, reformed society, eliminated the major threats. What does the Demon King do when there are no more battles to fight? He learns to live, Harry said, surprising himself with the answer. He discovers what it means to exist without constant conflict, to build instead of destroy, to nurture instead of conquer. He gestured at the castle below them. We have so much work ahead. Implementing the educational reforms across all magical schools, training the new council members, establishing trade agreements with other magical governments, researching ways to help more squibs access their latent magic. Those aren't battles theory projects. Long-term efforts that require patience and collaboration than overwhelming force. That sounds wonderful, Hermione said, her voice warm with approval. Building a better world instead of defeating threats to the existing one. That's the real revolution, isn't it? Not the dramatic confrontations, but the steady work of improvement. Exactly. Harry looked up at the stars again, his mind already planning next steps. Though I suspect we'll face more confrontations eventually. There are always new threats. But for now, for tonight, we have peace. And I find I enjoy it. They sat together until the castle bells chimed midnight, marking the transition to a new day. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new responsibilities, new opportunities. But tonight was theirs, a quiet moment of contentment stolen from the chaos of revolutionary change. As they walked back to the castle hand in hand, Harry realized something profound. For the first time in either of his lives, he was genuinely happy. Not satisfied with his power, not pleased with his accomplishments, but truly happy in a deep, human way that transcended calculation or achievement. It was, he thought, worth everything he'd sacrificed to reach this point. The grand hall of the former ministry building had been transformed. Where once pompous statues and grandiose decorations had celebrated magical superiority. Now clean lines and functional design created a space for actual governance than theatrical display. The new council chamber was circular, with seats arranged so that no position was elevated above others. Every member, whether ancient pure-blood or Muggle-born prodigy, sat at the same level, spoke with equal authority, and contributed based on demonstrated competence than inherited privilege. Harry stood at the center, not as a ruler but as a founding architect explaining his vision to those who would implement it. The old ministry operated on the assumption that tradition equals legitimacy. He began, his voice carrying clearly through the hall, that age conveys authority and change threatens stability. We're operating on different principles. Legitimacy comes from results. Authority comes from capability. And stability comes not from resisting change but from managing it intelligently. Around the circle, council members listened with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Some, particularly the younger members, nodded agreement. Others, holdovers from the old system who'd proven competent enough to retain positions, looked uncertain but attentive. Neville Longbottom stood to Harry's right, wearing the formal robes of defense warden with quiet pride. The shy, uncertain boy who'd struggled with basic spells had transformed into a capable young man who radiated competence and calm authority. His appointment had surprised some, but Harry had been characteristically direct in his reasoning. Neville understands protection, Harry had explained to the council during the appointment hearing. Not the mechanics of defensive magic, but the fundamental purpose. Keeping people safe without becoming tyrannical. He's brave without being reckless, powerful without being cruel. Those are the qualities we need in someone responsible for defending this society. Now, Neville stood as living proof that Harry's educational methods worked. That potential could be unlocked through proper instruction and genuine support. He caught Harry's eye and nodded once, a silent acknowledgement of trust and partnership. Our first major initiative, Harry continued, is the expansion of magical access. We've proven that squibs can develop magical capabilities with proper activation and training. Over the next year, we'll be offering free diagnostic and activation services to anyone who requests them. This isn't charity, it's practical resource utilization. Every person we help become magically active is another contributor to society, another problem solver, another mind working toward collective improvement. What about the cost? One of the council members asked. Practical concern, not opposition. Already addressed, Hermione said, stepping forward with her characteristic efficiency. She'd been appointed chief lore architect, responsible for educational reform and knowledge management. We've negotiated new agreements with the goblins for magical resource extraction. The previous system was exploitative and inefficient. The new system is fair, productive, and generates significantly more revenue. More than enough to fund public service initiatives. As if summoned by her mention, Ragnarok, the chief goblin representative, entered through the side door. His face was weathered and sharp, his eyes calculating but no longer hostile. The relationship between wizards and goblins had always been contentious, marked by mutual distrust and periodic violence. But Harry had approached the negotiation with characteristic directness. The old system exploited your labor, Harry had told Ragnarok during their first meeting. Wizards controlled access to resources you extracted, paid you inadequately, and treated you as secondary citizens despite your obvious capabilities. That was inefficient and unjust. I'm proposing something different. Partnership. Fair compensation for your work, representation in governance, and acknowledgement of Goblin sovereignty in matters of finance and resource management. Ragnarok had been skeptical at first, but Harry had backed his words with actions, implementing protections for Goblin rights and establishing profit-sharing arrangements that made the partnership mutually beneficial. Cold logic, applied fairly, proved more persuasive than any appeal to morality. Now, Ragnarok approached the center of the circle with a document in hand. "The quarterly resource report," he said, his gravelly voice carrying well. "Extraction is up 18% compared to the same period last year. Efficiency improvements from new mining techniques developed by Wizard Goblin collaboration teams. Revenue is distributed according to the established formula. 40% to Gringotts for investment and Goblin community development. 60% to the Council for Public Services and Infrastructure." "Are the Goblin communities satisfied with this arrangement?" Harry asked directly. Satisfied is too strong a word. We're Goblins, we always believe we could negotiate better terms. Ragnarok's expression might have been amusement. "But yes, this arrangement is fair. It acknowledges our capabilities, compensates our labor adequately, and treats us as partners than servants. That's unprecedented in Wizard-Goblin relations. We'll honor our commitments." "As will we," Harry confirmed. "Thank you, Ragnarok." The Goblin nodded once and withdrew. It was a small moment but significant. For the first time in generations, Wizards and Goblins were working together based on mutual respect and logical arrangement than historical resentment and exploitation. The council meeting continued for another 2 hours, addressing various administrative matters. Hermione presented updates on educational reform implementation. Neville reported on security assessments and potential threats none significant. Other council members contributed reports on international relations, infrastructure development, and legal code revision. It was, Harry thought, remarkably boring. The tedious work of governance, of maintaining systems and making incremental improvements. The Demon King of Tyranny would have been profoundly dissatisfied by it all. But Harry Potter found it oddly satisfying. This was what peace looked like. Not dramatic confrontations and world-shaking magic, but careful planning and steady implementation. Building then destroying. Nurturing then conquering. As the meeting concluded and council members dispersed to their various responsibilities, Harry took a moment to visit the Portrait Hala section of the building where important historical figures had their likenesses preserved with magical consciousness. Albus Dumbledore's portrait hung near the end of the hall, placed not prominently but respectfully. The painted figure looked different from the man Harry had known, humbled by death, stripped of the manipulative certainty he'd carried in life. When Harry approached, Dumbledore's eyes opened, his expression showing genuine respect then calculating assessment. "Harry," the portrait said quietly, "or should I say Anos? I confess I'm still uncertain what to call you." "Harry is fine, Professor. That's who I've chosen to be." Harry looked at the portrait with an expression that was almost warm. "I wanted to thank you for everything you tried to do even when your methods were flawed." Dumbledore looked surprised. "Thank me? Harry, I failed you repeatedly. I manipulated your childhood, controlled your environment, treated you as a weapon to be aimed than a person to be nurtured. I don't deserve your thanks." "Not. But you also provided the framework that allowed me to become who I'm now. Hogwarts, despite its flaws, was a place where I could form genuine friendships, where I could learn what it meant to care about others. Yes, you tried to control me. Yes, your methods were manipulative. But your underlying goal, protecting this world from darkness, was noble. You went about it the wrong way. That's generous, all things considered. It's honest. I've learned that holding grudges is inefficient when the person has acknowledged their mistakes and poses no future threat." Harry smiled slightly. "You're dead, Professor. You can't manipulate anyone anymore, which means I can afford to forgive you without risking tactical disadvantage." Dumbledore's painted face showed genuine amusement. Even in forgiveness, you remain calculating. Some things never change. Some things shouldn't, but others should. Harry's expression grew more serious. Remember, Albus, knowledge must be shared, not hoarded. That was your fundamental error. You kept information to yourself because you thought you knew best, thought you had to carry every burden alone. That isolation made you less effective, not more. The New Order operates on transparency and collaboration. It's better that way. I see that now. I wish I'd understood it during life. Dumbledore paused. You've accomplished extraordinary things, Harry. This Pax Voltigode you've established it's what I always hoped for but never achieved. Peace maintained through demonstrated competence then constant vigilance against darkness. I'm proud of you even though I have no right to be. You have as much right as anyone. You were my teacher but flawed. You taught me important lessons, even when they were taught through negative example. Harry nodded respectfully. Rest well, Professor. The world is safe now. You can stop worrying about it. Can I, though? Dumbledore's expression showed concern. Harry, what you've built is impressive, but it's built on your personal power. What happens when you're gone? When there's no Demon King to enforce peace through overwhelming capability? Won't everything collapse back into the old patterns? That's why we're building systems, not wielding power. The Council will continue after I'm gone. The educational reforms will persist. The cultural changes we're implementing, the end of blood purity. The integration of squibs and goblins and other marginalized groups, those create a new foundation that doesn't depend on any single individual. Harry's voice was confident. I'm not trying to rule forever, Professor. I'm trying to establish structures that can maintain themselves. And then, eventually, I'll step back and let them function independently. You do that? Give up power voluntarily? When the time is right, yes. Power is a tool, not a goal. Once the tool has accomplished its purpose, there's no reason to keep wielding it. Harry turned to leave, then paused. Besides, I have other things I want to do. Research, exploration, living an actual life instead of managing conflicts. That's what I'm working toward. He left Dumbledore's portrait contemplating those words. The old headmaster's painted face showing something like approval mixed with lingering concern. The final test came 3 weeks later, subtle and almost missed. Harry was in Delsogade's main laboratory, researching advanced dimensional mechanics with Hermione, when he felt it, a familiar pressure at the edge of perception. One of the imprisoned cosmic entities was attempting something, not escape exactly, but communication. A psychological probe designed to bypass the physical constraints of its runic cage. I need to check on the entities, Harry said, setting down his research notes. One of them is trying to make contact. Hermione looked up, concerned. Should I come with you? No need. This isn't a combat situation. A conversation. Harry smiled reassuringly. I'll be back soon. He descended to the lowest level of Delsogade, where the imprisoned entities were maintained in a secure vault. The runic cages still held perfectly geometric impossibilities that existed outside normal spacetime, containing beings that shouldn't be containable. But one cage pulsed with increased activity, its occupant manifesting a form for communication. The cosmic entity appeared as a swirling shadow, vaguely humanoid but constantly shifting. When it spoke, its voice resonated with harmonics that tried to impose conceptual weight. Harry Potter, it said, each word carefully constructed. We have observed your Pax Voltigode. We have evaluated your governance. We wish to propose an arrangement. I'm listening, Harry said neutrally. Release us. Allow us to resume our role as cosmic custodians. In exchange, we'll acknowledge your authority over this specific world. We won't interfere with your plans, won't manipulate your population, won't impose the conflict cycles that served our previous purposes. The shadow pulsed. We sustain worlds, Harry Potter. We maintain the dimensional fabric. Without us, chaos spreads. Systems collapse. reality itself becomes unstable in ways that even you can't prevent. It was a reasonable proposal, logically structured and seemingly mutually beneficial. The entities would regain their freedom, Harry would gain cosmic allies, and everyone would benefit from cooperation than conflict. It was also complete manipulation. Harry could sense the deception beneath the reasonable words. The entity was playing to his ego, appealing to logic while hiding its true intent. If released, it would immediately resume its manipulation. Not as overtly, with more care to avoid detection, but the fundamental goal: maintaining control over this dimension's inhabitants would remain unchanged. "No," Harry said simply, his voice steely and unwavering. The shadow rippled with what might have been frustration. "You're being unreasonable. We offer partnership, cooperation, mutual benefit. You offer pretty words wrapped around the same fundamental problem. Your belief you have the right to manipulate this world's inhabitants. That your purposes justify interfering with billions of beings' free will. That cosmic scale somehow makes tyranny acceptable." Harry's expression hardened. "I reject that premise. Not because I'm opposed to necessary governance. I am literally enforcing peace through superior power, so I can't claim moral high ground there. But because you've proven you can't be trusted to exercise power responsibly. You created conflict cycles that caused untold suffering, all to serve your own purposes. That's not custodianship. It's parasitism. Then what would you have us do? Remain imprisoned forever? Until you genuinely understand why your previous actions were wrong. Until you can demonstrate you respect the autonomy of the beings you claim to shepherd. Until you can prove you've learned restraint." Harry's voice was absolute. "And if that takes eternity, then yes, you remain imprisoned forever. That's the consequence of your choices." The shadow pulsed violently, its form becoming more chaotic. "You can't hold us indefinitely. Eventually you'll die or leave or make a mistake, and we'll be free. And when that happens—" "When that happens," Harry interrupted, his voice dropping to something dangerous, "you'll discover that the cages are self-maintaining. They draw power from the dimensional fabric itself, reinforcing automatically with no need for my continued attention. I designed them that way specifically because I knew you'd wait for an opportunity to escape. There's no opportunity. There never will be. You remain contained until I or my successors decide otherwise." The entity's form began to collapse, its manifestation destabilizing as it realized the truth. Harry's will was absolute. There would be no negotiation, no compromise, no eventual escape through patience or trickery. The imprisonment was permanent, enforced not through constant vigilance but through superior conceptual architecture. "Then do your job," Harry said, his voice still steely but slightly softer, "and stay away from this one. If you can learn to respect autonomy, if you can demonstrate genuine change, in a few centuries we'll revisit this conversation. But until then, you're exactly where you belong." The shadow dissolved completely, retreating back into its cage. The conversation was over, the final challenge met and dismissed through simple, uncompromising will. No dramatic magic, no world-shaking confrontation. Absolute authority, clearly communicated and unshakably maintained. It was, Harry reflected as he ascended back to the laboratory, a quiet victory. The kind that history rarely recorded but that meant as much as the dramatic battles. The steady, patient work of maintaining boundaries and enforcing consequences. Hermione looked up when he returned, reading his expression immediately. "Everything resolved?" "Everything resolved," Harry confirmed. "The entity tried psychological manipulation. It didn't work. It won't try again." "Good." Hermione returned to her research notes, trusting Harry completely. No questions about methods, no concerns about whether he'd been too harsh or not harsh enough. Simple acceptance he'd handled the situation appropriately. That trust, Harry thought, was worth more than any amount of power. The ceremony of unity took place on the first day of spring, with students from all 4 houses gathering on the grounds overlooking the Black Lake. 6 months had passed since Voldemort's destruction. 6 months of steady change, of old prejudices fading and new systems taking root. The students who assembled represented the first generation to grow up entirely under Pax Voldigode, their education shaped by reformed curriculum. Their society rebuilt on logical principles, their futures unburdened by the conflicts that had defined previous generations. Harry stood on a simple raised platform, not elaborate or grandiose but functional enough to be visible to the assembled students. He'd matured visibly over the past year, no longer looking like the 14-year-old who'd killed Voldemort but a young man who'd seen and done things that aged the soul even when the body remained young. Hermione stood beside him, her hand in his, not hidden, not disguised, but openly acknowledged. She wore formal robes bearing the symbol of her position as Chief Lore Architect, and she radiated confidence and competence. Behind them, Neville stood in his Defense Warden uniform. Ron wore the robes of Strategic Coordinator. And Luna had somehow been appointed Keeper of Unusual Phenomena, position that seemed to have been created specifically for her unique talents. The core team that had fought cosmic entities now stood as the leadership of the new order. The assembled students waited quietly, their faces showing curiosity and respect than the fear and uncertainty that had characterized student gatherings during Voldemort's time. Harry spoke, his voice carrying clearly across the grounds without magical amplification. He'd learned to project naturally, to command attention through presence than volume. When I arrived at Hogwarts as a first year, this school was divided. Gryffindor versus Slytherin, pure blood versus Muggleborn, those with power versus those without. The divisions were so deep, so fundamental, that most people accepted them as natural and inevitable. But they weren't natural. They were constructed, maintained through ignorance and reinforced through tradition that went unquestioned. He paused, scanning the crowd. Students from all houses stood together, no longer segregated by arbitrary characteristics. Slytherins stood beside Gryffindors. Purebloods worked with Muggleborns. Even a few goblins attended, participating in Hogwarts' new exchange program. We've proven that those divisions were false. That magical capability isn't determined by blood status. That different backgrounds make us stronger through diversity of perspective than weaker through lack of homogeneity. That when we work together based on logic and mutual respect than prejudice and tradition, we can accomplish things that previous generations thought impossible. Hermione squeezed his hand, encouraging him to continue. But this isn't the end of our work. It's the beginning. You are the first generation to grow up in a world without Voldemort, without blood purity laws, without the manufactured conflicts that kept your parents' generation trapped in cycles of violence. You have opportunities they never had. The question is, what will you do with those opportunities? A young Hufflepuff near the front raised her hand tentatively. Harry nodded for her to speak. Mr. Potter, are you saying we should be grateful? We owe you for fixing the world? No, Harry said immediately. You don't owe me anything. The work we did, me friends and I, we did it because it needed doing. Because the old system was broken and we had the capability to fix it. That's not a debt you repay. It's an example you follow. He gestured broadly at the assembled students. You'll face your own challenges, your own broken systems, your own opportunities to make things better. And when those moments come, I hope you'll remember what you learned here. That positive change is possible, that tradition doesn't justify injustice, and that working together across differences produces better results than tribal conflict. That's the legacy of Pax Voldigode, my personal rule, but the principles that guided it. Logic over tradition, cooperation over conflict, continuous improvement over static stability. The students listened intently, some nodding agreement, others looking thoughtful. This wasn't the grand, inspirational speech that Dumbledore might have given. It was direct, practical, honest, exactly what Harry's audience needed. I want to introduce you to someone, Harry continued, pulling Hermione forward slightly. You all know Hermione Granger, brightest witch of our generation, chief lore architect of the council, and the person most responsible for the educational reforms that will define your time at Hogwarts. She's also my partner, not in governance but in everything. She keeps me honest, keeps me human, and keeps me focused on what actually matters than what's efficient. Hermione blushed but smiled, accepting the acknowledgement with characteristic grace. What Harry's too modest to say is that none of this would have happened without him. He had the power to simply rule through force, to impose his will regardless of anyone's opinions. Instead, he chose to build consensus, to explain his reasoning, to give people agency within the new system. That's what makes Pax Voldigo different from simple Tyranniate's peace maintained through demonstrated competence and genuine care for the people it protects. Applause rippled through the assembled students, genuine and warm, not the fearful adulation of subjects for a tyrant, but honest appreciation for leaders who'd proven themselves through actions than empty words. As the ceremony continued, various students sharing their own experiences of positive change, younger years asking questions about the new curriculum. General celebration of what they built together. Harry found himself stepping back mentally, observing then actively participating. This was what victory looked like. Not a single dramatic moment, but the accumulated result of thousands of small decisions, each one slightly better than what had come before. It was students from different houses working together on projects. It was former squibs attending Hogwarts with full magical capabilities. It was goblins and wizards negotiating as equals. It was a world that was better, not perfect, but genuinely improved than the one he'd found when he first arrived. The Demon King of Tyranny would have dismissed all of this as beneath his attention. Harry Potter recognized it as the most important victory he'd ever achieved. That night, after the ceremony concluded and the students dispersed to celebrate in their own ways, Harry returned to the hilltop where he and Hermione had sat months earlier. The same spot, the same view of Hogwarts glowing warmly against the darkness, the same infinite stars overhead. But he was different now, more settled, more content, more genuinely at peace with who and what he'd become. Hermione joined him, carrying a blanket to ward off the spring evening chill. She spread it on the grass and they sat together, comfortable in each other's presence. "It's over, isn't it?" Hermione said quietly. "All the major battles, all the dramatic confrontations. We've built what we set out to build, created lasting peace, reformed society. What comes next?" Harry looked up at the stars, his dimensional senses extending outward into the cosmic void. He could still feel the faint pull of other dimensions, the whispering challenge of unknown realities waiting to be explored. The spell that had brought him here, Aeneas Harviden, had been designed to guide him toward new laws, new challenges, new experiences that would stimulate his boundless intellect. But he was no longer the Demon King who'd cast that spell. He was Harry Potter, who'd learned that intellectual stimulation wasn't the only thing that mattered, who'd discovered value in emotional connection, in steady work, in building then conquering. "I think," Harry said slowly, squeezing Hermione's hand, "what comes next is life, real life, not reacting to threats or implementing emergency reforms, but actually living. Continuing our research, yes, maintaining the systems we've built, certainly, but also," he gestured vaguely, searching for words, "also finding joy in small things, in quiet evenings like this, in watching our friends succeed, in the satisfaction of teaching students and seeing them surpass our expectations, in waking up each day not wondering what threat we need to face but what we want to accomplish." "That sounds wonderful," Hermione said, leaning against him, "though I suspect we'll face more challenges eventually. The universe doesn't incline to let powerful people rest for long. But when those challenges come, we'll face them together. You, me, Ron, Neville, Luna, everyone we've built this new order with. That's different from how I faced things in my previous existence." The Demon King stood alone, supreme and isolated. Harry Potter stands with companions, stronger through connection than I ever was through pure power. They sat in silence for a while, watching the stars. Harry's senses extended outward, touching the dimensional fabric, feeling the vast complexity of reality that extended far beyond this single world. He could sense other dimensions out there, other challenges, other mysteries waiting to be solved. The call was still there. The fundamental drive that had caused Enos Voldegode to cast Rhaenyra Tarviden in the first place, the desire for novelty, for challenges that would stimulate his boundless intellect, for experiences he'd never had before. But it was quieter now, more patient, no longer an urgent compulsion but a distant possibility that could wait until he was ready. "I can still feel the pull," Harry admitted, "the draw of unknown dimensions, of new magical laws to discover, of challenges I haven't faced yet. Part of me wants to explore, to see what else is out there beyond this world." Hermione tensed slightly against him. "Are you thinking about leaving?" "Not anytime soon. I have too much I still want to accomplish here. Too many people I care about to abandon them for intellectual curiosity." Harry turned to look at her directly. "And most importantly, I have you. In my previous existence, I was alone, powerful but isolated. Here I found partnership, connection, love. That's worth more than any number of dimensional adventures." "But eventually?" Hermione's voice was small, vulnerable in a way she rarely allowed herself to be. "Eventually, maybe we explore together. Not me abandoning you, but us seeking new experiences as partners. There's no reason I have to go alone. If you're willing, if you want to, we could see what lies beyond this dimension. But only when we're ready. Only when this world is stable enough it doesn't need us constantly maintaining it. And only together." Hermione smiled, relief and excitement mixing in her expression. "I'd like that. The idea of exploring unknown dimensions, of discovering entirely new magical systems, it's terrifying and exhilarating simultaneously. But yes, together. Always together." They kissed, sealing the promise. Whatever came next, whether it was decades of peaceful governance followed by dimensional exploration, or new threats that required their attention, or simply a lifetime of steady work building a better world, they would face it together. Harry pulled back, looking at Hermione with an expression of pure contentment. "I never expected this, you know? When I cast Rhaenyra Tarviden, I was seeking intellectual challenge. New laws to discover, novel experiences that would break the tedium of immortal existence. But what I found was something I didn't know I was missing. Purpose beyond power. Connection beyond capability. A reason to exist that transcends mere survival or conquest." "And what's that reason?" Hermione asked softly. "You, Ron, Neville. All the students we're helping educate. All the people who'll live better lives because of the systems we've built. The simple satisfaction of making things better, not because I had to, but because I chose to." Harry smiled, genuine and warm. The Demon King of Tyranny never understood that. But Harry Potter does. And that makes all the difference. They stayed on the hilltop until dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, talking quietly about plans and dreams, about the world they'd built and the future they'd shaped together. The cosmic pull remained, distant and patient, waiting for whenever they decided to answer it. But for now, for tonight, and for many nights to come, Harry was content to remain exactly where he was. On a hillside overlooking Hogwarts, holding Hermione's hand, watching the peaceful world they created through determination and love. The Demon King had learned to be human, and in doing so, he discovered that humanity, with all its messy complications and emotional entanglements, was far more valuable than godlike isolation. Pax Voldegode was secure. The reforms were implemented. The threats were contained. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived to become something more, had finally found what Enos Voldegode had been searching for all along without realizing it. Not new laws to discover, not greater challenges to overcome, but simple, profound contentment in a life well lived and a world well served. As the sun rose over Hogwarts, painting the castle in gold and crimson, Harry and Hermione watched together. Two people who'd remade the world through power and intellect, discovering that the greatest victory wasn't conquest or control, but finding meaning and connection in the aftermath of battle. The endless horizon beckoned, full of possibilities and unknown adventures. But they were in no hurry to reach it. They had all the time in the world, and they planned to enjoy every moment together. The International Confederation of Wizards convened in what had once been the grand atrium of the British Ministry of Magic, now transformed into a neutral conference hall designed for exactly this purpose. Representatives from 47 magical governments filled the tiered seating, their varied robes and ceremonial dress creating a kaleidoscope of cultural expression. The air was thick with the mingled scents of foreign magic sandalwood from the Indian delegation, sharp ozone from the Scandinavian representatives, sweet incense from the East Asian contingent. Harry Potter stood at the central podium, calm and composed despite the tension radiating from the assembled delegates. Beside him, Hermione Granger organized their presentation materials with characteristic efficiency, her fingers moving through holographic displays that floated in the air between them. This summit had been inevitable. For 6 months, Britain's magical community had operated under the reformed council system, implementing radical changes that challenged centuries of established magical governance. Word had spread some accurate, much exaggerated about the dissolution of blood purity laws, the activation of squib magic, the integration of goblins into positions of authority, and most controversially, the imprisonment of cosmic entities that many cultures viewed as divine forces. Now the international community demanded answers, demanded justification, and, Harry suspected, demanded assurance that Britain's revolutionary changes wouldn't destabilize the global magical order. Ministers, delegates, honored guests. Harry began, his voice carrying clearly without magical amplification. Thank you for accepting our invitation. We understand you have concerns about the recent changes to British magical governance. We're here to address those concerns with complete transparency and demonstrable evidence. The French minister stood immediately, her formal robes rustling. Mr. Potter, with all respect for your accomplishments against the Dark Lord, you're 15 years old. What authority do you have to restructure an entire nation's magical government? And by what right do you invite us here as if you represent legitimate governmental power? It was a direct challenge, meant to establish the power dynamic from the outset. Harry had expected it. A fair question, Minister. My authority comes from demonstrated competence and the consent of those I serve. Harry activated the first display, showing approval ratings from the reformed British magical community. 92% of British witches and wizards support the new council system. 87% report improved quality of life compared to 6 months ago. These aren't numbers I imposed through coercion theory, the result of implementing logical policies that actually serve the population's needs. Support can be manufactured, the Japanese representative observed, his tone polite but skeptical, particularly when the person measuring it controls the institutions doing the measurement. Which is why we invited independent auditors from the International Confederation to verify our data. Hermione interjected smoothly. The reports are available for your review. Third-party confirmation of every statistic we're presenting. We anticipated skepticism, so we built verification into our methodology. She activated another display, showing the auditor reports in multiple languages. Delegates leaned forward, scanning the information with professional scrutiny. The German minister spoke next, her voice carrying the weight of careful consideration. The statistics are impressive, I admit, but Mr. Potter, Ms. Granger, your reforms challenge fundamental principles that have governed magical society for millennia. Blood status, institutional hierarchy, the separation between magical and non-magical populations. You're not adjusting policies. You're proposing a complete reconceptualization of magical society itself. Because the old conceptualization was fundamentally flawed, Harry said, his tone patient but decisive. It was based on assumptions that have been proven false through empirical demonstration. Watch. He gestured, and the display shifted to show recorded demonstrations of squib activation. Hermione narrated as the images played, formerly non-magical individuals successfully casting spells after Harry's diagnostic and activation procedures. Detailed medical scans showing the biological mechanisms involved. Statistical analysis of success rates across different genetic backgrounds. Blood purity is not a marker of magical capability, Hermione explained, her presentation flawless and methodical. It's a social construct with no basis in magical biology. We've activated latent magic in over 300 individuals previously classified as squibs. The success rate is 97%. The limiting factors aren't genetic purity but biological development and proper activation of dormant pathways. This isn't opinion or theory, it's demonstrable, reproducible fact. And the economic implications, Harry continued, switching to financial projections. The integration of previously marginalized population squibs, goblins, and other non-human magical beings has increased our total productive capacity by 32%. Runic technology development, now freed from artificial restrictions on who can participate in research, has generated innovations that would have taken decades under the old system. We're not claiming our approach is more ethical. We're proving it's more efficient. The Brazilian minister raised his hand. Mr. Potter, these results are impressive for Britain. But different cultures have different traditions, different relationships with magical governance. What works in one context may not translate universally. How do you account for cultural variation? We don't claim universal applicability of specific policies, Hermione answered. We claim universal applicability of the underlying principle. Governance should be based on demonstrable results than tradition or inherited authority. How each culture implements that principle will vary based on local context. What we're offering isn't a specific system to copy, but a methodology for evaluating and improving whatever system you already have. The debate continued for hours. Delegates raised concerns about stability, about the speed of change, about the risk of disrupting established social structures. Harry and Hermione addressed each concern methodically, presenting data, offering examples, acknowledging uncertainties while demonstrating that their approach accounted for those uncertainties through continuous evaluation and adjustment. The American delegation's representative, a sharp-eyed wizard named Robert Thorne, finally asked the question Harry had been waiting for. All of this is impressive, Mr. Potter, but it relies heavily on your personal power, doesn't it? The cosmic entities you imprisoned, the squib activations you perform, even the political authority you wield, it all stems from you being an exceptionally powerful individual. What happens when you're gone? When there's no demon king to maintain order through overwhelming capability? Won't everything collapse back into the patterns you're trying to eliminate? Harry smiled slightly. An excellent question, and one that goes to the heart of sustainable governance. Yes, I have significant personal power. Yes, I've used that power to establish the current system. But the system itself is designed to persist independently of my continued involvement. Watch. He brought up a new set of displays showing the training programs established for squib activation, standardized procedures that other trained healers could perform, not requiring Harry's unique capabilities. Then organizational charts showing the council's distributed decision-making structure, with no single point of failure. Then the educational reforms that taught conceptual frameworks, creating a new generation that would maintain and improve the system because they understood its underlying logic. I'm not trying to rule forever, Harry said clearly. I'm trying to establish structures that can function without me. Think of me as a temporary catalyst providing the initial energy to overcome institutional inertia, then stepping back as the new system stabilizes. In 5 years, maybe 10, I expect to have no formal governmental role whatsoever. The council will govern. The trained practitioners will maintain the reforms. And I'll be free to pursue other interests. Like what? Someone called from the back. Research, Harry said simply. Exploration. Living a life that isn't defined by crisis management. That's the goal, not permanent rule, but successful transition to sustainable systems that allow everyone, including me, to focus on growth than survival. The chamber fell silent as delegates absorbed this. The idea of a powerful individual voluntarily relinquishing authority was so foreign to most magical governance traditions that many struggled to process it. Finally, the elderly Egyptian representative stood, her voice carrying the weight of long experience. Mr. Potter, MS. Granger, what you propose is radical, revolutionary, and, I must admit, compelling. But it requires trust. Trust that your methods will work beyond your immediate context. Trust you're sincere about eventually stepping back from power. Trust that this isn't simply conquest disguised as reform. Trust must be earned, Hermione acknowledged, which is why we're inviting observation and verification. Send your own auditors. Review our methods. Test our claims. We're not asking for blind faith, we're offering evidence and inviting scrutiny. If our approach is sound, that scrutiny will confirm it. If we're wrong, that scrutiny will reveal our mistakes and we can adjust accordingly. And if we choose not to adopt your methods? The French minister asked. If we prefer our traditional systems? That's your right, Harry said. We're not imposing anything. We're offering what we've learned and demonstrating it works. What you do with that information is your decision, though I would note that information flows across borders. If your citizens see that their neighbors in Britain have better education, more opportunity, and greater stability, they may demand similar reforms from their own governments. That's not us conquering you, that's the natural result of demonstrating a better approach. The summit continued for 3 more days. Detailed technical sessions where Hermione explained the magical theory behind runic innovation, demonstrations of squib activation procedures, tours of reformed Hogwarts showing the new educational methods in practice, working groups where council members collaborated with international representatives to adapt principles to different cultural contexts. By the end, consensus had emerged, not universal adoption of British methods, but agreement on fundamental principles, evidence-based governance, continuous evaluation and adjustment, inclusion of previously marginalized populations, shared knowledge than hoarded secrets. It was, Harry reflected, more than he'd hoped for and exactly what had been needed. The international community would observe Britain's continued success, implement their own versions of reforms, and gradually shift toward more logical governance structures. Not through conquest or coercion, but through demonstrated superiority of approach. The era of logic was spreading beyond Britain's borders, exactly as planned. In the private quarters of Delsogate Castle, Harry and Hermione collapsed onto comfortable chairs after the final summit session, exhausted but satisfied. That went better than expected, Hermione said, pulling off her formal robes and replacing them with casual clothes. I was worried the French delegation would block everything out of principle, but Minister Du Bois actually seemed genuinely interested by the end. Because we presented irrefutable evidence than philosophical arguments. Hard to argue with reproducible results. Harry stretched, feeling the accumulated tension of 3 days of diplomatic maneuvering drain away. Though I have to admit, I'm finding this phase surprisingly enjoyable. What international diplomacy? You hate politics. I hate politics when it's about empty posturing and tribal allegiance. But this presenting logical arguments, demonstrating empirical evidence, watching people change their minds when confronted with facts, this is satisfying. It's like teaching, but on a civilizational scale. Harry looked at her with a soft expression. And doing it with you makes it better. Your presentations were flawless, Hermione. Every objection addressed, every concern anticipated, every piece of evidence perfectly organized. I couldn't do this without you. Hermione blushed slightly but smiled. We're a good team. You provide the conceptual frameworks and the overwhelming power that makes people take us seriously. I provide the detailed implementation and the communication skills that make your concepts accessible. Together, we're... She paused, searching for the right word. Complete, Harry supplied. Separately, we're both capable. Together, we're something greater than the sum of our parts. I prefer this phase, Hermione admitted, settling deeper into her chair. The rebuilding phase, the constant fighting, the life-or-death battles, the anxiety of not knowing if we'd survive the next threat. I am glad it's over. This work is hard, but it's productive hard. We're building things then preventing destruction, creating then defending. The demon king of tyranny lived in constant conflict. It was exciting in its way but ultimately empty. This Harry gestured around Delsogate, encompassing not the physical space but everything they'd built together. This has meaning, purpose beyond mere survival or demonstration of power. We're making things better. That's worth more than any amount of dramatic battles. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, both processing the summit's success and what it meant for the next phase of their work. Delsogate had grown substantially over the past months, expanding from a simple research laboratory into something approaching a true seat of power. The main halls could host hundreds of people for conferences and ceremonies. The libraries contained knowledge from dozens of magical traditions, carefully cataloged and cross-referenced. The training facilities rivaled anything Hogwarts offered. And at the heart of it all, the Dimensional Research Laboratory where they spent most of their time pursuing the questions that fascinated them both. We should formalize this, Hermione said suddenly. Our partnership. Not personally, everyone knows we're together, but governmentally. Make Delsogate the official seat of the council. Establish our roles clearly, so there's no ambiguity about authority or succession. You want to institutionalize us? Harry asked, amused. I want to ensure stability. Right now, everything depends on informal arrangements and personal relationships. That works fine while we're active, but it creates uncertainty about the future. If we formalize the structure, you as founding architect, me as chief administrator, the council as distributed governance, Delsogate as neutral territory where decisions are made, then we create something that can persist independently. Harry considered this, his strategic mind engaging with the problem. You're right. We've been so focused on implementing reforms we haven't fully addressed the institutional architecture. A clear organizational structure would provide stability and clarity. And positioning Delsogate as a neutral space, then specifically British territory, would help with international acceptance. Exactly. We make it a conceptual fortress of knowledge, a place that belongs to the advancement of magical understanding than any specific nation. Scholars from anywhere can apply for access. Diplomatic meetings happen on neutral ground. Research is shared openly. It becomes what Hogwarts was supposed to be but never achieved, a true center of learning than a school. I like it. Harry stood, pulling Hermione to her feet. Let's draft the formal documents. Structure, authority, succession, all of it. Make it official and transparent so everyone knows exactly how this system functions. They worked late into the night, drafting constitutional documents that would establish Delsogate's formal role in magical governance. Hermione's legal precision combined with Harry's conceptual clarity produced documents that were both comprehensive and remarkably clear, none of the deliberate ambiguity that traditional magical law relied upon. By dawn, they had a complete framework. Delsogate as an independent territory dedicated to knowledge advancement and neutral governance. The Council as the primary decision-making body for British magical affairs, with representatives from all relevant populations. Harry as founding architect with veto power over major policy changes but no authority over routine governance. Hermione as chief administrator responsible for implementation and coordination. Clear succession procedures that didn't depend on Harry's continued involvement. This is good work, Harry said, reviewing the final documents. Comprehensive, clear, and built to last. When we eventually step back, the system will continue functioning. When? Hermione echoed, smiling at his certainty. Not if. You're planning to give this up, aren't you? All this power, all this authority, actually going to walk away. Power is a tool, not a goal. Once the tool has accomplished its purpose, there's no reason to keep wielding it. Harry pulled her close. Besides, I have other things I want to do. Things that are more interesting than governance administration. Things that require partnership with someone brilliant enough to challenge me intellectually. Interdimensional research, Hermione said, understanding immediately. You want to explore, to find what else is out there beyond this dimension. We want to explore, Harry corrected. Together. Isn't that what you want too? To push the boundaries of knowledge? To discover entirely new magical systems? To see realities that operate on principles we haven't even imagined yet. Hermione's eyes lit up with that familiar hunger for knowledge that Harry had first recognized on the Hogwarts Express years ago. Yes, absolutely yes, but we can't abandon the world we've built. We won't. We'll ensure it's stable first. Train successors. Establish systems that can function independently. Then, when everything is secure, we go exploring. Not as conquerors or refugees, but as researchers pursuing knowledge for its own sake. Harry smiled. The spell that brought me Hieronymus Harvardinate was designed to guide me toward new dimensional laws, new challenges, new experiences. I got distracted by fixing this world's immediate problems, but the original purpose still calls. And now, instead of pursuing it alone like the Demon King would have, I get to pursue it with you. How long do you think before the world is stable enough for us to leave? 5 years, maybe 10. Long enough to see the first generation educated under the new system graduate. Long enough to confirm that the reforms are self-sustaining. Long enough to train people who can perform squib activation without my direct involvement. Then we'll be free to pursue the next phase. Hermione nodded, her mind already planning the transition timeline. Then we have work to do, a lot of work, but at the end of it, she smiled. At the end of it, we get to explore the universe together. I can't think of anything I'd do. They sealed the promise with a kiss, soft and certain, before returning to the practical work of building a world that could thrive without them. Ron Weasley stood in the newly constructed Global Magical Security Force headquarters, reviewing deployment schedules with a competence that would have shocked anyone who'd known him as an insecure 11-year-old. Harry and Hermione had chosen Ron to lead the security force for specific reasons. He wasn't the most powerful wizard, didn't have Harry's overwhelming capabilities or Hermione's encyclopedic knowledge, but he had something equally valuable: practical strategic thinking combined with genuine concern for ordinary people. The issue with the Romanian deployment, Ron explained to his assembled squad leaders, is we're dealing with dragon reservations that predate our authority. We can't waltz in and impose new regulations. We need to work with the existing handlers, understand their concerns, and find solutions that address both dragon welfare and human safety. One of his lieutenants, a former Auror named Davidson, raised his hand. Sir, wouldn't it be more efficient to simply establish new regulations and enforce them? We have the authority now. Efficient in the short term, maybe, but we're not trying to be conquerors. We're trying to be partners in maintaining stability. Ron pulled up a map showing the reserve territories. The Romanian handlers have been managing these dragons for generations. They know things we don't. If we come in acting like we have all the answers, we'll create resentment and resistance. Better to approach it as collaboration. What they know plus what we know equals better outcomes for everyone. It was pure Harry and Hermione logic, filtered through Ron's more accessible communication style. He'd spent years listening to his friends discuss conceptual frameworks and optimal strategies. Now he was translating those concepts into practical applications that his team could implement immediately. After the meeting dispersed, Ron found Neville waiting outside his office. The defense warden had a calm confidence about him now that was worlds away from his childhood anxiety. "How's it going?" Neville asked. "Good, actually. The international coordination is complicated, but we're making progress." Ron gestured for Neville to follow him to a quieter space. "How about you? The defense warden position treating you well?" "Better than I expected," Neville admitted, At first, I thought Harry was mad for appointing me. But he was right, this role isn't about having the most raw power. It's about understanding protection, about identifying threats before they escalate, about building systems that prevent problems then responding to them after they occur. That's something I understand. You're good at it, Ron said genuinely. The threat assessment reports you've been producing, even Harry says they're better than anything he could do because you're thinking about real-world application than theoretical capabilities. Neville shrugged, pleased but modest. I think about what would have helped me feel safe as a student, what would have prevented the problems we faced. Then I try to build those protections into the systems we're creating. It's not complicated, it's necessary. They walked together through the security headquarters, observing the coordinated chaos of a new organization finding its rhythm. Wizards from different countries working together, sharing information, coordinating responses to minor threats before they could escalate into major problems. Do you ever think about how weird this is? Ron asked suddenly. For years ago, we were kids trying to survive school. Now we're running major governmental organizations, implementing reforms that affect millions of people, coordinating with international delegations. How did we end up here? Harry, Neville said simply. He saw potential in us we didn't see in ourselves. Then he gave us opportunities to develop that potential. And when we succeeded, he gave us more responsibility. That's what good leadership looks like, identifying capability and providing opportunities for it to flourish. Do you think he's going to step back, like he keeps saying?
Yeah, Ido.
Harry's never wanted power for its own sake. He wants to solve problems, then move on to new challenges. Once he's confident the systems are stable, he'll do exactly what he says, hand over authority to people he's trained and go explore whatever interests him next. Ron nodded slowly, processing this. And we'll be ready for it, to keep things running without him. That's what all this training is about, making sure his physical presence isn't necessary for the system to function. Exactly, Neville smiled. He's building something that doesn't need him. That's the opposite of what most powerful people do. They make themselves indispensable so they can hold onto authority forever. Harry's making himself unnecessary so he can be free to pursue other interests. Hermione going with him, you think? Definitely. Those two are inseparable now. Where one goes, the other follows. They're partners in the truest sense, neither complete without the other. Ron felt a familiar pang, not jealousy anymore, but something more like wistfulness. He'd let go of his vague hopes regarding Hermione years ago, had genuinely moved on and found satisfaction in his own accomplishments. But sometimes he still felt the sting of being the third wheel, the friend who was important but not essential in the way Harry and Hermione were essential to each other. Neville seemed to sense his mood. You know we're important too, right? You and me and Luna and everyone else they've brought into this. We're not supporting characters in their story. We're co-authors. Without us, none of this works. Harry and Hermione provide the vision, but we provide the implementation. That's equally valuable. Yeah, Ron said, feeling better. Yeah, you're right. We're a team. Everyone playing their part. That's how this is supposed to work. They returned to their respective offices, each secure in their role, each contributing to the stability that would eventually allow Harry and Hermione to pursue their next adventure. The discovery of Dumbledore's hidden knowledge stores came almost by accident. Harry and Hermione were conducting a routine audit of Hogwarts' magical infrastructure when they detected unusual dimensional variations in the headmaster's old office. Following those variations led them to a concealed space, not a room, not a pocket dimension, but something in between. A storage matrix that existed partially outside normal spacetime, accessible only to someone who knew exactly what to look for and had the capability to breach its protections. Inside, they found decades of accumulated research, notes on Horcruxes and soul magic, correspondence with international researchers about cosmic threats, prophecy analyses, experimental spell formulas, and most significantly, detailed observations of dimensional mechanics and the cosmic entities that manipulated them. He knew, Hermione breathed, reading through the documents with growing frustration. Dumbledore knew about the cosmic manipulators, had theories about how they operated, even had some preliminary ideas about how to resist their influence. But he kept it all secret, never shared it, never trained anyone else, hoarded the knowledge like it was his personal property. Harry felt a familiar cold anger, not at Dumbledore personally. The man was dead and had shown genuine remorse in his portrait, but at the pattern his discoveries revealed. He thought knowledge was power, that sharing it would diminish his authority. So he kept everything close, maintained informational advantage, and in doing so prevented anyone else from helping address the problems he identified. "This is exactly what we've been fighting against," Hermione said, still reading. The idea that knowledge should be hoarded than shared, that expertise should create hierarchy than opportunity for collective advancement. He was trying to protect people, but his method keeping them ignorant was fundamentally counterproductive. They spent 2 days reviewing everything in the hidden stores, cataloging and cross-referencing. Much of it was genuinely useful. Dumbledore had been brilliant despite his flaws, and his observations about dimensional mechanics were surprisingly sophisticated. But the value was diminished by the fact he'd never shared it, never allowed others to build on his work, never created systems that could persist beyond his individual lifespan. "We release everything," Harry decided. "Every useful piece of information goes into the Delsogate archives, available to any qualified researcher who wants to study it. If something here can help advance understanding of dimensional mechanics or cosmic manipulation, everyone should have access to it." "What about the dangerous stuff? The Horcrux research, the dark magic formulas?" "Context and safeguards. We publish it with clear explanations of why it's dangerous and how to avoid the pitfalls. Treating people like they're responsible enough to handle complex information than assuming they need to be protected from knowledge." Harry pulled out his wand, beginning to copy and organize the documents. Dumbledore's fundamental error was assuming he was uniquely qualified to handle dangerous knowledge, that everyone else needed protection from their own potential for mistakes. "We're operating on a different principle, that educated people making informed choices will generally make better decisions than ignorant people following prescribed paths." Hermione nodded, already drafting the organizational structure for how they'd present this material. "We should include commentary too. Not Dumbledore's raw notes, but our analysis of where he was right and where he went wrong. Make it a learning exercise than information transfer." "Good idea. Turn his mistakes into lessons than criticizing them." They worked in comfortable synchronization, each anticipating what the other needed, building on each other's ideas with the effortless coordination of true intellectual partnership. This was what their relationship had become, not romance or friendship, but genuine collaborative genius where each made the other better. By the time they finished, Dumbledore's hidden knowledge had been transformed from private secrets into public resources. Everything useful was preserved, everything dangerous was contextualized, and everything was available to anyone with the curiosity and capability to engage with it. It was the antithesis of Dumbledore's approach, and it felt right. The interdimensional research began in earnest once the immediate governance work stabilized. In Delsogade's main laboratory, Harry and Hermione stood before a massive array of interconnected runic constructs that flickered with unstable light. This was their next great project, building a bridge or communication system that would allow controlled contact with other dimensions without requiring someone to physically travel there and risk getting stranded. Hermione sketched complex physics equations on a floating chalkboard, her notations covering everything from quantum mechanics to relativistic field theory. The fundamental problem is establishing a stable connection across dimensional boundaries. Normal matter can't exist in 2 dimensions simultaneously. There's an exclusion principle that prevents it. But information might be able to transfer if we can find the right carrier medium. "Dimensional resonance," Harry said, adjusting one of the runic arrays. "Every dimension vibrates at a specific frequency. If we can match that frequency and create a sympathetic oscillation, we might be able to establish information transfer without requiring physical presence. Like quantum entanglement, but across dimensional barriers instead of spatial distance. Hermione's eyes lit up with excitement. Harry, this is brilliant. If we can make it work, we could communicate with entirely different realities. Learn about their magical systems without the risks involved in actual travel. Maybe even establish collaborative research programs across dimensions. That's the goal. Not conquest or colonization, but communication and knowledge exchange. The universe the multiverse treated as a scientific frontier than a threat or a resource to exploit. Harry activated the array, watching as the runes began to pulse in synchronized patterns. We have no idea if this will work. We're in entirely uncharted territory here. That's what makes it exciting. Hermione moved beside him, her hand finding his as they watched the array stabilize. This is what I wanted when I first came to Hogwarts. Not to learn existing magic, but to push boundaries. To discover things no one has ever known before. And I get to do it with you. They worked through the night, adjusting frequencies, recalibrating runic matrices, testing different approaches to dimensional resonance. Sometimes they hit dead ends that required complete redesigns. Sometimes they made breakthroughs that opened new avenues of investigation. Always, they worked together, their different strengths complementing each other perfectly. As dawn approached, they finally achieved something remarkable. A stable resonance pattern that indicated successful connection to another dimension. Not communication yet, just proof that connection was possible. But it was a beginning. We did it, Hermione whispered, staring at the stable readings in disbelief. We actually established dimensional resonance. Harry, do you understand what this means? We've proven that interdimensional contact is possible through controlled scientific methods. This is going to change everything. Eventually, Harry agreed, his own excitement carefully contained. We still need to figure out information transfer, establish protocols for safe contact, build safeguards against hostile responses from whatever's on the other end. This is a first step, not a complete solution. But yes, it's a significant first step. They documented their findings meticulously, adding to the growing archive of research they intended to share openly once it was validated and safe. This wasn't like Dumbledore's hoarding. This was collaborative science, pursued with the understanding that knowledge advanced fastest when it was shared than concealed. As they finally left the laboratory, exhausted but satisfied, Harry found himself reflecting on how far they'd come. For years ago, he'd been a confused, reincarnated entity trying to navigate an unfamiliar dimension. Now he was conducting cutting-edge research into dimensional mechanics with the woman he loved. Building toward future explorations that would push the boundaries of what was possible. The Demon King of Tyranny had never imagined this. Had never conceived that intellectual partnership could be as satisfying as absolute power. Had never understood that shared discovery was more valuable than solitary conquest. But Harry Potter understood. Had learned through experience that connection amplified capability than diminishing it. That vulnerability could be strength when shared with someone trustworthy. That the most profound achievements came not from isolated genius but from genuine collaboration. It was a lesson worth learning, even if it had taken millennia and a complete dimensional shift to figure it out. 3 months later, the formal establishment ceremony for Delsogade as an independent territory and knowledge center took place with representatives from 32 nations attending. The castle had been expanded one final time, creating a grand plaza that could accommodate thousands of people while maintaining the intimate, focused atmosphere that Harry and Hermione valued. Floating runic lanterns provided illumination, their warm light creating an atmosphere of scholarly pursuit than political ceremony. Harry stood at the podium once again, but this time Hermione stood beside him as his acknowledged equal than his assistant. The formal documents they drafted established them as co-founders, each with specific areas of authority but neither subordinate to the other. Today marks a transition, Harry announced to the assembled delegates. For the past year, British magical governance has operated under emergency protocols as we implemented necessary reforms. Today, we're formalizing those changes and establishing Delsogade as a permanent institution dedicated to knowledge advancement and neutral governance. Hermione took over seamlessly. Delsogade will serve three primary functions. First, as the seat of the British Magical Council in neutral space where decisions are made based on evidence and logical analysis than political maneuvering. Second, as an international research center open to qualified scholars from any nation who wish to contribute to magical understanding. And third, as neutral territory where international disputes can be mediated on ground that belongs to no specific government. They presented the constitutional documents, walking through the governance structure, the succession procedures, the protocols for knowledge sharing and dispute resolution. Everything was transparent, clearly defined, designed to function independently of any individual's continued involvement. "We're not claiming permanent authority," Harry said, addressing the concern that had been raised repeatedly over the past year. "We're establishing systems that can persist without us. In 5 to 10 years, we expect to transition to purely advisory roles while trained successors handle active governance. Our goal is to make ourselves unnecessarito build something robust enough to thrive without requiring our constant intervention." "And what will you do then?" the Brazilian minister asked. "When you've successfully rendered yourselves unnecessary?" Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, sharing a private smile before answering. "Research," they said in unison. "We've begun preliminary work on interdimensional communication," Hermione elaborated, "establishing controlled contact with other realities to learn about their magical systems and share knowledge across dimensional boundaries. It's long-term, complex work that requires dedicated focus. Once we're confident that the systems we've built here are stable, we'll devote ourselves fully to that research." "You're building something you can walk away from," the Egyptian representative observed. "That's unusual." "That's the point," Harry said simply. "Power should serve purpose, not perpetuate itself. We identified problems, developed solutions, and implemented changes. Once those changes are self-sustaining, our purpose here is fulfilled. Then we move on to new challenges than clinging to authority we no longer need." The ceremony continued with formal ratification of the Delsogade Charter, speeches from various delegates acknowledging the value of the new system, and finally, a commitment from the international community to observe and learn from Britain's experimental approach to magical governance. As the ceremony concluded and delegates dispersed to explore the castle and meet with council members, Harry and Hermione retreated to their private quarters, the space at Delsogade's heart that had been their sanctuary throughout the chaos of reform and reconstruction. "We did it," Hermione said, leaning against Harry as they looked out over the plaza where conversations and collaborations were forming organically. "We actually built something that can outlast us. Something stable and good and designed to keep improving even after we're gone." "We did," Harry agreed. "Together, like everything else important we've accomplished." "Do you have any regrets? About staying here instead of exploring immediately? About spending years on governance work instead of pursuing interdimensional research right away?" Harry considered the question seriously. No, this needed to be done first. Fixing this world's immediate problems, establishing stable systems, ensuring that our departure wouldn't cause everything to collapse. It was the responsible choice. And besides, he turned to face her fully. "Doing it with you made even the tedious parts worthwhile. I've learned to appreciate the journey as much as the destination. That's something the Demon King never understood." Hermione smiled, reaching up to touch his face gently. "You're remarkably human for someone who spent millennia as an immortal tyrant." "I had good teachers," Harry kissed her softly, "and one exceptional partner who kept reminding me that power without compassion is cruelty in a different form." They stood together in comfortable silence, watching the sun set over their castle, their creation, their legacy. Below them, the world they'd reshaped continued its steady improvement, Students learned through reformed education. Former squibs discovered latent capabilities. Goblins and wizards collaborated as equals. International cooperation flourished based on shared principles that enforced compliance. It was imperfect would always be imperfect, because perfect systems didn't account for human complexity. But it was better, demonstrably, measurably better than what had existed before. And now, with that foundation secure, they could turn their attention to the next frontier. In the interdimensional laboratory, Harry and Hermione stood before their completed communication array. 3 years of work had refined it from unstable prototype to functional device. The runic constructs glowed with steady light, their patterns synchronized perfectly. The dimensional resonance held stable, indicating successful connection to a compatible reality. "Ready?" Harry asked, his hand hovering over the activation sequence. Hermione stood beside him, her own hand resting lightly on his shoulder. She looked at the array with that familiar hunger for knowledge burning in her eyes, but also with calm confidence. They'd done the work. They'd checked the calculations. They'd built in every safeguard they could conceive. This was as ready as it was going to get. "Only if we go together," she said, smiling. Harry activated the array. Light flooded the laboratory, not blinding, but pervasive, filling every space with gentle radiance. The dimensional connection stabilized, strengthened, became something more than theoretical resonance. A bridge, narrow but stable, linking their reality to something else, something unknown. Through the connection, they began to perceive information. Alien patterns of magical energy that operated on principles they'd never encountered. Structures and systems that defied their understanding but promised extraordinary discoveries once properly analyzed. An entire dimension with its own laws, its own history, its own versions of the questions they'd spent their lives trying to answer. "It worked," Hermione breathed, her voice filled with wonder. "Harry, it actually worked. We're receiving information from another dimension. We're communicating across reality itself. This is the beginning," Harry finished, equally awed despite his millennia of experience. This was something new, something he'd never encountered even as Anos Voldegode. A frontier so vast that even his boundless intellect might never fully map it. They stood together before the bridge they'd built, watching alien data flow through carefully constructed channels, beginning the work of translation and analysis that would occupy them for years to come. Behind them, through Delsogade's windows, they could see the world they'd reformed. Peaceful, stable, improving steadily without their constant intervention. Ron was coordinating international security. Neville was training the next generation of protectors. The Council was making sound decisions based on evidence and logic. Students were learning to think then memorize. It was secure. It was functional. It was exactly what they'd worked so hard to build, a world that didn't need them. Which meant they were finally free to pursue this, to explore the infinite variations of reality, to discover new laws and new challenges and new experiences that would satisfy the curiosity that had driven Anos Voldegode to cast Rheneast Harviden in the first place. But they wouldn't pursue it as the Demon King had alone, isolated, supreme. They would pursue it as Harry and Hermione, partners, equals, collaborators who made each other better through genuine connection. "Ready to see what else is out there?" Harry asked, knowing the answer but wanting to hear her say it. Hermione squeezed his hand, her expression showing excitement and determination and absolute certainty. "Only if we go together," she repeated, making it a promise and a declaration and a commitment all at once. Together, they turned back to the dimensional array, beginning the work of cataloging the information flowing through their bridge. Outside, the sun set on another peaceful day in the world they'd saved. Inside their laboratory, two brilliant minds began exploring infinity, finding in each other the partnership that transformed intellectual pursuit from solitary obsession into shared joy. The Demon King of Tyranny had crossed dimensions seeking new challenges. Harry Potter had found something better, a person worth sharing those challenges with, and a life worth living beyond the pursuit of power. And in the perfect synthesis of those identities, surrounded by the stable world they built and the infinite possibilities that awaited their exploration, he'd finally discovered what true contentment meant. Not the satisfaction of conquest, not the pride of absolute capability, but the quiet, profound happiness of meaningful partnership and purposeful existence. It was, he thought as he watched Hermione's eyes light up with each new discovery, worth everything. Worth centuries of power traded for genuine connection. Worth absolute authority exchanged for collaborative exploration. Worth tyranny transformed into partnership. The era of logic had begun with reformation and stability. Now it would continue with discovery and growth, pursued not through domination but through cooperation, not through isolation but through connection. And whatever they found beyond the dimensional bridge, whatever new realities waited to be explored, whatever challenges emerged, whatever threats eventually arose, they would face it together. Partners in governance, partners in research, partners in life. That was the final victory, not over Voldemort or cosmic entities or institutional inertia, but over the loneliness that had defined Enos Voldegode's previous existence. The Demon King had learned to be human. And humanity, it turned out, was the greatest power of all.